Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
Paleblood. Chapter 10. Lily, Welf eyed her out. His eyes narrowed. He used all of his skill acquired from the other world and the instinct of an old hunter to find any expression of deception from the prom girl. She was good. He'll give her that. But he was better. She was still a few decades too young to trick him. Got any threes? He asked at last. Go fish, she answered without blinking, staring straight into his eyes and matching his gaze. No signs of deception. She was telling the truth as far as he could tell. Damn it all. Oh hey, he blinked as he drew from the pile. I got what I wanted. Jura. Welf, how much longer do we have to wait? Belle asked as he readjusted his seating. His legs were getting stiff and his rear was getting sore. Having to sit on the dungeon's floor this long was becoming unbearable. Maybe he should get up and stretch? Welf frowned as he put his cards down, while eyeing Lily to make sure she didn't take a peek, and reached into his coat. He pulled out his ledger and a pocket watch. Should have been any minute by now, he said as he compared his notes with the time. Been down here long enough. Signs ain't showing up either. Signs? Lily looked at him. You mean like when the dungeon shakes? Nah, that's the most obvious signs any green can figure out, he said while shifting his gaze over to Belle. It's very similar to the Themerian dungeon. The entire atmosphere of the place changes. Things quiet down to where it's like a grave. But we're the only ones here. Lily shouted, purposely making her voice echo throughout the chamber to make the point. Lily says it's already deathly quiet. Master Belle, are you sure we can trust this guy to guide us? I told you I've been down here plenty of times. Welf barked back. We already got more loot than I would have on a normal day. Belle tried to ease them both before they could break into another argument. So even if the monster Rex doesn't show up, we still have a good amount of magic stones and rare drops. Welf, can't you make something out of them? Yeah, he replied while crossing his arms. But nothing like what we planned. I say we give it another hour before calling it quits. We're not prepped to stay in the dungeon for a full night. All in all, it was still a good trip. Belle had learned more about the dungeon in this one trip than he had in his entire career as an adventurer. Welf directed them through the secret pathways and shortcuts to get to the lower levels faster. The sight of floor 18 was breathtaking. Belle could probably have been able to reach this far into the dungeon on his own. Probably. Eventually. He'd have to make multiple trips back to the surface for rations. But he was confident in his skills as a hunter to navigate his way through and deal with the monsters efficiently. Like what Welf said, the Oreo dungeon was frighteningly similar to the Themerian dungeons. Fortunately, with the support of an old hunter like Welf, formerly Jura of the Powder Kegs, they were able to plow their way through any obstacle, while dragging Lily along for the ride. Even for supporters, it was recommended they be at least level 3 to reach this deep. Lily was still only at her first level. Any problems with your gear? Welf asked after a moment. They had abandoned their game in favor of managing their own things. Welf was skimming through his ledger. Lily was munching on a snack from her pack, and Belle was trying to clean up their mess. Belle stacked the cards into a straight deck with his palm before thinking about the answer. My gear? Oh, it's great. The coat fits me perfectly, and I don't have any problems with my movements. You even adjusted the cuffs. I could probably hide another knife or two in there. Welf nodded with a slight tint of pride in his eyes. That's good. Wasn't sure if you were still a knife wielder or not. I also lowered the collar a bit, so it doesn't hinder your vision. What did you make this out of? Belle asked as he tugged on the hem of his coat. Adolescent dragon hide, Welf sighed. He rubbed the back of his neck. What a pain in the ass that was. In the end, I had to ask Tsubaki for help taming the thing before skinning it. I owe that girl a dinner now. The tanning process alone made me want to tear my hair out. But that wasn't the problem. See, what pisses me off the most is that nobody cared. He snapped suddenly, leaning forward and barking at Belle. Belle had to lean away as he continued. It was great light armor. It's just as durable as level 5 medium-grade heavy armor and almost as light as elvish weaves. But that son of a bitch had to put it in the back of his shop under a pile of other crap. Nobody wants a jacket, he says. People want full-plated armor. Never mind the damn thing survived a magic sword in front of his eyes. All those hours making it, and nobody cared. He bowed his head and slammed his fist onto the ground a few times. Belle scratched his cheek and laughed lightly, unsure what else to say. He could understand the reasoning with the weapons merchant. Most adventurers wanted something reliable. While the hunter's coat was extremely reliable, it looked like a plain leather long coat to everyone else. Welf, while an excellent blacksmith with technology and knowledge more advanced than today's time, didn't have the same recognition as his fellow familia members. He didn't have permission from his goddess to label his goods with his familia's crest. Lily wanted to ask, Lily spoke up. How is it you two know each other? Master Belle introduced Lily to you earlier this morning and told Lily how this came to be. But what's your story? Belle and Welf exchanged a look. Belle had no idea how to answer that and left it up to Welf to explain. He gave him a blunt look. That's a hard one, Welf groaned as he put his things away where they belonged. The good hunter and I aren't from Oririo originally. And it's not that we really know each other. We only met up once. It was a pretty short exchange of words. Lily looked at Belle, expecting a more elaborate answer. I was kidnapped and tossed into a cell, Belle recalled. When I came to, I had to navigate through a dungeon and fight against my jailers. That wasn't even the worst part. When I managed to break free into open land, I had to fight against a large beast the size of a house made out of skeletons and lightning. Parle, Welf supplied with a grim tone. You knew what it was? Belle asked. Somewhat, he shrugged. It was one of the last dark beasts. I didn't think it made its lair in old Yarnum's backyard though. Good for you for taking it out. Is that how you got around my defenses? Yeah, Belle nodded back. I opened the gate and found myself in the central square. Got a little lost, so I just wandered around. I thought if I climbed the tallest tower I'd find where I was and where I needed to go. Welf snorted before leaning his head back and laughed loudly. He patted his knee a few times. What are the odds? I was wondering where you came from. Had you gone through the main street, I would have gunned you down like the rest. I didn't know until I met you. Belle put up a smile but felt cold sweat wash over him. He remembered the sight of Jura's turret. The thing was an automatic weapon that shot armor-piercing quicksilver bullets dozens by the second. Belle wasn't so sure if he could dodge that kind of artillery, even with his current skills and abilities. Where exactly is Yarnum? Lily asked. Lily tried looking for it once on the atlas, but couldn't find it. Belle fell silent as he thought about it. His head raised as he tapped the bottom of his chin. Where exactly was Yarnum? He never questioned it before. He wasn't even sure if it was a real place. The hunter's dream was exactly what it sounded like, a dream. Perhaps Yarnum never existed in the first place, or was in another plane of existence like the upper world of the gods. Pretty far, Welf shrugged. Beyond the edge of most maps and well hidden. You'd only be able to get there if you know where to look. And good riddance. It's best no one stumbles upon a place like that. It's a very scary place, Belle said, following his words. There's a disease spreading around that turns people into beasts. I don't mean mentally, well, they were mad. The disease transforms them into literal monsters. Hunters like us were issued to kill them. Oh, Lily said and fell silent. She looked at Belle as though what he just said explained everything. She probably thought it explained why he was so skilled with a weapon. Or why he was so casual about hiding the bodies of her former familia members. How about another round? Welf suggested when the silence became uncomfortable. We can play old maid. Loser buys drinks when we get back. Sure, Belle smiled, more thankful for the relief than for the entertainment. He shuffled the cards still in his hands and began to deal them out. He sputtered. Something wrong? Lily asked. And no, nothing. He couldn't match her eyes as he looked at his cards. He had the old maid. Both Welf and Lily were giving him a flat look. Welf went first, pulling one of Belle's cards while observing his expression. He didn't pull the old maid. Lily took one of Welf's and Belle took his turn taking one of Lily's. The cycle continued. 10 minutes later, Belle was left with just 2 cards. The 3 of hearts and the old maid. Welf raised his hand over the 3 card. Belle let out a gasp of one who knew perilous doom. He was going to lose if Welf took his last card and left him with the old maid. Welf suddenly shifted his hand over the old maid. Belle's smile lit up the dark and dank chamber. There was hope for him yet. He was going to win. Then Welf shifted over the other card and Belle returned to horror. Welf paused in his choice while he put down his remaining card to pinch his nose. It feels like I'm kicking a pup. Master Belle needs to learn the harshness of reality somehow, Lily said, who had nothing to worry about since all her cards were finished. Otherwise someone will take full advantage of him. Belle felt betrayed. Just a few days ago Lily had tried to steal his blade of mercy and have him killed against 2 old hunters, all because he trusted her. Did she have any right to suggest something like this? Actually, yes, because he was the one who fell for it. Yahoo! Someone called out from the other end of the chamber. All their heads turned. A group of adventurers were coming up from the stairs leading to the next floor. There were 2 Amazon girls, a prom, and a pair of supporters following behind them. It was the Amazon girl with the short hair who had spotted them and waved an arm. Great, Welf muttered below his breath. Competition. He put his cards down while slowly rising to his feet. He was cautious, moving just slow enough to show he wasn't trying to threaten them. No hunter wanted to be caught off their feet. Lily immediately threw her hood over her head and bowed her head, trying her best to hide her face. Welf noticed and positioned himself slightly at her front. Just enough to leave the impression he wasn't trying to hide her, but willing to protect her. Belle, however, remained sitting. He recognized these people as members of Loki familia. They might think he was hostile if he stood along with Welf. It would be better to assume the position of harmlessness and naivety. Someone inexperienced like how he was supposed to be as a newbie adventurer. Hey, look. The Amazon girl, Tiona, tugged on the arm of her sister. It's the little rabbit. What you doing all the way down here? It is. Tioni looked surprised. Aren't you just a rookie? How'd you manage to make it this far down? He said but couldn't find any concrete to back it up. While they had run into a few adventurers since the start of their journey, the number dwindled down the deeper they went. They hadn't run into another group since floor 25. This far down, they were facing against level 4 class monsters. He had no business being here as a rookie. Friends of yours? Welf asked, purposely loud enough for all parties to hear and potentially change the subject. And not really, Belle slouched. They're members of Loki familia. They approached me at a tavern the other day. Huh, is that right? Welf muttered as he eyed the approaching party. He waited until they were a few meters away. Don't mind us. We're just squatting till the monsters show up, grinding for some loot drops. Oh. The Finn, approached with a friendly smile. Anything in particular? We come here often for some fun. We can let you know what monsters drop what and where. You're Welf Kratzo, correct? Yeah. Welf grew a little defensive as he put both his hands on his hips. I'm not exactly a well-known blacksmith. So how do you know me? Goddess Hephaestus talks about you a lot when some of our members request an order through her, was his ready answer. It was almost as if he reading a script. Aside from that, it is hard to remain hidden when you bear the Kratzo name. Welf accepted the answer but didn't seem satisfied. Captain, Tioni leaned in to whisper to her leader. It wasn't missed how she used the opportunity to get close to him beyond necessary. The little rabbit is just a rookie. He shouldn't be down here. Never mind guild regulations. It's dangerous for a newbie like him. Yeah, agreed her sister, who wasn't quiet about it at all. Azu is going to be very sad if anything happens to him. Belle wasn't sure if he was supposed to hear either of them and tried his best to pretend otherwise. He couldn't hold back the blush, however. I don't think there's any reason to tell the guild about this, the Prum assured them with a slightly mischievous smile. Captain? Blinked Tioni. Blinked Tiona. The dungeon is a perilous place, Finn raised a finger. The deeper you go, the more dangerous the monsters. What do you think the minimum is to reach the first safe area? Welf exchanged a look with Belle in the corner of his vision. Belle looked back, but the two of them made sure the Loki familia members were still in sight. They both knew Finn was up to something with his questioning. Level 2, Tioni answered plainly. At the least. But there was no announcement in the guild about him growing stronger. And the monsters down here require you to be at least level 4. I don't understand, Captain. Well, Finn dragged out the word as he glanced at the two hunters. It's possible to traverse the dungeon without confronting any monsters. All you would need is a good map, monster repellents, and a small and quick team. Did you also hear about that new method of loot farming? Oh. Tiona knocked her fist into her open hand as a flash of insight made her eyes widen. You mean spawn killing? Killing monsters while they're still being born by the dungeon? It's not very fun, and you hardly gain any exili though. Our goal today was just to find rare materials for my forge. Welf jumped in. We know we broke many of the guild rules. But have you seen the market price for black marrow? We've been careful, Belle stepped up. He wanted to plead with these people to let him stay. He gave it his all. We've been avoiding the larger hunting parties and monsters we can't handle. But, will you tell the guild? When he looked at the three adventurers, the girls flinched and looked away. He didn't know why. What a dangerous weapon, he heard Tioni mutter below her breath. It's almost as powerful as the captain's. Her sister nodded. No wonder A's received a critical wound. Even I was almost hit. Finn didn't react to Belle. He was instead considering something Welf had said prior. Black marrow? You mean from the skeleton warriors? Those are found on the floor below. Are you taking a break before heading down there? The two hunters felt the piercing glare of Lily beneath her hood. What do you mean? Welf coughed into the back of his hand. Ain't this floor 37? Finn looked up at him. No, this is 36. Did you by chance miscount your steps? Welf grumbled something incoherent while pulling out one of the mini maps from his pack. He glared at it, trying to figure out where they were. He bent down when Finn approached and asked to review it with him. They had a hushed conversation explaining the various paths displayed. How about you two? Belle asked the Amazonas twins while Finn and Welf were busy. Is Loki familia doing an expedition into the lower floors? Nah, Tiona answered, throwing her arms behind her head. It was our day off and we're kinda bored. We like to explore the dungeon for fun. Belle blanched. It was such a casual answer despite being in one of the lower floors. Was this the difference between an elite adventurer and a hunter? Belle was always on edge no matter what level he ventured through the Themerian tombs. Even now, knowing Welf would have his back, he did not relax at this level in the dungeon. "So it's just you three?" he asked, wondering where the rest of their usual team was. It was another curiosity, to see the difference in both experience and mindset of both professions. Belle could never imagine himself being casual during any district of the hunt. "Half of us didn't want to tag along," Tioni answered with a sigh and wave of her hand. She cocked a brow when she stared at Belle. Before he could ask, she leaned forward, her face dangerously close to his, with a large smirk. "Ho, are you worried about us, little rabbit? Ace will get jealous if you worry about us and not her." Being this close to her made him blush. When he tried to take a step back, she pressed forward. He planted his feet when he realized he would drag the group closer to Lily, who was doing her best to remain as unimportant as possible, just like the other supporters in the area. Doing so made him a few celch too close to the Amazonas. Amazonas girls were a lot more beautiful than the stories gave them credit for. Never mind, he could count the number of times he's been this close to a girl. Once, actually. Seir liked to tease him a lot. In any case, being this close to a really pretty girl made him fidget where he stood. "I was just curious," he said while looking away. His face was burning. And it's not that I'm worried about Miss Wallenstein. I know she can take care of herself." "So you're saying I can't take care of myself?" Tioni's eyes turned blunt. "No," he shouted in plea. "That's not what I meant. I'm sure you're a great adventurer. You're one of the top members of Loki familia." Her eyes narrowed dangerously. She stared at him in a long silence. It made him break out into cold sweat. Suddenly, she smirked. She was teasing him. He dipped his head while his face turned scarlet. It was one thing to be teased by Seir and Lily and Hestia and Ina, and, okay, every girl he met teased him. But still, it was one thing to be teased by them. It was another to be teased by an almost stranger. This would be the first time he engaged in conversation with the Amazonas. This wasn't the sort of impression he wanted to make with her, specifically as a member of Loki familia and teammate of Ace Wallenstein. Just what will Tioni tell the Sword Princess after this encounter? He looked over to Welf, begging with his eyes for the older man to help him out. Welf gave him a disappointed look. He wanted to sigh but held it in. Belle couldn't understand why. He folded up the map and straightened himself. "Thank you for the information. Appreciate it. Sorry, but we gotta cut this short before things get a little harder for us." You're going deeper down?" Tiona asked. Her eyes lit up as she pumped a fist into her palm. "This works out. Azu is up ahead. This will be the perfect chance for her and the little rabbit to get some time. Maybe a flag will be raised." Belle's heart skipped a beat. The Sword Princess was up ahead? She was the next floor down? He fidgeted where he stood. He hadn't been prepared for this. He wasn't mentally prepared. What if he ran into her? He shouldn't. Floors were such huge areas that only got bigger the lower one ventured. But on the off chance she did, especially when they were heading towards the Monster Rex chamber, she would, without a doubt, hear the chorus of battle and meet them there. "Captain," Tioni crossed her arms as she voiced her concerns. "Are you sure it's okay to let them through? I don't know anything about this Kratzo guy, but the little rabbit alone? They managed this far," Finn supplied with a smile. "Besides, if anything gets out of hand, I'm sure Aze will come to the rescue. She likes to do that often. And she'll drag Riveria along with her." This was not the words of an elite adventurer in regards for a newbie like Belle. There was something else in Finn's voice. Confidence. Faith. Truth. Finn believed in Belle enough to know he will not fall here and now. He believed Belle wouldn't need any support. Belle looked at him. Finn looked back and offered a smile. There was calculation in his eyes that betrayed his innocent facade. There was more behind the charming and lax prum that met the eye. "Oh." Tiona spoke up. "I get it now. It's because he's this good hunter like you said, isn't it?" Both Belle's and Welf's heads snapped at her. She caught their reaction and blinked. When the weight of her words fully registered, their heads slowly turned back towards Finn. He kept smiling, never breaking character. Finn knew something. He knew Belle. He knew Belle was a hunter. But whose side was he on? They didn't question him, though the accusations were on the tip of their tongues and resonated through their muscles, ready to draw their weapons if needed. Instead, something else drew their attention as though the dungeon itself wanted to avoid this confrontation. The light chime of a bell rang throughout the chamber. It echoed and traveled past them, gaining their attention. It was a sound unheard of to any adventurer. But the sound was known well to any hunter. There were 3 types of chimes a hunter knew. The most common came from the beckoning bell, to which the hunter would ring and call upon help from other hunters. Seldom, a hunter would respond by ringing a resonating bell and join the hunter no matter where they were. But the third, most rare, and most disastrous of the ringing came from a sinister bell. This bell would beckon a hunter to hunt other hunters. The hunt had forced Belle to remember each and every ring down to his core. It determined whether the thing approaching was friend or foe. And this chime came from the floor up ahead. That's... Welf breathed out. His hand immediately went to the large sword at his back. Captain? Tioni inquired as she saw Finn's face harden. She readied herself for battle. What was that? I've never heard that before. Finn didn't answer. Not right away. His face was full of focus as he brought his thumb up to his lips. He said nothing as he studied the hallway, waiting for an enemy to appear. Things flashed through Belle's mind. An invading hunter rarely appeared before him. More often than not, he had to play the game of prey and predator with them. An enemy hunter would appear anywhere in the district he was roaming. They could appear around any corner, hidden under any shadow, or wait in the middle of the road he couldn't avoid. This hunter was up ahead, based on the resonance of the sinister chime. It meant they were on the lower floor, as well as Ace Wallenstein. Good hunter. Wait. As soon as he came to this conclusion, he bolted. His legs kicked off the ground, leaving an impression of his foot onto the dungeon's soil. His body was a blur of mist and ash as he activated quickening with every step. They couldn't stop him. They couldn't follow him in time. He dove straight down the stairs and into the next floor. 000. Something was different, Maria mused. The Sword Princess had been surprised, but for only a split moment. After that, her fortitude hardened and she readied herself for battle. She did not look overwhelmed by this ambush. Rather, she looked pleased. She was probably desiring to fight this monster Rex alone, to test her mettle and grow stronger after the triumph. But with Maria arriving, well, the girl could now prove herself to the one who had defeated her twice. Maria will admit the first time was a little unfair. She, Ludwig, and Gehrman all assaulted the Loki familia camp with their drawers down. They had hit them before a proper defense could be issued. And by the time the alarms went off and their forces could be organized, the critical blow had already been dealt. Most of their leaders had been wounded, their pride most of all. The first time Maria faced Ace, the girl had hardly lifted her weapon. Maria wasn't a warrior, especially not a knight of honor. She was a hunter. There was no honor when a beast couldn't decipher friend from foe. The second time was less favorable. The girl was wounded after the prior skirmish. She was exhausted. Even if she was the one who challenged Maria, she could hardly defend herself in the counter. Her wounds caught up to her. But now? Well, they say third time's the charm. Maria actually found herself pressed. Awaken, Ace Wallenstein announced. Such a soft voice. A voice belonging to a maiden who should remain indoors. The voice of a doll who should wear pretty skirts and never need to lift a sword. It didn't belong on the field of battle. And yet, her voice made her sword come alive. Magic thrived as wind cycled around her sword. A miniature storm gathered around the blade. The ignition alone blew the skeletal monsters near her into dust. Maria hadn't seen this during any of their skirmishes. It wasn't her style to wait and see what hidden cards her opponents could pull. If she had the opportunity to strike down her foe, then she would take it. That was the way of a true hunter. And she had taken that opportunity both times against the Sword Princess. Honestly, she should have ignored Oedon's orders and killed the little wench. She wouldn't need to be here thrice otherwise. Maria's garments weren't designed for magic protection. So when Ace fired off like a bullet and slammed her sword against her rakuyo, the magical application of the bustling winds felt more like a cleric beast throwing its entire body against her. Her face was carved as the wind shoved her off her feet. A simple quickening planted her feet back to the floor. The blood trickled down her face as she readjusted her previous impression of the girl. She had skill and, evidently, she had power. It made up for the lack of experience compared to some of the things Maria had seen. Unfortunately, knowing what was to come couldn't protect Maria. Ace followed after her and brought her weapon again for another strike. Maria was forced to quicken away. The next swipe created a gorge of sundered earth, blasting away dungeon flooring as well as a wave of skeletons 20 yards across. The pursuit did not stop there. It didn't matter if the skeletons fought for her due to the sinister Belle. It didn't matter if the monster Rex created more skeletons or would eventually join the fight itself. Ace Wallenstein was something Maria could not fight under these conditions. Not only did the blade pierce through all of her defenses, but the blade also protected her in an armor of wind. She knew she was outmatched. All the proof she needed was the elf. The woman towards the front entrance remained sitting with her staff resting against her lap. Though she watched intently, she showed no signs of stepping into the fray. If things were to continue on like this, then Maria would be forced back into the hunter's den. Her mission would fail. Worse than failure and facing Oedon's wrath, Michaelash would never let it down. Eudeos, the monster Rex, strolled forward and brought a colossal hand across the field. Its skeletal minions either moved out of the way or were shattered by its sudden speed. With claws digging into the earth, a tremor surged forward towards the two of them. Blessings from the sinister Belle granted Maria immunity from any carnage wrought by the monsters. But the same could not be said about Ace. The sword princess was forced to dodge out of the way. The speed of a high-tier adventurer was truly admirable. She moved just as quickly as a hunter through quickening. Had the girl grown since last they met? Or had Maria struck her down before any of these feats could be observed? Eudeos charged forward, bringing its scepter down as well. Black energy blew out of the gem at the tip, creating a concussive shockwave as soon as it struck the ground. Aze brought her sword around and struck against the black wall of raw force. Her wind triumphed, carving through it as though it were fabric. She launched herself forward and stabbed her thin blade into the shoulder of the monster Rex. An explosion of wind tore the limb off of the monster Rex. The beast howled more in outrage than agony. The curiosity whether this creature felt pain at all was brushed to the back of Maria's mind. There was something far more pressing at the moment. The interference of the monster Rex bought her time. She regained her composition and reevaluated her situation. As she was now, there was nothing she could do that could harm Aze Wallenstein. That wind ability was too troublesome. There was only one option, then. Maria spun both blades of her rakuyo around and plunged them into her abdomen. When her eyes met Aze, who was still watching Eudeos in the corner of her eye, they were full of shock and confusion. A number of assumptions and questions flashed through her eyes. Why had Maria done this? Was this a trick? Was she giving up? These were the sorts of things Maria read. The elf stirred where she sat. The staff was raised with the butt resting on the ground. Her grip on it tightened as her eyes narrowed. I was wrong about you, Maria spoke so calmly and unlabored as though she were still at the peak of her health. I see now why Oedon finds Loki familia as a nuisance. It's best to rip this at its root before the weed can spread. Maria stood tall as she ripped her blades out of her body, creating a massive gash in the process. Blood flowed freely through her suit and dripped along the edge of her weapons. There was so much blood, more than enough to debilitate a normal person and kill them in a matter of seconds. Yet, Maria took her steps with as much grace as ever before. She quickened, this time advancing rather than retreating. With both blades arching diagonally and a trail of blood following after them, she attacked Aze. The girl's eyes widened further, but instinct kicked in. She raised her weapon in a proper defense. It was at the perfect angle to block both swipes of the katana and dagger. However, Maria's blood coating the blades allowed them to pierce through Aze's protections. They tore through the wind like fabric. Aze's eyes widened with heavy disbelief, but it was her instincts as an adventurer kicking in that saved her. While her mind could not fathom the idea of her magic failing her, her body was already moving. She twisted herself to the side and adjusted the angle of her sword to parry rather than block. A fatal blow was avoided, but the swing was too ahead to fully avoid. While the steel of the rakuyo clashed against Aze's desperate, the blood continued to stream forward like the liquid that it was. Bladed liquid, if such a concept existed. It cut into the sword princess' shoulder and arm better than any blade possible. The girl's mind registered the pain. Maria could read this through her eyes. She ignored it. She kept moving, pushing everything into a counterattack while plotting a way around this new ability. What curiosity drives you so recklessly? Maria asked before the next confrontation could begin. Their swords clashed again and again. Aze was smooth and graceful in her footing and in her strikes. Every swing was one stroke being chained for the maximum effect. It spoke how many hours she spent in training to create this concept and then sharpening it in the field of battle. Truly, as Maria was the ideal hunter, Aze Wallenstein was the ideal adventurer. Yet, Maria could not help but pity the girl. Maria was something more than just a hunter, as loath as she was to admit it. She was a descendant from the Canehurst royalty. Her cursed blood was a weapon of itself. With every clash, the blood coating her weapon sprinkled and splashed out. Every droplet was as sharp as needles and blades, each carved into the Wallenstein girl no matter what defense she put up. If she chose to distance herself, Maria would swing at the open air and let the trail of blood reach her. The results were always the same. There was also the gift of the sinister Belle. The monsters of the dungeon were her allies, such including the monster Rex. Eudeos rampaged whenever Aze found a break in Maria's assaults. The monster Rex breathed out a miasma of toxicity and curses. Those could be thwarted by Aze's magic, but such cost focus and effort, if not a lick of time. Even a fragment of this sacrificed effort was more than enough for Maria to abuse, to either strike at a weakness or position herself anew. Harbinger of the end, the white snow. The elf's voice echoed throughout the chamber. It didn't take a genius to figure out what she was trying to do. All of the warmth of the room was being drained. Power, like an electrical storm and second sun, was rising out of the elf's staff and her inner core. She was drawing upon her magic to support her teammate. No longer will she remain idle. It was to be expected. It was what Maria would have done if another hunter was present. Alas for the both of them, Oedon sent her and not the others. The old one knew she was more than enough for these two. Blow with the wind before the twilight, she continued. More cold was approaching. Frost began to gather around her feet. Her strategy was to freeze the area, to freeze the blood Maria was using as a weapon. Very intuitive. Clever. But Maria sheathed Rakuyo into its hilt. She crouched with her legs spread and body twisted. Her hand gripped tight on its hilt. Ace either knew this drawing stance or something similar to it. Those of the Far East held similar fighting styles to the Canehurst Knights. She adjusted her footing and raised her sword. She positioned herself between Maria and the elf. She meant to use herself as a shield no matter what, so the elf may finish her incantation. How suicidal. She meant to sacrifice herself if it meant to stop Maria? Foolish. Disappointing. It was a shame Maria had no intention of going through her. As promising as it was to slay the Sword Princess here and now, she didn't want to be weakened or possibly defeated by the elf's magics. When Maria drew out her blade, it was not in a forward stroke. Blood whipped out as she kicked off the ground, flying straight up into the air. She manipulated the blood of her sword, forcing it to compel her upwards, lifting her up several meters up. She floated there for a split second. Both of the adventurers' eyes widened as they realized what shall happen next. Swinging the dagger behind, a bubble of blood burst behind her, propelling Maria towards the elf. She flew like a cannonball through the air. There was nothing that could stop her as she raised her katana over her head and swung down with perfect timing. An explosion of blood tore the surroundings apart. Red liquid and dust blew everywhere. Riveria? Ace shouted. It was the first time Maria had ever heard such emotion from the girl. There was a chance. There was a chance the elf, Riveria, could survive. How many beasts had Maria slain? Only to have them rise up and take one of her party members. These adventurers were rather formidable. They were durable. Who was to say they couldn't survive a direct attack like this? There was resistance coming from her blade. Maria didn't need to see through the cloud of dust to know. Intuition told her Riveria had survived the strike. Power continued to course through her. She intended to finish her spell to the very end. Admirable. Truly. But while the elf had impressive defenses on her body and clothes, Maria had yet to find any creature just as formidable at the eyes. It had only been an instant since Maria dug her blade into the collar of the elf who refused to die. In the next instant, she swiped her dagger across Riveria's face. Her dagger was too thick to pierce through the eye socket and couldn't pierce completely through the skin and get to the brain. But she could blind the creature. And the pain is excruciating. Riveria couldn't withhold the scream. All the power she had gathered suddenly flared. Her skin brightened. Perhaps Maria had made a mistake. An explosion not unlike the one the Good Hunter's knife created came directly from Riveria's core. It did not destroy her body but rather erupted through her skin in a magical shockwave. Maria, with armor lacking in arcana defense, received a wholesome blow at point blank. She was thrown away with her vision blurring by black dots. Her body crashed against a gathering of black skeletons. It did not cushion her fall. Splintered bones dug into her back but never penetrated her suit. She wanted to stand immediately, but her body wouldn't listen. It was too shocked from the magical concussion. When she eventually stood, she had expected to be bombarded by a myriad of assaults from the Sword Princess. Instead, there was nothing. She was surrounded by the monsters with the monster Rex towering behind her in a protective slouch. Ace Wallenstein cradled her comrade, who clutched her staff throughout the pain and bleeding sockets. The elf was leaning against her while Ace raised her sword in a protective gesture. No longer was she willing to fight to defeat Maria. She was going to fight to flee. This mission was a failure. The Sword Princess was going to flee at first chance. Once this happened, she will report to her team. They will learn of Maria's capabilities. They will be better prepared. Possibly, they will be able to put her down. So be it. Oedon did not want this one dead for reasons Maria didn't dare to question. But if the entire purpose of the hunters would be put in jeopardy by this, then it would be best to put them both down. No more toying. No more striking fear into Loki familia. No more annoying warnings. Maria would use her cursed blood to its fullest. Maria. Her heart skipped a beat at the sudden wave of killing intent. Her heart swooned. Her heart wanted to leap for joy. Excitement filled through her. Joy flowed. It was like when Gehrman had found her and given her a home all over again. This killing intent, it was so potent. It was nauseating and suffocating. Why? Even the monster Rex behind her shivered and took a half step back. Belle stood at the foot of the entrance. His eyes were blazing. He had taken a short glance at the room and understood the full story. He understood Maria had arrived through a sinister Belle and had assaulted his woman. She would have been disgusted if not for this amount of killing intent. True, he promised a gruesome death because she had harmed something he cared dearly for. This part she despised as it was furthest from the ideal quality of a hunter. But it was the killing intent itself. This wasn't around when last they met. This was the mindset of the good hunter from the nightmare. Belle, she breathed out like a lost love. Emotions teased her. With it, her killing intent matched his. You remember. At last. At last. At last, she can exact her vengeance. 000. You remember. There was no denying he remembered everything. Everything. All of it he didn't want to. It was more than their fight in the clock tower. It was more than her warning to stop him from advancing and he defying her. He remembered the fishing hamlet. He saw what the church had done. And there, washed up on the beach at the furthest edge of the village, was the greatest sin he wasn't meant to see. There he saw the thing Maria had tried to stop him from learning. The death of innocence. The death of an old one. Kos, or some say Cosm, do you hear her prayers? Kos, the mother of the cosmos, lay dead. He couldn't understand it at the time. All he thought was the healing church had arrived at this village who had been infected with beasthood. He thought they were butchering innocents. He thought they had murdered a god. But they had done more than that. The church had created a curse. Upon killing this old one had they invoked its wrath and that of the village's survivors. The nightmare had been created. Every hunter who partook in this raid were trapped in the nightmare to forever relive this maddened day. Every hunter after them, and their children, and their children's children, and on, and on. Belle was no exception. It was only from killing the orphan, a bastard born from the corpse of Kos, was he able to escape the nightmare. But not Ludwig, who he slew as a monster, and not Maria, who he murdered out of curiosity alone. A corpse should be left well alone, she had said. Awakened now, with both the memories of a hunter and an adventurer, he understood. Seeing Kos like that was more than the death of the village's god. It was more than a pagan and blasphemous idol. What the healing church had done was equal to Belle strangling Hestia with his own hands. He gripped the blade of mercy as he stepped forward. Monsters continued to spawn by the monster Rex's miasma. Shattered bone and dust were reforming into skeleton warriors. He can tell from a glance alone they were all level 4 with the monster Rex being level 6. They meant nothing to him. His eyes were only for Lady Maria. Get out of here, he said to his crush and her teammate as he moved past them. A hand latched onto the hem of his coat. Ace had stopped him. He never looked her way, never daring to look away from Maria. Is that? Riveria croaked through her shut eyes. The rabbit? What are you doing down here? You're the one who needs to leave before she kills you. Even if I do, she's after me most of all, he said assuredly. She won't let me. You should go while I have her attention. But don't worry. I won't die. I've killed her before. Across the floor, Maria dipped her head slightly. Her eyes sharpened. She was already in her second phase and was readying herself for his approach. From the pocket of his duster, did he pull out a dark brown pellet. It was a congealed marble of beast's blood, unoriginally named Beast Blood Pellet, that he pried out of the pockets of Gascoigne and Henrique. Parallel to blood vials containing the parasite that turned men into beasts, the beast pellet did not enhance his regeneration abilities. They instead heightened all of his senses and boosted his metabolism. Like the name, they drew any who took them as close to beasthood as was possible without full transformation. Belle popped it into his mouth and crunched down. Immediately, as soon as the flakes touched his tongue, did he feel its effects. He let out a beast roar, a shockwave of pure sound that blew away the dust and the first 20 skeleton warriors in front of him. It created a clearing as the monsters were shoved back. The sound of a monster's roar coming out of his throat made Ace Wallenstein's grip loosen. He didn't dare to think what expression she wore at the moment. He launched forward, quickening straight into the horde of skeleton warriors. The blade of mercy was a silver streak as it cleaved through both metal swords and obsidian bone. The trick weapon forged of alien metal was more than enough to break through whatever made them real. What's more, the skeleton warriors fell did not get up again. Maria met him, quickening as well to match his speed. Her katana clashed against his. The nook of the blade of mercy locked her katana in place. For a split second, he released the blade in order to escape the trail of blood, continuing to move forward by the momentum of her swing. The bladed blood missed him completely. She brought her dagger around. He stepped in close, circling around her swing and dodging the blood following. She pivoted her body around to avoid his fist to her liver. The katana was brought around, hurling the blade of mercy around with it. Belle kicked the hilt of his sword, knocking her swing upward. They both quickened once he grabbed a hold of his weapon. More sparks flew when they next clashed. Blood carved through the territory. Silver crushed black bones. The area around them did not matter. The monsters were secondary as the two hunters clashed. Maria combined her weapons together while pulling out her pistol. While she swung her rakuyo at Belle, while they danced together to get around the other's defense, she was looking for a point to shoot him. He kept up his defense, dodging her blood streaks while parrying her sword with one hand. His other hand rested behind his back under his cloak, grabbing onto something she couldn't see. Neither of the two were flawless in their defenses, however. Gashes appeared across of both their bodies. Minuscule cuts to hindering wounds. Their pristine hunter garments were being reduced to shredded rags. It was a battle of attrition to see which one would fall under 1,000 cuts. After the 100th engagement, Maria found her opening. She withdrew her pistol and fired. Belle saw her take aim. With his blade locked with her rakuyo, he withdrew his other hand. The Oedon knife blazed with red Carol runes. He didn't need to be faster than her bullet, though there was no doubt he could have been under the enhancement of the beast pellet. He only needed to know where she was aiming at. The knife deflected her quicksilver bullet just as simply as her other strikes. The stray bullet pierced through the skull of a random skeleton warrior. Their battle continued. They both pocketed their secondary weapons at the same time, almost in perfect sync as though trained with the same fighting style, and knocked their trick weapons. The rakuyo and the blade of mercy split apart simultaneously. They continued to fight, endlessly quickening to the point they were never in the same spot longer than a second. The two of them were nothing but ash and mist as they exchanged blow after blow. Some struck. Others missed. The rest were deflected, or parried, or blocked, or feinted. Blades and guns were not their only weapons. Hunters do not fight honorably. They rammed into each other, throwing their shoulders, or the occasional kick. They butted heads, spat, and tried to knock the other off balance. Maria had lost her hat at some point, while Belle had to abandon his pack when she latched onto it. But no matter how fiercely they fought, it was a stalemate. There would be no victor at this rate. Maria was the one who disengaged and quickened several meters away. Belle did not pursue. His breathing was extremely labored and his heart was hammering. He was sweating, unlike Maria who had endless stamina thanks to the sinister Belle. She was really nothing more than a phantom. He took this moment to pop another beast pellet into his mouth. Its drugging effects were reinforced. Maria stood straight with her arms slightly apart from her body, her weapons pointing outwards. She took a deep breath as she lifted her head. He knew what was to come next. The skeletons all collapsed as the dungeon itself breathed. A dark flame from each skeleton appeared from their core. The magic stones keeping them alive shattered. The flames traveled, gathering around Lady Maria, cycling around her and compressing into herself. The monster Rex let out a sigh as the life was drained out of it. Its body collapsed in the same way a building would topple over. The ground shook at its death while the brightest and hottest flame of life went towards Maria. Everyone. He heard Welf through his tunnel vision. He briefly wondered at what point did he arrive. Loki familia must also be with him. Get back. Power exploded out of Maria at the climax of her technique, whatever it was. Phantasmal winds blew his duster and hair around. He had seen this move before. She had used it when he had pushed her into a corner at the clock tower. When she was at her most desperate, she was willing to sacrifice everything to stop him. This time was different. She was going to sacrifice everything not to stop him, not to grant him a death so horrendous he would think again about challenging her in the next life. She was going to end him forever true. He tossed one of the blades onto the tip of the other and flicked his wrist. They latched onto each other and clicked shut. It was a performance he had done countless times and had mastered both leisurely and in the heat of battle. With his other hand, he pulled out the Oedon knife. He crossed the blades together to ready himself. Maria did not hesitate to initiate the next assault. She swung the katana underhand, an almost casual gesture. The sword sang and would never hope to hit him. The trail of blood followed after and fell short. But the blood ignited into bright flames. A great inferno was heading towards him. 000. What the hell? Tioni gasped as she watched. Ace probably would have never said it. But she pouted slightly when Tioni had voiced the exact words she struggled to find. Her observations of the brawl had left her blank. Even Riveria, as blind as she was silent as she kept aware of the fight through her extra senses. A lack of sight did not hinder her. There was something about the elves that let them see things humans could never hope to comprehend. It was in their blood to understand nature magic, whatever that was in comparison to normal magic. Riveria's grip on her staff was tightening to the point her knuckles were white. Ace was pretty sure it had nothing to do with the pain. Captain, Tiona said quietly while she watched Belle and Maria fight to the death. Shouldn't we do something? This is a high-value target. What if Belle loses? That's what Tiona wanted to say. Ace didn't dare to look at Finn. The grim voice gave her an image of his expression. If there's anybody who can defeat Lady Maria, Finn spoke with a blend of guilt, reluctance, and the desire to do more, it is the good hunter. I believe in Master Crannel. Her heart stopped when Maria sheathed her weapon. Belle froze in place. She expected Maria to launch up in the air and create another explosion. This time leagues more devastating with this fire affinity. Instead, she unleashed a quick draw, bringing about a beam of burning blood as instantaneous as a flash. Belle had moved, tracing her arm movements scant frames before the blade was fully out of the scabbard. He vanished into smoke with that strange technique and dodged out of the way. Hadn't he would have been incinerated like the gaping hole out of the side of the dungeon wall. Finn, Riveria growled. What? Just what are these hunters? Where do they come from? How can they be just as powerful as we adventurers? What is Oedon? Ace blinked. The way Riveria was asking, it suggested she was accusing more than asking. Finn knew something. That was the tone Riveria was suggesting. He knew more than rumors and stories like when he previously shared about these hunters. Are you sure you should be asking something like that? The stranger with red hair asked. This ain't something we should be leisure about. Ask later. Like when we're out of the crossfire later. There was fear and astonishment in his voice. He, someone who had to be equal or close to in rank as Belle to be in his company, was giving advice to a highly experienced adventurer. He was either aware of Belle's prowess or had similar experiences of his own to be able to say such things. Was he just as skilled as Belle? Did he too wield hidden potential not belonging to an adventurer? Oh yes, Ace had experienced more than enough with these hunters to understand they were apart from adventurers. More than just tactics and habits. They were a class of themselves. Just as how adventurers gain power through Exili and the fauna ritual of their patron gods, it was just as possible the hunters gained similar power through alternative means. Her conclusion, Belle Crannel was a hunter before becoming an adventurer. While he may be a newbie as an adventurer, he was already formidable by his experiences as a hunter. If he slaying a minotaur was not proof enough, the constant explosion of blood-fire meteors in front of her face silenced any skepticism she had before. With Maria's next strike, Belle unleashed another terrifying howl. Ace could not deny the sound terrified her. It was as though Belle himself were an irregular monster. Yet, whatever he did, he forced the inferno of blood fire to swirl around him and prevent him from harm. His clothes were in tatters. The dragon leather coat was torn with patches exposed. Underneath lay blackened skin from Maria's assaults. Yet Belle was ignoring these wounds. He kept at it, constantly bombarding her with attacks of his own by underhanded tricks and the slashing of his mechanical sword. She saw him put those medicinal pellets into his mouth. Every time he did, he became a little more savage. His attacks became fiercer. He was losing his grace in exchange for brutality. When his stamina was waning, those pellets reinvigorated him. Despite this shift in technique, his skill never faltered. To compare, it was like whenever Gareth overindulged in drink. Her dwarf commander was not a better or worse fighter when sober or drunk. He was simply different. It was this shift that was confusing Maria. Her own skill was impressive enough to meet with his. But the more pellets he chewed, the more she was pressed. At the same time, the more he ate the pellets, the less time he had before needing to take another. Like with Gareth, who said the adrenaline of battle forced him to sober quickly, the labor of Belle's body was pushing the drug through his system faster than it could settle. It was possible the exhaustion was burning it more than digesting. This battle was a stalemate. Neither one of the two were better than the other unless one made a fatal mistake. And with their level of skill, a god's arcanum would need to plant a rock unsuspecting under their foot and have them trip. Would that even be enough? They seemed more than capable of recovering from that. Ace didn't realize she was clutching her desperate so tightly until a gentle hand from Riveria told her. The muscles were stiff. She struggled to loosen the grip. What was this she was feeling? Hopelessness? It had been a long time since she had felt this. She hadn't felt this. Not since wanting to become an adventurer as a little girl. Not since the one-eyed black dragon stole everything away from her. Not since all the work she could find was as a supporter. This was how she was feeling right now. How she wanted to leap into the battle and help Belle. More than just support him. She wanted to stand at his side. She had a vendetta against this woman for being stronger than her. But now, someone she had admired was fighting on her behalf because of her failure as an adventurer. It hurt her pride. But she knew she couldn't assist him. Not as she was now. After all, her aerial did nothing against the hunter's blood magic. It would do even less against this hellfire. Her heart stopped. A blast of fire erupted out of Belle's back. He did not cry out. The flames were too hot for him to feel anything as Maria's katana pierced through his stomach and exited out of his back. Master Belle! The supporter prum screamed in despair. Ace almost took off. Almost launched herself at the woman as a wave of emotion soared through her. A heat unlike any other blazed through her heart. Riveria's grip held her firm. She didn't understand. Not Riveria's actions. Ace's attention was locked on Maria. The woman was neither jovial nor disappointed by the fatal blow. Her eyes shone with understanding, as if she had made a critical error. It had been. In the next instant, Belle drove both of his jagged blades through her. He drove them upwards in what she knew had pierced the woman's lungs and heart. The two stood still, leaning against each other's weapons. Maria leaned into Belle and whispered something into his ear. He didn't react any further than a blink. Both wrenched their weapons out of the other. Blood flowed furiously out of their wounds. Well met. Belle Crannel, Maria cackled with a sneer of insult. May you find your worth in the waking world. She fell to her knees, dropping her weapons and clutching her wound. Her body began to blink in and out, turning transparent. The more she slouched, the more her body faded away like mist. She vanished in the same way she had appeared. It was as though she was never truly here in the first place. Nobody moved until the dual swords fell out of Belle's hands. He remained standing, staring directly at where Maria had fallen. His torso was slouched, slowing most of the blood from his abdomen, but spreading the wound out of his back. If his organs were secure, then the blood loss will end him. He did not move. His eyes were out of focus. He was unconscious where he stood. "Take me to him," Riveria ordered. "Now." Ace did not hesitate. She guided Riveria through the pile of black dust left by the monsters. The terrain was uneven courtesy of Maria's blood attacks and the monster Rex's rampage. "And Master Belle." The Prum screamed some more as she rushed forward. She was no faster than Ace and Riveria while she traversed the awkward floor with her large pack. She abandoned it, but not before digging through its contents and retrieving healing potions and gauze. "Here. Please take this. Please save Master Belle. Please." "None of that will do any good," the red-haired stranger spoke grimly. He approached while rummaging through his satchel. What do you know?" The Prum screamed in a frenzy. She was panicking. Her partner was on the verge of death. "More than you do, Lily," he said calmly while brushing by Ace. From his pack, he pulled out the same red vial Maria had given her during Monstophilia. "Ace, why did you?" Riveria was going to ask why she stopped when she sensed her hesitation. Ace watched as the man approached Belle, studied his wounds for a brief instant, and pulled out 2 more vials when he realized it wasn't enough. He uncapped them, revealing needles for injection underneath. With practiced hands, he jammed all 3 into Belle's back right above the gaping wound. The red liquid entered his skin, and Ace saw the boy's insides regenerate before her eyes. Innards and ribs were growing and adjusting while muscle was reknitting. It wasn't until his skin was starting to stretch did Belle scream in alarming agony, and then pass out once again, flat on his face. 000. Annoyance crossed through Maria as soon as she opened her eyes. Her legs were stiff from having to sit like this, despite being on a number of cushions. Her body was unconscious while her psyche had created a projection through the sinister Belle resting on her desk. The doll, vessel of Oedon, was sitting on the chair across of her. "Did you know the good hunter would be there?" she asked, holding back the sharp tone. She wouldn't dare to accuse the old one of anything. The doll tilted its head slightly, feigning human wonderment. "I did not." "Does this mean you have found him?" Maria's lower lip twitched. Only once. She controlled her emotions. The doll was playing ignorant? Maria recognized the knife Belle had used. It was the same one he had used during the Monstophilia incident, and it had exploded into 1,000 fragments when it couldn't register all of the blood echoes in his soul. She also saw the Carol runes etched into the blade instead of whatever witchcraft runes native to these lands he had used before. Only a hunter with the right equipment to make trick weapons and an altar could implement Carol runes to that degree. He was protecting Ace Wallenstein of Loki familia, Maria chose to answer. We at least know she means something to him. We can lure him out through her. The doll did not say anything as it remained still. Maria could not read its emotions. That was the problem she hated with the doll. People she can understand. Even the rampant beasts. But never the doll. She didn't like what she couldn't understand. "This will do," the doll said eventually. It stood and went towards the door without any further word. "Wait." The doll stopped and craned its head over its shoulder. It almost looked curious and concerned. Almost. "The good hunter is my prey," Maria declared. "I will be the one who will make him pay for what he's done. May you find your worth in the waking world," the doll offered. It was permission. With that said, it excused itself from Maria's room. 000. His head was ringing. Did he get dragged into drinking with his goddess and Mayak again? His bones ached, he was thirsty beyond pain, and his brain was swishing around as though in the middle of a storm. Belle opened his eyes to a dimly lit room. He recognized the wooden ceiling anywhere. His eyes immediately went to the right. Red and blue eyes met. "We must stop meeting like this, Mr. Crannel," Liu said meticulously as she wringed out the water of a cloth and soon approached the bed. She placed it over his brow. "Oh, hey there, Liu," he said weakly but still offered his best smile. It didn't feel like much with how tired he felt. "Please tell me I didn't lose my swords again. Is that concern or fear for you to ask about those rather than something else?" She asked dryly. "Fear," he said straight away with more vigor than before. "Definitely fear." Liu studied him briefly. "I see. You'll be happy to know they are in safekeeping here in the Benevolent Mistress. Findame of Loki familia explicitly requested we hide them while you recover. We would have delivered them to your goddess, but she is busy at the moment dealing with the guild." "Huh." Belle blinked a few times. "Guild? Hestia is? Why? What's going on?" There's been a report to the guild that a certain rabbit ventured too far into the dungeon without permission, she said simply. He grimaced as he sank his head into the pillow. Word got out anyways. Go figure. Someone from Loki familia probably blabbed. He shouldn't blame them. They were only doing something reasonable. He was still a level 1 adventurer roaming around in a level 4 area. He couldn't argue with them considering he nearly died. Granted, he mopped the floor of any monster that came at him and was really done in by Lady Maria. But still, rules are rules for a reason. Ah, what about my party members? Belle asked. I don't know the full details, Liu answered as she pulled out a stool to sit at his bedside. I do know both Hephaestus familia and Soma familia have been notified. However, I believe Loki familia will taking responsibility for the violation fees the guild will charge. At least, this was promised by Dame. If not from his familia, then by his own pocket. I do not trust him, so I cannot say for certain. Belle stared up at the ceiling as he thought. Truth be told, he knew nothing about the prom captain. Sure, he knew his reputation as an adventurer and had talked to him scarcely enough to have an impression. But there was something more. Finn was a hunter. There was no denying that. He wondered if he should tell you, so she could pass on a message to Eileen. No. He would need more evidence first. Being called good hunter wasn't enough. All the other hunters he had met so far had called him that. Finn could have heard it from any of them, or from some third party who had. They are safe, if that is your concern, Liu said in a somewhat gentler voice, which was extremely difficult to notice. They were able to exit the dungeon without any injuries. That's good, he sighed. Another thought crossed his mind. It made him break into cold sweat. Lu, who exactly carried me here? Your blacksmith companion, she answered readily. He almost broke into tears of joy. Ace Wallenstein may have seen him battered and broken again, but at least she didn't drag him here all over again like last time. Lu? Another thought crossed his mind. Please tell me Loki familia didn't pay for me again. Can you tell Mamma Mia I'll pay instead? I don't want her to think I'm the kind of guy who gets beat up and pitted by my peers. There is no need, Liu shifted in her seat. We've come to expect this sort of behavior from you, and suspect it won't be the last. Furthermore, Mother Mia has been called back by her familia for an expedition. She will be gone for some time. His instincts had told him Mamma Mia was someone to be wary about. And it went deeper than as a tavern wench who needed to wrestle groping adventurers on a daily basis. He should have known she was an adventurer. He wondered which familia she belonged to. What do you mean expected? He blurted out as what she said finally registered. Do you think I always put myself in this amount of danger on purpose? Enough so you give me this room? Oh no, she said coolly. Do not be mistaken. While the room is reserved for your use under special conditions, we are charging Hestia familia per each use as well as meals and services. So you're just taking advantage of an injured man. Seir thought you would appreciate being nursed back to help in a friendly environment, Liu stated matter-of-factly. Belle frowned with reluctance. I guess. It would be nice to be nursed back to help by a cute girl. Something shifted in Liu's eyes. Mr. Crannel, do you mean to tell me I'm not cute? I didn't say that. He blurted out. He would have sat up if her icy stare didn't petrify him. I was just thinking it would be nice to be nursed by Seir. No. Wait. I can't have her do that. It'd be too embarrassing. You seem to have no problem with it being me. That's because you've already done this. I've already lost all my shame with you. If anything, you should take responsibility for taking something I can't ever have back. Her brows shot up. Is that a proposal? He froze. All the blood he had remaining ran up to his face. He shivered as he tossed the blanket over his head. He wailed a few incoherent denials. I must politely decline, Liu said professionally, cold, distant, and apathetic. Not only would your goddess curse me forever, but I would be doing something unforgivable to Seir. I appreciate your sentiments, but am quite satisfied where I'm at right now. Why don't we start by being friends? Liu. He sniffed as he lowered the blanket enough for his eyes to peer over. I don't know if you're being serious or just teasing me. Who knows? She said casually. There came a few knocks on the door. Very soft knocks. It would have been missed if they had continued to talk. Or, rather, the knocks had been intentionally timed once the awkward silence was apparent. Liu stood and approached the door. This time, all the color in Belle's face drained away. The one who entered was Ace Wallenstein. She was pristine without any dirt, grime, and blood. She had removed her armor in favor of the backless blouse and skirt he always saw her in. Miss Wallenstein. He shot up from his bed. Her eyes flicked immediately below his neck. He didn't realize he was only in his small clothes until her eyes noticed him. He squealed like a girl and covered himself with the blanket, cradling himself in the fetal position and praying to ever God in the upper and lower world she would forget this embarrassing moment. Mr. Crannel seems healthy enough to no longer need my attention, Liu stated simply. I have other duties to attend to. If you will excuse me. Wait, she was leaving him here? Alone? With the sword princess? Ace didn't make a noise as she stepped further inside. The door shut once Liu left. The sword princess didn't move any further. She remained standing at the edge of the bed. Several agonizing minutes passed in silence. How are your injuries? Her voice was small and awkward. He peeked his head out, only enough to be polite while keeping his modesty in check. They're fine. I think. A little sore. But I'm alive. Ah ha 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 ha. He wanted to smack himself. He was blowing it. She probably thought he was a total loser who had never talked to a girl in his entire life. It was mostly true. He hadn't talked to a girl since coming to Oririo. 2 months in the city was hardly enough time for him to adjust. I see, she said with a slight nod. That is good. More awkward silence. How about Miss Riveria? He asked. She looked really hurt last I saw. Riveria is fine, she answered a little easier. She was able to use her magic to heal her eyes. She's having difficulty seeing right now, but she says it will go back to normal soon. That's good, he sighed with relief. I'm so glad I showed up before something really bad could happen. There was more silence, but it wasn't the same awkward silence. It was uncomfortable. It was as though he had said the wrong thing. Something shifted in her posture and in her eyes. She wasn't looking at him at the moment. Why were you down there? She asked suddenly. Why was a noob like him down in a dungeon she frequented? How could he answer that? Honesty, for starters. But not everything. We were looking for specific drop items, he said. Welf, he's a blacksmith of Hephaestus Familia. He needed certain items for his forge. I agreed to help him. We just happened to be there when Lady Maria showed up. He wondered if Welf did manage to get the materials he needed. He would have to ask the man when next he could. I see, Ace said in acknowledgement, but wasn't satisfied. He could tell she wanted to know more and wanted to ask more. But she remained silent. She looked briefly at the door as if someone else would walk in. No one did. She approached the bed. He tensed and brought the blanket under his chin. Her face was determined with something he couldn't read. You fight just like her. He immediately knew what she was talking about. But still he questioned it inside his mind. Did he really fight like Lady Maria? Her style of fighting was different from his. Really, their styles entirely depended on what trick weapon they used. If anything, Maria's style of fighting was a blend of Canehurst dueling and whatever Gehrman used. His was more based on, if anything, Eileen. He didn't get to study under her. But upon picking up the Blade of Mercy, did he have to quickly learn how to use the weapon? Or perish? However, at their core, both styles were anti-hunters. Teach me. His thinking process came to a screeching halt. He blinked and looked at her. Ace Wallenstein bowed with her face parallel to the ground. She lowered her head for him. Teach me how to fight like you. Please, she pleaded in her unique way. Time stopped for him. He couldn't think. Eek, was all his voice could find to say. Chapter 11. It was an early afternoon at Pantheon, the headquarters of the guild. Most of the morning traffic had cleared out with a few adventurers coming and going for small things. Things won't become hectic again until nightfall, when most of the adventurers down in the dungeon would return to the surface. Misha kept glancing at the clock. It was a few minutes past her scheduled lunch break. Guild regulations would grant her the 30 minutes no matter what, but she couldn't leave until all of her business was complete. Her last-minute walk-in was a pair of adventurers assigned to her as their advisor. Normally, as adventurers were allowed to pick and choose their own advisors, most adventurers would choose an animal person or an elf. Or Aina. Misha was just a common human. She was surprised she had been requested out of the flowers of the guild. She should have put some thought into it. Just a little. But she was too anxious to start her break already. She had been working since dawn. How many times do I have to tell you too? She groaned. More frustrated this meeting was going to drag longer than it should have then. How did Aina put it with her white rabbit? Making sure the two of them returned safely. You're only a couple of newbies. You need to stop diving into the deep down. I don't care what your goddess says. You need to follow rules. We have them for a reason. You can take the fee out the reward. The one who did most of the talking, Chase, answered coolly with a prepared tone. I'd also like to purchase a map of the 40th floor and… Are you even listening? She sagged in her seat. It was the talk of the century, for a couple of days, when the goddess Prometheus stepped down from her position in order to create a familia of her own. It was an even bigger scandal when her chosen children had refused the recommended guild advisor and requested Misha specifically. Misha felt like she had a lot to live up to, and a lot of work she didn't want. It was worse than she feared. Please try to understand my position, Misha said with a tired voice. We do, assured the gentler and more considerate of the two, Issei. He put up a few hands to ease her. It's a little restricting, don't you think? Misha-chan, you always see us come back alive. And we bring proof we completed the quests. We're stronger than the average adventurer. We could kill a lot more monsters and explore new territories if we didn't have the guild breathing down our necks. Haven't we proven we're more than just a couple of level ones? Try telling that to my boss, Misha grumbled. If you hadn't registered as newbies a couple weeks ago, I would have believed you were adventurers to another familia before. That would also mean Goddess Prometheus gave us false documentation. What's worse, supposing what you say is true, I'm more likely to believe you're cheating. There's no way a couple of newbies can take on level 4, 5, and 6 monsters on their own. Of course we're cheating, Chase remarked with a blunt look. We want to reach the bottom of the dungeon before the end of the season. The normal growth rate by grinding takes too long. Getting all those experience points just to meet some quota regulated by the guild will take years. Why do that if we already have the capabilities through our natural talent? Right? Misha shot them sarcastic glares. Because you're a shaman and he's a dragon. Acolyte, Chase corrected. The D is capitalized, Issei muttered below his breath as he scratched his head. They were doing this on purpose, she knew. And they knew she knew. It was why they had conveniently and unexpectedly shown up right before her lunch break. They were toying with her frustrations. She was already excited about her break, had those hopes shattered by these two, and was now annoyed enough to endanger her career just so they could get out of here. What pissed her off the most was the fact it always worked. But not this time. Not this time for sure. Misha Flott will not budge. She was already in the red for excusing them too many times. Whatever. Misha threw up her arms. Look, try and understand where I'm going with all of this. You can't just ignore guild regulations. Not only will your familia be fined, but repeated violations will result in penalty actions. Your familia could receive a suspension and possible disbandment. Get it now? That sounds like a lot of paperwork. Chase's brows shot up. Misha's brow twitched. We're also prom queen's first members, he pointed out next. She wouldn't be willing to let everything collapse so easily. She'll put up a fight. I'd imagine she'll demand a trial from the guild. Evidence brought forward. Testimonies exchanged. They'll probably call you since you're our advisor. Hopefully it won't be on your day off. The conference room was quiet for a moment. I'll let you off with a warning, Misha put effort into her voice. I understand, Chase nodded and spoke as if he was genuinely reflecting on his actions. His eyes said otherwise. They were as blunt and callous as they always were. You will still receive the fine for entering restricted areas, she went on. Her eyes scanned the bag of loot, and the quest sheets sprawled across the table. But you will get your reward for these 5 missions. Please be mindful next time. And please stop requesting me right before my break. I'd also like to purchase that map I mentioned earlier, Chase said without a lick of shame. We also need a copy of the reported monsters down in those levels. Oh, and a list of any jobs requested in that area. Misha shot him the dirtiest glare. He was unfazed. He wasn't going to change. Not now, not the previous 5 times, and not anytime soon. It's for motivation? Issei offered with a smile. New adventurers can dream about one day reaching those floors, right? Your boss will understand if you tell her that. Maybe. Her glare shifted over to him, but it couldn't hold any of the fire as it had against Chase. Unlike the man she was pretty sure was a half-dwarf with all the wrong genetics from both sides, Issei was compassionate and a true gentleman. He had an innocent smile that rivaled Belle Cranell's. And he was pretty good eye candy. Just. She shut her eyes and tried to regain her composure. She needed to be in charge. Like Ina, she told herself. Be like Ina. If you meet me at the reception area, I will deliver your things over the counter. Will that be all? That's everything, Issei replied in a hurry when Chase opened his mouth. Thank you very much, Misha-chan. I'm sorry for taking you away from your lunch break. It's fine, she said, but didn't put the effort to mean it. She stood and opened the door out of the conference room. She spoke when they followed her, but, seriously, do you two have a death wish or something? Why are you diving head first into the dungeon and ignoring my advice? Why even request me if you're not going to listen? She grumbled that last part under her breath. It's only temporary, Chase commented casually. There will come a time when we go down there, and you will never have to deal with us ever again. Misha stopped walking. They stopped. Issei blinked at her, but Chase glanced in the corner of his eye with expectancy. He knew she would react this way. What? What is wrong with you? She blanched. Do you really have a death wish? I'm not saying we're going to die, he said simply. I'm saying we won't come back because I know what's down there. She glared at him again. You? You know what's at the bottom floor of the dungeon? You're right. Not even Zeus Familia were able to reach down there. Tell me what's down there then. Don't know, he said flatly. But you just said. That's because what's down there can't be explained by any concept both mortals and gods understand. He turned to stare straight at her. His eyes were sharp. Or anything else in existence, for that matter. What's down there doesn't belong here. It belongs on the outside, for lack of a better word. That's probably why the ancient times came to a conclusion and the era of the gods started. What a child. Trying to act and sound all cool. Misha let it go and split away from the group to head behind the counter. The members of Prometheus Familia waited patiently at her window for her to fill everything out and acquire their rewards. When she returned to the window, she caught a glimpse of white and brown hair walking through the guild hall and towards the conference rooms. Belle must have arrived while she was in the back and went to Ina's window. Ina was leading him with her usual professional presence. Except, Belle looked like he was walking towards the guillotine. For completing the quests, Misha skimmed through the sheets in her hands. Your reward would have been a collective 13 million valis. However, subtracting the fine as well as your requested material, your total comes to 5 million valis. Please take this receipt to the exchange to accept your. There came shouting from the conference room. A lot of it. It startled Misha. Those rooms were supposed to be soundproof with both raw material as well as magic. Misha wasn't the only one who jumped where she stood. Some of the other receptionists and adventurers did too. There came a wave of silence as those furthest from the conference room realized there was shouting and stopped to listen. The entire guild was stunned by the cries of a screeching banshee behind those closed doors. Nobody moved. Not even security wanted to check if everything was fine. The shouting died down. The door opened. Miss Iana, I'm Suiyawi. A crying white rabbit fled out of the room and out of the guild. Ina stepped out of the room a moment after, fixing her glasses and glancing towards where Belle had run off to. There was a look of guilt in her flushed face, but it quickly returned a sharp glare when her head looked down the guild antechamber. Everyone's head snapped away, pretending they didn't witness the drama. Oreo never gets boring. I'll give it that, Chase muttered to himself. The sound of his irritating voice brought Misha back to business. Right, she cleared her throat. Here's your receipt. Have a good day. And stay out of trouble. Chase made no promises. He and Issei stepped away from the reception windows and went in line to the exchange. Misha, meanwhile, put the closed tag onto her window and hurried to the work desks in the back. These were the cubicle office spaces each guild employee were given to fill out their paperwork. She wasted no time in hurrying over to Ina's space while everyone else was giving her a wide berth. Wow, Ina, Misha approached with a whistle. What did you do to him? Ina's mood soured, but she wouldn't turn away her childhood friend. I gave him a stern talking, Ina said crisply as she straightened a stack of papers. Stern. It wasn't the word Misha would have used. Geez, she sighed and pulled out the chair across of Ina's. This was Misha's office space. What did he do to warrant the full wrath of Ina Tool? Don't tell me he lost the piece of equipment you bought him. While the noise of the guild continued to flow, the noise around the offices had grown soft. The other guild employees working in the back had slowed their progress to better hear. They were just as hungry for gossip as Misha. Ina adjusted her glasses as she answered heatedly, still infuriated at Belle. He completely disregarded every piece of advice I have given him. He grew impatient and ventured too deep into the dungeon. He was in a critical state by the time he came back to the surface. If Loki Familia hadn't been there when they found him, Ina fell silent. Her body slouched as her hands stopped moving. The half-elf employee was as much of a workaholic as Misha was a slacker. For her to stop, Misha glanced at the side of her dearest friend's face. Ina was looking down at the desk with a gloomy expression. I almost lost another one. What am I doing wrong? Misha wasn't supposed to hear it. She also chose to not see the tears in the corner of Ina's eyes. Well, Misha sank into her chair and spun around. She pushed it back, wheeling herself until her head rested against Ina's. Whatever happened, I think the little rabbit learned his lesson. Everyone in the guild saw him bawling and running away from mean ol' Ina. He'll think twice before doing it again. Heck, I sure would. I still remember when I accidentally sat on your glasses. She shuddered at the memory. Still, Misha continued. That was pretty impressive. You gotta tell me how to scare my adventurers like that. The two I've been monitoring don't listen to a thing I have to say. Ina didn't say anything, but the mood had changed. Misha had known her friend for so long, she simply knew things were better. Hey Ina, I'm about to go grab lunch. Wanna tag along? You know what? That sounds great right now. I think I will join you. The two girls stood. Misha stretched while waiting for Ina to meticulously clean up her desk. I happen to know this one cafe that makes the best cakes. It's right by Upper Eastern 3rd. Misha, that's quite a ways away. Are you sure we'll be back by then? Don't worry about it. We'll make it back. Probably. Ina put up an unsure smile, but she didn't argue against her friend. They were about to leave when, hold on there, Flot. A hand latched onto her shoulder with a grip made out of stone. Cold sweat flashed through her. She knew that voice, that tone, and the pressure of this grip. It belonged to the manager in charge of her and Ina's group. And by the sound of things, she was in trouble. Again. Why yes? She squeaked. The animal person that was her manager raised the overflowing manila folder, filled to the brim with Prometheus Familia's latest exploits. It hadn't been a full month, and the group had managed to overburden their file. "See me in my office," he said and walked away. Of course, he said one thing but hadn't let go of her shoulder. As he walked to the corner office, he was dragging her along her heels. But I was going to go on my lunch break." Misha cried out. "Can't we have this talk later?" Ina, please say something." She was crying. The guild wouldn't fire her for something like this, probably, but she knew she was going to have to work overtime and would suffer in her paycheck. And she more than likely won't be able to hear anything for a while after the manager was done yelling at her. "I'll be sure to bring you back something," Ina said with a flat look. Misha knew that look. It had been given to her since they were in school. It was the look Ina gave her when Misha wanted to copy her homework and Ina had refused. "Traitor!" Misha screamed as the manager, literally, tossed her into the office. 000. Welf took a sip of his ale. He had wanted to go to his regular tavern, but the good hunter had insisted the place of rendezvous would be here, at the benevolent mistress. He exchanged a look with the prum girl, Lilaruka Erda. Her eyes met his. They both knew each other's line of thought with a glance alone. He can understand why the good hunter had been so drawn to this place. As Welf looked around, he was surrounded by nothing but cute girls in frilly serving dresses. For reasons Welf couldn't understand, the good hunter had been able to maintain his childish innocence. It was unfathomable. Welf, as Jura, had turned into a spiteful being who had forsaken all other hunters. He didn't hesitate to gun them down whenever they ventured into Old Yarnum. Honestly, he had thought the good hunter was the maddest of them all. There was no way someone who had gone through the hunt could keep their innocence. But, after looking around at the boy's preferences, he had to second guess. Maybe, just maybe, Belle had something no other hunter had. He snorted. Of course the good hunter did. How many before him had come to venture into the hunt? How many had ended the night through Gehrman's scythe? Whether by choice or not, the good hunter, Belle Crannel, was the first and only hunter to defeat Gehrman and end the hunt once and for all. Welf took another swig before slamming the empty mug down. "So what's bothering you?" He waved for another mug. The ashen-haired waitress, Seir, who had been keeping a close eye on Belle the entire time, smiled at Welf and went behind the bar to get him another one. Eden Beyond knew Welf was going to need it for whatever Belle had to say. Belle was cradling his mug with both hands. His chin was resting against the table while he sobbed away like a small child. "And Miss Ina is mad at me." His response was just as childish. "Master Belle's advisor?" Lily took another small sip from her drink. Hers was halfway done. It's understandable considering the story Loki familia fabricated. Besides, even if they didn't, you said so yourself she would be mad at you beyond rationality. Yet Master Belle went into the dungeon anyways. Welf didn't try to comfort the good hunter, who sulked further from Lily's words. The general of Loki familia, Finn, had been the one to secure their passage back onto the surface, procure lodging for Belle, and organize an excusable story for all parties. It wasn't far from the truth either. It went. In order to acquire rare materials, Belle Crannel and company had ignored the guild's rules and ventured into the deep down of the dungeon. They bit more than they could have chewed, and the happenstance of Loki familia's elite waltzing through had stumbled upon them. All three familia of theirs were penalized by the guild, but all else was kept away from their knowledge. For his own reasons, Finn had promised the complete silence of his teammates. The two Amazons, the Sword Princess, the High Elf, and two supporters accompanying them would not share a word to anyone, though there was no promise they could keep the story hidden from their goddess. Welf accepted Finn was a hunter, but he couldn't figure out who, nor could he demand the prum to reveal himself. Their statuses in this world were too different. Welf might be better than the average hunter, but Finn carried the aura of someone belonging to the elite. Had he been an old hunter? Or did his colors rally to the healing church? There was no doubt Finn was someone Welf didn't want to fight against. It was why he agreed with this cover story. "She'll come around," Welf said when he couldn't bear the good hunter's sobs any further. He ignored the prum's glaring. He didn't care if she had feelings for the boy or not. All that matters is the fee is covered, and we came out on top. The guild might be watching us a little more closely, but we won't have to do anything that extreme again. At least not for a while. He didn't plan on going back into the dungeon anytime soon. But one of the other penalties the guild stamped on their record was a suspension. They weren't allowed back into the dungeon for 2 weeks. But, Welf, Belle sniffed as he lifted his chin. "You didn't see her." Miss Ina was so mad. Her face was so red. "I've never seen her like that." It was like the Minotaur all over again. He was about to ask what he meant when Welf recalled how the good hunter ended up in the dream. A Minotaur had ventured into the upper floors of the dungeon and had killed the boy. Imagine that, a newbie adventurer so green, he can't go further than the 5th floor, suddenly dealing with a monster normally found on floor 15. Now Welf understood the comparison to this Ina tool. Belle, the waitress Seir, approached and placed Welf's ale down. She gave the boy a pouting face. You should feel bad about it. Did you see the way you were carried here? You were so full of blood, I thought something terrible had happened to you. Do you know how scared I was? Welf thanked the waitress and immediately took a long drink. Half of the mug was gone by the time he put it down. I wasn't trying to make you worry. Belle shot up and waved his hands around. But this isn't the first time you've come back like this. Seir argued with a face on the verge of tears. Belle, do you know how many adventurers I've served that never came back? I don't want you to be one of those. I'm sorry, Seir. Belle bowed his head. I've caused you and the tavern a lot of trouble lately. It wasn't my intention. I promise not to do that until I'm better prepared. Not better. Seir leaned forward and put a finger to his face. Be prepared. That means you properly level up and have the right gear. Do you understand, Belle Crannel? Why yes, he squeaked like a mouse. Good. Seir straightened herself, but didn't look satisfied. For your punishment, you're going to order everything on the menu. Belle's face lost all color. But I can't eat all of that by myself. I'll never forgive you otherwise. The good hunter, who had faced beasts leagues his size, looked at his partners. Lily gave him a glower while Welf made a more observational look. Either way, they weren't going to help him in this endeavor. Belle let his head fall, defeated. Yes, I understand. Good, Seir nearly sang. Nearly, otherwise that would have given away her obvious charade. Be sure to give your waitress a good tip too. Can I have another? Welf asked as he downed the last of his ale. Coming, Seir sang fully this time as she skipped away to the bar. If Belle hadn't been crying fully, he was now. Master Belle still hasn't learned his lesson, it seems, Lily remarked dryly. Is he always like this? Welf asked. You should have seen him when we first met, Lily remarked. That waitress girl had invited Master Belle here for dinner, but he had invited Lily in his ignorance. Lily didn't know about this until arriving at the tavern. Ah, Welf understood everything instantly. However, and you have no problem right now with the way things are going? Lily's cheeks flushed slightly. Lily is content. For now. But Lily will not lose to some tavern wench. Master Belle will see the true error in his ways and choose who best supports him. What are you talking about? Belle asked. Nothing. They both answered in unison and took a swig. Welf looked down at his mug. It had been empty prior. Was he already this drunk? Man, the booze must be stronger than he gave it credit for. While it wasn't as tasty as the red ale he favored, it was strong. Well, it had to be if this tavern catered to adventurers mostly. Alas, most of the menu was reserved to baking goods. This early in the afternoon had the tavern converted into a cafe. Mostly housewives and merchants vacated it. They were one of the few adventurer parties present. It meant he couldn't order any of the smoked sausages or potato crisps. Those were reserved for when the tavern fully shifted into being a tavern. At night, at least they served booze throughout the day. Can Lily ask something? The prum spoke softly but firmly. It was quiet enough to not draw attention while making sure she could be heard across the table. Mr. Welf, what was the point of this trip into the dungeon? Master Belle purposely left out details so Lily would follow until too late. Belle flinched. Welf didn't know the prum hadn't been told in advance. It explained her sour and frantic behavior during the entire trip. Welf waited until the waitress returned with his drink. He didn't say anything as she lingered about. She had wanted to be a part of the conversation, giving Belle a few glances as she clutched the tray close to her chest, but left to serve another table when she took the hint. Let me ask this first, Welf began as he took a hold of his mug and thumbed at the handle. He didn't take a drink. He probably won't until the point of this meeting was finished. Lily, how much do you know about the Good Hunter? He chose the title rather than the name. He wanted to see how much exactly she knew. Good Hunter? Lily blinked. You mean Master Belle? Lily only knows there are other groups besides adventurers called that. Hunters. Two of them approached Lily and tried to hurt Master Belle. Based on the way Belle averted his gaze, there was more to the story. Welf wouldn't pry. He didn't respond right away. He stared into the wheat-colored drink as he thought to himself. Lily knew next to nothing about Belle, but she was aware of the existence of hunters. He had to manage his story based on this confession. I am a hunter, Welf began. Well, I'm an adventurer now of the Hephaestus familia. I pride myself as a blacksmith. You see, because of my history, I made weapons and armor for adventurers with what would normally be used for hunters. The coat that the Good Hunter's wearing? I made it. He found me and we talked. We came to an agreement that I would make all of his equipment if he would help me out. We went into the deep down to find the right materials I needed to make better gear. But I didn't know you were unaware. He said the last part while glancing at Belle. The boy shrank within himself. Lily was not aware of this disclosure, the prum remarked with a blank face as she took another sip. Her tone had been a whip that made Belle flinch. But Lily should have suspected something when Master Belle introduced you to me suddenly. Lily had thought you were a person of suspicion that had taken advantage of Master Belle's lack of experience. If there's one thing I know about him, Welf sloshed his drink around as he thought. He's a good judge of character. It's funny. In Yarnum, you typically call the gentleman good and the ladies fair. It became something sarcastic to call him the good hunter. Eventually, from the stories I've heard, I think no one else deserves such a title. Belle stopped crying as his eyes widened with insight. He was looking at Welf like a younger brother being praised by his older. Sorry if we scared you at all, Lily. Welf apologized to the prum with a slow bow of his head. Though we would have risked our lives to protect you, that didn't excuse we drag you with us through the worst the dungeon has to offer. Lily gave him a sour look. She had something nasty to say, but she withheld it at the last moment. She did, however, sigh. Lily is not used to excursions like that. It'll be a long time before I am prepared to do it again. Please do not ask Lily to go back down there anytime soon. I'm sorry, Belle said. He put up an apologetic smile for her. I should have told you a little more in advance. But, like what Welf said, I would have never let you come to harm. I don't blame you if you don't want to work with me ever again. I understand. I've already asked a lot from you. Her cheeks flushed as she scowled at him, but she averted her gaze quickly after. It's fine, Master Belle. Lily received plenty of valise from the trip. It wasn't a complete mess. Master Belle never let Lily come to harm's way. There was a comforting silence from the three. They all drank as soon as their topic was concluded. So, Belle looked unsure as he looked up at Welf. Does this mean you're not going to be a part of the battle party? Welf raised a brow at that. True, the conditions of the deal was to venture into the dungeon for a specific piece of loot from a specific monster. Everything else they gained along the way was a bonus. They were even allowed to keep everything after running into Loki familia. And true to his word, Finn had paid the guild fee. I feel responsible, he had said to the guild employee who was gushing at him. Finn had used his charms to his advantage. As a top-tier adventurer, I should have been there to better protect them. It's my fault. Please allow me to pay out of my own coffers. It would put my heart at ease. It still wasn't enough to lift their suspicion, however. Don't look at me like that, Welf said with a low grumble. Makes me feel like I just kicked a rabbit. I ain't gonna say I'm done. See ya and leave. I owe you, good hunter. Once we rest and the suspension is lifted, I'll join you whenever you want. Besides, I need someone to test out the new kicks I'm gonna be making. Belle's smile could have lighted up the entire tavern. Welf couldn't help but give the rabbit a toothy grin in kind. He lifted his mug over the table. Belle fumbled for a moment and raised his too. They didn't clink. Welf gave Lily a sideways glance. She blinked, questioning if she was going to be a part of this party as well. She gave Belle a look, who was looking back at her with pleading eyes. Lily had a weakness, it seemed. She glowered but raised her mug as well. Their mugs came together before they drank in unison. How long do you think it will take? Belle asked almost immediately. He was as excited as Welf felt. Welf couldn't hold back the feral grin as he leaned back in his chair and thought about his plans. As soon as possible. I want it all to be done as soon as we're allowed back down there. Lily just said she doesn't want to go on excursions for a while, the prum spat. No one's inviting you. Welf waved a dismissive hand her way, but couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. They had all just made a pact. They were a team. They would go in the dungeon together, or not at all. Besides, it's not really an excursion. It's a test. A test. If we time it right, we should be able to hit floor 17 and test the sucker out on the Goliath. That's not any better than before. Then you should be prepared, Lily, Welf snickered. We have 2 weeks after all. Don't tell me you're planning on lazing around like we're on vacation, or something. Lily raised her mug to her lips and grumbled something darkly. What about you, good hunter? Welf asked next. Any ideas what you'll be doing the next 2 weeks? I heard you went into the dungeon whenever you could. Why yeah, Belle began to sweat as soon as the question was made. He fidgeted in his seat nervously. Actually, I'm going to be having lessons with Miss Wallenstein. The Kenki? Welf's brows shot up. Well, that's certainly unexpected. I'd have thought someone as strong as her would have sulked and… Remember the promise to Mr. Finn, Lily spoke sharply. While he agreed to never mention what happened in the dungeon, Lily thinks we should do the same. Especially in a place where everyone can hear us. Both Belle and Welf sank in their seats. She was right. Welf knew better than this. He should stop drinking after finishing this ale. That reminds me. Get this. A new voice was raised in the tavern, drawing attention. It came from a prum sitting at a table full of other adventurers. Normally, Welf would have ignored someone like this. There was always someone loud in a tavern. But this person, he was making this much ruckus on purpose. Some bunny tried to reach the deeper down of the dungeon. I heard Loki familia found him beaten to a pulp on the 10th floor. They felt so sorry for him. They covered his medical expenses. The prum and his teammates barked out a few laughs. Some of the patrons around them laughed as well. Noticeably, the maids of the benevolent mistress had their moods sour. Welf glanced at Belle. The good hunter was bothered by this hearsay, but he was holding himself back. Welf could only shrug, gesturing for the boy to just let it go. Belle nodded back and drank his ale to calm down. At the back of Welf's skull, he felt those adventurers looking his way. They were trying to start something. It made his brows furrow. Well duh, the prum went on with his story. The noob's only been an adventurer for a few months. He also went down there with some no-name blacksmith and a puny supporter. What kind of shitty team is that? No wonder they were done by the 10th floor. Belle's agitation grew. His face was turning flush with anger, and probably enhanced by the booze. Don't, Welf said firmly. He gave the good hunter a hard look. Master Belle shouldn't listen to those adventurers, Lily agreed. They don't know anything. Belle looked dissatisfied, but he listened well. Welf admired the good hunter a little more. The boy was willing to defend this old hunter's honor, even when they hardly knew the other. Welf's sharp ears picked up the clicking of teeth. The prum across the tavern wasn't happy with his provocation failing. Welf was about to suggest they pay the bill and leave when, and then there's that goddess of his. Belle's entire body became stiff. All emotion washed out of him as his eyes flashed across the room and found the prum. She's so pathetic she has to work a daytime job at that fried potato stand on North Main. No wonder the bunny is so useless. An adventurer is only as good as its god, and boy, is that goddess the most useless of them. The entire tavern felt it. All noise from chatter to utensils to steps from the maids to the clatter of the kitchen fell silent. There was something in the air. Something oppressive, like a physical weight blanketing them. To Welf, it felt like a beast was breathing down his neck. It felt like he had gotten sloppy, hadn't been paying attention to his surroundings, and this monster was about to gorge out his neck. It felt just like when the good hunter climbed his tower and surprised him. This was bloodlust at its finest, and it was originating from Belle. His hands were pressed against the table. Gently, with as much silence as there was in the room, he pushed the chair back and stood. He didn't get to hunt this prum. A crash as loud as thunder in this dead room came towards the table with the prum. A chair had flown through the air and smashed the prum dead center in the face. The prum was knocked out of his seat and onto the floor. Heads turned towards its origin. A man, either a dwarf or a prum or a human with both characteristics, stood at his table. He lowered the arm that had thrown his own chair. A deep scowl carved his face as he circled around, walked through the clutter of occupants, and reached the squealing prum cradling his face. My hand slipped, the man said with irritation. Why you? The prum cried out, his voice muffled by blood and the hands covering his face. You broke my nose. I know, the man retorted dryly, almost with disappointment. I was aiming to break your teeth and snap your jaw. The prum let out another cry of anger and pain. Who do you think you are? One of his teammates bellowed and stood. The other adventurers stood as well, reaching for their weapons. Sit, the man commanded. And they did. They fell back into their chairs in unison. Surprise was etched onto their expressions. One adventurer at the table tried to resist whatever compulsion forced them, but to no avail. The rest remained idle. An adventurer is only as good as its god. The man turned back to the prum. He bent over, grabbed him by the collar, and began to drag him towards the front entrance. I didn't think Apollo was such a pussy. As easily as he threw the chair, he threw the little adventurer out onto the street. Leave, he turned and ordered the rest of Apollo familia. The teammates of the prum stood in unison and began to walk through the tavern in single-file formation. The one at the rear, the one who had tried to resist, was the only one capable of turning his head to gaze at the man. The man's expression didn't shift as he watched them all exit the benevolent mistress. There were hushed whispers and chatter around the tables, gossiping away at what they had just seen. Any acts of violence in the benevolent mistress are strictly forbidden. One of the maids, an elf, went to retrieve the chair the man had thrown. Please leave. Though she said so with a firm voice that couldn't raise any argument, there was something akin to gratitude in her eyes. Still, the man argued. He convinced me to do it. The man pointed back at his table. What? Another patron, presumably his teammate, stood and slammed his hands onto the table. Don't throw me under the bus like that. Then I'll have to ask you the same. The elf looked at the teammate. But the teammate looked like he was about to cry. I didn't do anything. I suppose we're never allowed back here again? The man asked in a casual tone when he looked back at the elf. The elf blinked but nodded. Yes. Those are the rules. And never? The teammate whimpered. Come on, Hyudu. The man handed the elf a small bag of Valis. Though the scowl remained, his tone was completely casual and dismissive. We're out of here before we cause more trouble. Why you? The teammate, Hyudu, cried but was already moving. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Just so we can't ever come back here. Do you really think I would do something like that? The man held one of the swinging doors open for his teammate. Do you honestly think I would purposely make sure you don't use your gift on another girl? I mean, I shouldn't. It's good blackmail material. What will your girls back home think? I hate you, the teammate muttered with every fiber of his being as they left the tavern. Welf had no idea what any of that was about, but it felt like everything that had just happened was just an excuse to create something else. Apollo Familia, he muttered. Barring the two strange men, this detail couldn't be ignored. What the hell was that about? What are they trying to pull? Lily doesn't know. Their own prom couldn't come up with any idea. Master Belle, you didn't do anything untoward one of their members? Maybe charmed one of their female members? I don't know what you're talking about, he muttered with honesty. And twice as much density. I've never met anyone from Apollo Familia. Your guess is as good as mine. Welf looked at the last remains of his ale. They're definitely trying to start something with you. Lily, watch your back just in case. It doesn't seem like they are beneath getting anyone close to the good hunter involved. Belle, don't do anything extreme. Belle, like what? The good hunter asked sincerely. It made Welf's eyes narrow. Was it truly innocence? Or was it ignorance? Was the good hunter not aware of his own amount of bloodlust? Was that the true, nasty secret that had kept him sane throughout the hunt? Welf finished the last of his ale. He didn't want to think about it any further. 000. Belle was dreading the morning. He couldn't sleep. Too many thoughts swam through his head. Anxiety was getting the better of him. And before he knew it, his biological clock was telling him dawn was approaching. Knowing he was beyond sleep, he groaned and sat up from the couch. He made sure to not make any noise as he gathered the necessities to start his day. His goddess was still asleep. She didn't sneak into his sleeping spot throughout the night, probably because he hadn't slept and had any nightmares. It ached his heart. She knew all about him. He had told her everything. He wasn't sure if she had believed him, but she never shoved him away. She never called him names or dismissed his paranoia. She only said she would look into it, whatever that meant. However, beyond that, they were never the same again. Something had changed between them. By the time he was out of the bathroom in a new change of clothes, Hestia was tossing and turning in her bed. She was starting to wake up. Belle? She whispered lowly as her head turned towards him. She cradled the blanket over her shoulders as she spoke half asleep. What are you doing? Go back to bed. Because of this sudden distance, he hadn't been able to tell her about his plans with Ace Wallenstein. She had been notified by the guild, having been dragged there to represent the familia since he was out of commission, regarding what happened in the deep down. However, he hadn't the chance to tell her his side of the story. There's something I need to take care of, goddess, he said just as softly, trying to lull her back to sleep. I'll be back later. Have a good day. K. His goddess yawned and sank deeper into her pillow. He was out of the door and climbing the stairs to the antechamber of the church. Wait a minute. He heard his goddess shout in alarm. That's not what I'm supposed to say. Belle, come back here. He pretended he didn't hear her. Never mind, the rest of the neighborhood probably did. And to create the excuse he was out of earshot when next she asked, he quickened the rest of the way out of the church and down the street. From there, he gave a light jog towards the destination. He gripped the reins of his backpack as he let out a sigh. He wasn't looking forward to coming home. Again. He knew at some point he couldn't keep running from Hestia. No matter how awkward things were, she was his goddess. The church was their home. He would have to return to it and face the music at some point. It didn't mean he couldn't prolong it as long as possible. Morning, Seir. He greeted with a wave as he jogged past the benevolent mistress. Belle. The ashen-haired maid dropped her broom at the greeting. What in the? Get back here, mister. Mister. If there was anything that triggered an alarm in his head, it was that. He'd be in more danger if he were to keep running. While running would have him escape Hestia, it wouldn't work for Seir. He backpedaled until he was in front of the shop. She was gripping her broom with one hand while the other was at her hip. She was giving him a look. What are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be under suspension? Or have you forgotten? Oh, was that why she was upset? And here he thought he had done something else. He couldn't understand half the time Seir was upset with him. Every other time she wasn't even upset, merely teasing, strong-arming him into spending more money at the tavern. I'm not going into the dungeon today, he said simply. I have training with Miss Wallenstein. Seir breathed out a sigh of relief. Is that all? Belle, you should have told me. I thought you weren't going to be around this early for, never mind. Wait right here. She turned and went back into the tavern. His head tilted slightly. Wasn't he in a situation like this with her not too long ago? Yes. Last week, if he recalled correctly. And, just like the last time, she returned with her morning rations. It was a small bento box wrapped in a blue handkerchief. You didn't have to do this, Seir, Belle said when the box was practically shoved into his hands. Don't worry about it, Seir said with her notorious smile. Belle got the shivers. He knew something was up. After all, this is my insurance. I insurance? Yup. That way you have to return here and make do with your promise. P promise? The one where you have to buy everything on the menu, or I'll never forgive you. Those last words, her face flashed to something scary before returning to her cute smile. He could have sworn he imagined the whole thing with how fast it happened. Yes, he could only reply with a small voice. She waved him off and continued with her morning duties. As if the morning didn't stress him out enough, Seir had to give him a perilous task. He tucked the lunchbox into his pack and continued the rest of his jog. Instead of heading towards the morning traffic that led towards the guild and the dungeon entrance, he took a detour. He headed down 2nd East and kept going down for several blocks. The directions given to him were rather vague, but after a while he recognized his surroundings from those slim details and managed to find the rest of the way on his own. He came to the edge of the city, right before the great wall that was less of a border to the outside as it was a last defense to keep the monsters imprisoned. There were no guards at this station, which had signs of neglect already. He had no trouble slipping through the doors which led to the winding stairwell of one of the many towers. The stairs themselves should have been a workout on their own. He lost count how many steps there were after 10 minutes of jogging, which turned into a light trot, and eventually a crawl. He was on the verge of literally crawling by the time he reached the top. He exited the tower bastille to step onto the great wall itself. It was wide enough to carry 4 carts across side by side. It had to be thick enough to withstand the worst of the monsters should they escape from the dungeon. It was also high enough to where even the most tenacious of aviary monsters couldn't climb. The breath was taken out of him by what he saw. The dawn was over the horizon, but had yet to reach the lower half of the walls. To his left lay Arrixam, where most of the buildings were no bigger than the size of pebbles. The guild building alone looked like the size of a brick. The only true building that outclassed this one was the lid of the dungeon, the Tower of Babel. On the other side of the wall lay the vast forests, rivers, and mountains of the world Belle would never explore. He was sure, if he was facing the right direction, he would be able to see his farming village. But what truly took his breath away wasn't the scenery. With the morning sun, her hair shimmered like golden silk. Aes Wallenstein was sitting on her heels, checking the condition of her sword while she was waiting for him. She had donned her armor for this training. Nevertheless, the sight of her, waiting for him, made him forget to breathe. Yahoo! They weren't alone. Sitting in Aes' shadow in a more lax posture was her teammate, Tiona. She leaned over Aes and gave Belle an excited wave of her arm. This startled Aes, who didn't react further than the smallest widening of her eyes, and turned her head to see what she was calling to. After seeing Belle, she sheathed her sword and stood. He jogged up to them while they took their time to meet him halfway. Gee, good morning. He more yelled than greeted. He was a nervous wreck. Maybe he shouldn't have jogged? He was sweating already. What if he smelled? Good morning, Aes greeted back in her usual soft voice. Mornin'. Tiona was the polar opposite. Nay, little rabbit, you don't mind if I watch, do ya? Not that we don't trust you to do naughty things to Azu, but we were all really curious after what we saw. I won rock, paper, scissors, so I get to watch. He put up an unsure smile. He couldn't exactly say no to her. But what was that part about rock, paper, scissors? Hold on. I would never do anything indecent to Miss Wallenstein. He blurted out. Heat flashed to his face. He glanced at Aes, who blinked non-responsively, and the eye contact made his face flush further. Tiona cackled with a hand over her mouth. It's that reaction why I'm going to win the bet. Bet? What bet? Can we start? Aes asked with a raised hand. Right. He wasn't here to make a fool of himself. He had an impression to make. He got himself organized. He placed his backpack against the wall's edge, took a deep breath, and tried to relax. He had his weapons tucked in their holsters and his coat over his shoulders. His poor coat. It had been thrashed by Lady Maria. Her rakuyo had pierced through the dragon leather. It was now a tattered mess. At least he couldn't go into the dungeon for a while. It wouldn't last too long down there. Not until Welf produced a new one with the materials they gathered. Now they stood in front of the other. Aes staring down at him blankly, expecting and anticipating the first lesson needed in hunter tactics. Tiona sat against the ledge of the wall, her legs kicking back and forward and eyes watching him. There was no doubt she had been sent to do more than just observe this training lesson. Belle was sweating bullets as he came to realize something. I don't know how to start, he admitted. Aes tilted her head. Tiona, however, snickered. She tried to hold it back, even tried to hide it when it couldn't be kept. She had to look away from Belle. He had been so excited about this event, he hadn't tried to compose a lesson. No, that wasn't entirely true. He daydreamed about the things he would teach Aes Wallenstein, which was a concept he couldn't wrap his head around. It should have been the other way around. His daydreams eventually turned to her teaching him. Either way, he was excited about being alone with his crush no matter the reasons. His face flushed with embarrassment this time. How did you learn? Ace asked in her quiet voice. All the embarrassment washed away as his eyes glazed over. Horrific memories flashed through his mind. He remembered the first time he entered the hunter's den, met with Gehrman, given a single knife, and thrown straight into the hunt. No warnings. No explanations. No training. He ignored those traumatic memories and tried to come to a more concrete answer. How exactly did he acquire his skills? Most of the time, he was flopping around, crying, and relying on the other hunters to drag him through the night. But he couldn't always have help. There were too many times he was alone. He had to adapt. He had to learn how to hunt the beasts or be eaten. He had to learn how to properly wield the knife, learn when the knife wasn't enough, and learn when there wasn't a way to achieve victory. The first thing I learned was how to run, he announced without shame. It got a blink out of her. How many times was he overwhelmed with monsters? How many times did he enter a silent room only to have an abomination crash through the walls? How many of his fellow hunters went crazed and attacked him without warning? The first thing he learned throughout the hunt was to turn tail and run with all his might. I already know how to do that, she said. I don't want to learn again. I want to learn how to fight. Right. He should have known. Hunting beasts and venturing into the dungeon really weren't all that different. In fact, the Pthumerian tombs and Arario's dungeon were so similar it wasn't even funny. Ace already had some of the basic hunter skills. She was, after all, a level 5 adventurer. It meant, while he might be a decent enough hunter, she was one of the best adventurers in all of Arario. Her experience was just as good, if not better. Miss Wallenstein, he began. Ace, she insisted. He had to pause. He shouldn't be calling her by her given name. But she gave him permission. And given the circumstances, he was the one teaching her. Ace. He couldn't help but stutter. What, do you exactly want to learn? She curled a few fingers under her chin as she thought. He was nearly swept off his feet with how cute it looked. He made sure he wasn't gawking when she raised her head. A serious expression was on her face. I want to be able to fight like you, she said. To fight like a hunter. To beat her. He understood a little more. It also made him realize how she came to this decision. It was exactly like the Minotaur attack. Before he recalled his memories as a hunter, all he wanted to do was to be like her. He wanted to rise through the ranks as an adventurer to be able to keep up with her. Their positions had been reversed. He came at the last instance to challenge Lady Maria. He had saved Ace Wallenstein. She was the one looking up at him, wanting to be just like him. He wondered, if she had killed the Minotaur instead, and supposing he didn't go through the hunter's dream, would he be pursuing the same trial? Would he be throwing himself into the dungeon as he had before to reach her ranks? Would he thrive to become just like her, eventually facing his fears and confronting a Minotaur and defeating it by his own merits? Yes, he honestly could say he would. And this was what she was thinking about herself. He was about to lose consciousness. I don't know how to be like me, he said. Nobody really taught me how to fight. They taught me how to not die. More than enough times. I fought people instead of beasts. It's from fighting them, from not being killed by them, did I learn how to wield my weapons. Beasts? She asked. She had noticed how he chose to say beasts instead of monsters. Most, if not all, adventurers called the things they fought against as monsters. He also left out the detail about how both people and beasts were one and the same. The beast scourge and its dark truth was something he didn't want to share with anybody. The only person he told was his goddess. Whatever conclusion Ace came to made her understand something. She drew her sword out of its sheath and readied her stance. He took note. One leg in front of the other with the sword at the front, to act as both a ram and defense on the fly. He took note of the weapon. Its length, its width, the guard, her grip. Did it contain any hidden properties like the seemingly innocent rider palish? No. It was a simple straight sword. It wasn't a trick weapon. She had no openings at the front. He could only assume her specialty was forward assaults. He would need to get around that. She was open at the sides, assuming her dexterity and reaction time weren't swift enough to adjust her defenses. He withdrew the Oedon knife and held it overhand. He readied himself. Her eyes drank him in the same way. She was making an analysis of his form and altering her battle tactics just like him. Her footing shifted the smallest of margins. It could have been perceived as a balance, but Belle knew otherwise. He adjusted his posture appropriately. She noticed and shifted again. He did so likewise. This happened again and again. None of them dared to attack the other until they could see an opening or find a method to create one themselves. In the meantime, Tiona stopped kicking her feet as she had an elbow propped on her knee and chin in her palm. While it might look like she was bored this early in the day, her attention was absorbing every movement the two made. For all her outward appearance and antics, she was a high-tier adventurer for a reason. This slight distraction of watching Tiona gave Ace the opening she had been looking for. She launched off the floor, kicking up dust in her launch. She sprang forward with the blade extended. At the last instance, His chest turned and jerked back. His feet were still planted to the ground. Drawing up the Oedon knife, he made sure her blade wouldn't come back around to cut into his neck. As he parried it, he slid forward, getting into her guard. He could grapple her, turning her balance against her and having her land on her back. He could reach for her neck or a pressure point on her body. Or he could get into the gaps of her armor and rob her of air. He could kick in her knee and make her lose balance. Instead, he disengaged by pushing her blade away and regaining his distance. She went at him again. She sent a flurry of blows at him, all of which he saw through and either deflected or dodged. Twice she overextended. Not much, which proved her exceptional skill with the sword. It was no faster than a blink, but he had caught it. Her wrists, they were exposed. They weren't protected by her armor. Her armor only protected her forehead and chest. Well, most of her chest. He could have cut her wrist, making her drop her weapon and attack her undefended. If she would have fled, she would have bled out anyways. He didn't. He kept up the defense. She moved a few celch back. She was trying to provoke him into attacking. He wouldn't fall under it. She spun quickly, raising her leg up in doing so. Once again, her armor didn't protect her, and she should never raise her leg any higher than another's knee. There was too much balance relying on the other leg and too much recovery time. And with the leg up like that, she couldn't bring her sword around to. DRK. The leg came around like a whip. All of a sudden, his vision turned red and white as pressure consumed the right side of his head. Before he knew it, everything went dark. He didn't know what happened. Everything was black and he swam through the abyss. He felt as light as a feather. He heard voices off in the distance. Familiar voices, but voices he couldn't name. Gradually, as if light was shining through, the darkness began to thin out. He opened his eyes. He was looking up at Ace. She was looking down at him. He was looking up at her chest, at her modest bust. There was a heavenly sensation at the back of his head. Wait. He screamed and shot up as he realized he was using A's Wallenstein as a lap pillow. You're okay? She half-asked, half-commented. His heart was hammering against his chest. There was too much stimulation after getting knocked unconscious. What had happened? Instead of following up on the attack, or even dodging, he froze up with inadequacy and remained stationary. Her heel met his temple and he was out like a light. He could only assume after an uncertain amount of time, she had tried to bring him back to consciousness. Let's try that again, he insisted while patting his chest, trying to calm his heart. You sure? She half-asked and half-commented, again. Sure, let's. He insisted. He searched for his knife, which was resting close to them, and readied himself. She rose and readied herself just the same. She assumed the same position. She came at him again just like before. They exchanged blows. All harmless to him, and he wouldn't dare to attack her openings. He wouldn't dare to hurt her. She wasn't a beast or a crazed hunter. She was an adventurer. She was fighting him with honor, and he wouldn't sully. GCK. Once again, her heel met the side of his head. Once again, moments later, he screamed and sat up after reawakening to the same scene. After he calmed down, they went at it again. Their blades clashed as their bodies twirled. NGH. And her boot met his face once more. And he screamed again. Are you the same bunny down in the dungeon? Tiona asked aloud. The way you're moving now and back then are completely different. He sulked where he sat. He didn't bother to get back to his feet, though he made sure there was more than enough space away between he and A's. He didn't understand what was going on. He was doing everything he was supposed to aside from going in for the kill. He was fighting A's honestly. If she were any other hunter, her moveset would have killed him. But, no. Instead of going in for the kill, she was letting him rest his head against her lap. It might as well have been the killing blow. His 14-year-old body could only take so much stimulation. I see now, he heard Ace mutter. She had come to her own conclusion. He heard Steel sing as her blade was being unsheathed. She wanted to try again. He would have to oblige, though he didn't know how to change things up to alter the results. He had a feeling he was going to get knocked out once more. A's! Tiona shouted in alarm. He felt it within his core before she screamed. Every instinct within him screamed. He tucked his body forward just as the tip of A's sword stabbed into his back. Had he remained idle, it would have pierced through his back and stabbed into his heart. Instead, it struck the small of his back, exactly where he kept the blade of mercy hidden. He rolled forward and brought the blade out. The Oedon knife was too far away, resting where she had been kneeling. Ace came at him again, her eyes fierce and sharp, lacking all emotion. Her sword was raised for the killing blow. She meant to slay him like a monster. The blade was up as quick as a flash, locking her sword in the groove of the blade. He twisted, turning her sword away from them and pinning her in place. With a twist of his wrist, he activated the trick weapon and released the secondary weapon within. The blade split apart, keeping her blade locked as the twin dagger came loose. He brought it about, underhanded, stabbing it toward her eye. She saw it and turned her head at the last instance. The alien metal cut a deep gash across her cheek. Her balance was shifted. He moved to take advantage of it. He stepped forward, moving his leg behind hers, and twisted his body. Not only did it realign his position for the next strike, but it robbed her of her sword and knocked her off balance. She tried to regain her footing, tried to catch herself with her hand and roll aside. He anticipated this. No, he planned this. Rather than trying to aim for a vital and missing, he aimed for the axis of her spin. He dug one of the daggers into her shoulder blade. He hadn't realized what he had done until it was too late. He didn't pursue. He could have used the pain she was feeling and slowing her down to deliver the final blow. He couldn't. She wasn't like any of the hunters before. She was Ace Wallenstein. Miss Wallenstein. He cried out. Blood. There was so much blood running down her back. Ace had her brows scrunched in pain, but not as much as the average person. Her face was still like a doll's. She only brought a hand up to her cheek to check how much blood her fingers brought back. Never mind, one of his daggers was lodged into her back. Potion. He blurted out. His head swiveled around until he found his backpack. Health potion. You need a health potion. I have one. He was panicking. He didn't mean to hurt her this badly. He was only reacting to her attacks. It was what he would have done during the hunt. He should have known better. Here, and there were two different places. He didn't want to kill the girl he admired. He quickened to his backpack, found a vial of red liquid recently purchased from the Machigatte familia, and quickened once more in front of her. He shoved the vial into her hands and implored she used it immediately. That, she said instead of drinking. I want to learn how to do that. Only then did she drink. The health potion took effect after a moment. The first notice came at the gash on her cheek, which sealed itself shut. A moment later, his dagger clattered to the floor after being pushed out by her healing body. Azu, that was reckless. Tiona approached and chopped A's head with her hand. While she didn't show a reaction to Belle's attack, she flinched and put her hands over the spot Tiona had attacked. Her eyes were looking up at her with tears in the corner of her eyes. Did such an attack hurt that much? What sort of unreal strength did the Amazoness wield? And you? Tiona turned quickly on Belle. He shriveled at her glare. What were you thinking going all out like that? I saw that. You were about to kill her. He muttered something incoherent with tears of his own threatening to fall. Tiona was truly frightening when angered. And Belle had his fair share of angry women. I know, Ace said to her. I did it on purpose. Both Belle and Tiona looked at her. Ace didn't explain right away. She instead looked at Belle and asked, You don't know how to hold back, do you? Your eyes. They were always looking for a way to kill me. Not fight, but kill. You don't know how to fight beyond that. His jaw was slack with amazement. Yes. Everything she said was spot on, even when he hadn't known it himself. It made sense. Yes, he agreed. It was always kill or be killed. I never had the chance to spar like this with another hunter. We're not like adventurers. What I mean is, we don't compete like this with other familia. Whenever we're not hunting beasts, we were putting down hunters too consumed in bloodlust. We always fought by any means necessary. He was more telling himself this than her. He was coming to terms with a concept he lived but never tried to think about. It was as if she had asked how he breathed. He simply did. The mechanics had been beyond him. Just what kind of place did you come from, little rabbit? Tiona asked with her loud voice. Yarnum, he answered honestly. It's a place infected with a terrible disease that turns people into beasts. We were tasked with hunting them down. People into beasts? She asked, crossing her arms. For you to be this strong, do you mean to say people turned into monsters just as strong as those in the dungeon? That makes sense. So, what god did you have in his yummy ham place? Ace was looking at him with as much curiosity. No, if he could place it, he would say her eyes were shining with hunger. I wouldn't call her a goddess, Belle muttered. It was kinda like the fauna ritual. But, instead of gathering excelia, we would gather something called blood echoes. There, the dying wishes of the beasts we hunted. I gave them to her, and she would make me stronger. I could even use them to repair my gear, make them stronger, or purchase equipment. Tiona blinked at his explanation. It seems kinda cheap if you can spend something like Valis to increase your status. But who's she? What's her name? He knew she was trying to reap information out of him. That was probably why she was really here. He had no reason to withhold it from her. He had already revealed everything about himself to her, and her teammates down in the dungeon. He didn't want to make them his enemy. Not if he wanted Ace to become his enemy as well. The doll, he answered. A doll? Tiona gave him a flat look. That's all I know her by. Belle put up his hands before she could chop at his head too. Gehrman didn't give her a name. I only knew her as the doll. So did everyone else. Honest. Tiona was unsatisfied with the answer but didn't press on. I would like to get back to training now, Ace spoke up. Eh. Belle snapped his head towards her. But I hurt you badly. You still want to go? What if I don't stop myself before it's too late? Then I haven't learned anything, Ace said boldly as she stood. She rolled her shoulder, testing out the flexibility after the healing potion. Belle was in conflict with himself. He admired her tenacity to get better. Truly he did. But at the same time, he didn't want to carve her like a turkey to do it. I will never learn if you hold back, Ace said. She placed her hands at her front and bowed. Please take good care of me. Those were not the words shared when the two of them were about to kill the other. With a nervous look, he adjusted the grip of his second half of the blade of mercy, held it underhand, and bowed back. Why yes, I'll do my best to. She came at him without warning. Her blade was pointed at his jugular. A moment later, she was on the floor, clutching at her bleeding stomach. PPPP potion. Belle screamed and flailed around. 000. Belle walked down North Main with his shoulders slouched and hands dangling forward. He was too tired to stand upright. At his left, Tiona had her hands behind her back and walking without a care in the world. At his right, Ace gave him curious glances as if wondering why he was so exhausted. Why was he exhausted? It's not like he was the one who nearly bled to death 3 times. It's not like he had his vitals pierced. It's not like he was on the brink of death and beyond salvation of a healing potion too many times to count. He shouldn't have any reason to be this exhausted, right? Yet, the one who should be traumatized was walking as if nothing happened. This was only their first day. He still had 2 weeks of this nightmare. He didn't want to accidentally kill his person of admiration. Why so gloomy, little rabbit? Tiona asked. It's just a long day, he sighed, not wanting to share the actual reason. Are these lessons too imposing for you? Ace asked with genuine concern. No, not at all. He shouted with too much force. He stood erect and put up his best smile despite his fatigue. I have no problem. None at all. I'm more than happy to do as much as I can. Ace studied him before nodding in acceptance. Her mood brightened, though only someone like Tiona could notice based on now marginally small it adjusted her expression. It was dusk by the time they decided the day was done. They had taken a break around noon for lunch. Belle ate his boxed lunch by himself while the girls went off on their own. After that, Ace was stabbed several more times until now. She got better, sure. The last few times, she went from critically wounded to gradually bleeding out. If things were to go on like this, he would need to buy a lot of healing items. Hestia Familia now had a good sum of money from both selling the other pair of Blade of Mercy and from his exploits into the dungeon the other day. But, still, potions weren't cheap. He hadn't spent this much money in rapid succession since the first time he went into the Benevolent. He stopped in his tracks and broke out into a flash sweat. He just remembered something. The girls stopped after they noticed they had passed him. They turned to give him looks. Seir was going to make him buy everything from the menu. This was his punishment from her. He couldn't refuse her. He didn't want to make someone like her upset. He had to be a man, accept responsibility, and take his punishments with a raised head. Are any of you hungry by chance? That didn't mean he didn't have to go down alone on this sinking ship. Huh? Tiona was confused by his sudden question. Hungry? Oh, I see now. You look defenseless, but you're really a prowler, aren't you, little rabbit? He didn't know what she meant by that. Unless she saw straight through him? She knew he was trying to drag them into his problems? As expected from a top-tier adventurer. That wasn't my intention. He argued to save face. I was just thinking, since this is our first day and all, I could treat you both to dinner. That's all. I didn't have any ulterior motives. Really? Who was he trying to fool? A fish? Everyone in the street could see right through him. The gods and adventurers passing by were giving him pitying looks. Sure, why not? Tiona said with a toothy grin. She nudged at Aze. What do you say, Azu? Dinner sounds pretty good right about now. But just so you know, bunny boy, we don't come cheap. I can eat a whole elephant. He wanted to fall onto his knees and embrace this Amazonas. He couldn't have asked for a better salvation from the demonic Seir. Ace didn't look so comfortable with the idea, but I'm the one who asked. Then, please let me pay for it. Alarms went off in his head. What will Seir think if Ace Wallenstein paid for the bill? He feared an even deeper punishment. She might even get Liu involved. And no, he waved around frantically. It's on me. Really. I insist. I'm the one who pushed you like this. She made the cutest pout, but she didn't argue further. Sounds good to me. Tiona approached him and wrapped one arm around his. He gawked by how she pressed her chest against him while dragging him down the road. So where are we going? He scratched his cheek. I actually had plans at the Benevolent Mistress. Tiona stared at him for the longest time. It was as if she could read right through him. Sounds great. She threw up a fist in cheer. Whether she was going along with it because of free food or helping him was beyond him. I'm so hungry I could eat 4 of everything on the menu. He sincerely hoped she was exaggerating. How much did Amazons eat exactly? As they kept walking through North Main, the crowds began to thicken. More than usual. More than adventurers who had finished their days crowded the streets. The sidewalks were packed, and they could see the sea of people at the center of the road being cleared aside. There came the sound of hoofs on pavement. None of them could see over the towering adventurers and their large equipment. It wasn't until the main attraction reached directly in front of them could they see. Belle froze solid. It was enough for Tiona, still latched onto his arm, to notice. Armored men rode through on horses. There was a pair of them holding a banner with an insignia on a bright red flag. The men were donned with blackened metal armor, plated shrouds and quilts, and faceless helms with trails of white hair blowing down the back. They had single-shoulder black capes with the same insignia. At their hips were swords normally found in the Far East, but Belle knew what they really were. They were leading a carriage. It was being pulled by 2 horses with a driver dressed in fine silks over a traveler's coat. He sat with his head held high, proud, as though being the lowly servant to whoever resided within the carriage was the reason of his existence. The carriage itself was mostly made of a dark oak with golden plating. The windows were gated with gilded iron, forming spectacular symbols while keeping the outside at bay. No one could see what lay inside as the curtains within were drawn. Belle's heart hammered. He had seen all these things once before. He had seen them beyond the borders of Yharnam. And yet, it was an entire experience of itself. He remembered what Lily had told him about a kingdom to the far north that specialized in beast hunting. She compared its warriors to him. He should have known they would be here in this world as well. The carriage had passed by them. It stopped when it was a few meters down the road. The door of the carriage blew open. A man stepped out. He was tall with a flashy red and black suit, long coat, stockings, and frilly cuffs and tie. His hair was as white as snow, pulled back into a tail and tied with black string. His eyes flashed through the mobs and landed directly at Belle without hesitation. Belle watched as the man approached, forced the crowds to split by his presence alone, and without word or warning, the man bent down, threw Belle over his shoulder, and returned to the carriage. Hi. Belle's voice was cut off once they were inside and the door slammed shut. The carriage resumed its drive thereafter. Should we have stopped him? Aze asked as they watched the carriage gather distance. I don't know. Tiona tapped a finger under her chin as she watched as well. We were told to not get involved with Canehurst unless ordered. But then again, Finn told us to get as much info on the bunny as possible. We can't do that if Canehurst takes him. I know we got a lot about him, but still, I wonder what they want with him. Her eyes flashed open. We should have stopped him. Tiona shouted. The little rabbit was going to buy us dinner. Oh, Aze said with some disappointment slipping through her voice. Chapter 12. Beyond the gates of Oririo came 2 marching armies. Arriving from the northeast was the invading force of 100,000 soldiers. They were all knights in full-plated armor, donning the crest of their singular familia. While the grand majority of the knights were stagnant as level 1 adventurers, those leading each of their legions as captains and lieutenants and donned in different colored capes were at level 2. And leading the entire army were the prize of this marching kingdom, the 3 generals at level 3. Arriving from the far north as the known map could allow, came a minuscule force in comparison at 10,000. However, hardly half of this collective force were soldiers. These were also knights, but donned not in armor but in flourishing and extravagant suits and dresses of red and black. These knights, rather than carrying and preparing their own things for war such as the other force, had brought their retainers and slaves to do it for them. Of course, while the 2 came from different directions, they would eventually meet at the one road that would lead to Oririo. At the crossroads, Rakia and Canehurst clashed, just so they could determine who could use the road first. Finn ran a hand through his hair as he watched the 2 kingdoms bicker. Of all the things to spill blood over, the elite of Loki familia, as well as several other upper-tier familias, were gathered under tents at the high road a few kilometers away from the city wall. While emissaries of both kingdoms had arrived some time ago to forewarn Oririo of their arrival, the guild sought it best to present the best familia to greet them. Or, which was more likely to happen, to get rid of their unwanted guests. It should be mentioned the number 1 familia, Freya familia, was not present. There wasn't even a representative. Captain, Tiona sighed as she threw herself on top of him. Her chest rested on the top of his head as she threw her arms over his shoulders, feigning laziness. He knew better. This is so boring. Why can't we just kick them out and go home? It was difficult to keep an eye on the battle through the binoculars with her like this. He had to put his arm down. He also couldn't move with her like this. But he knew how she would act if he didn't play along. She would get fussy. She'd probably make things a lot worse. We have our orders, he offered. While I would want to finish preparations for the raid against the hunters, we can't ignore this problem either. Nor can we kick them out. It'll cause issues if the other familia see us as bullies. Tioni sulked further. He didn't miss how she was using this chance to embrace him. He would allow her only a few seconds before brushing her off. She either learned of his habits or sensed his discomfort because a moment later she released him. He kept watch on the battle. Hardly anyone disturbed him. If anyone needed anything, they could direct their questions to Gareth or Riveria. He kept track of time, used the binoculars when something peculiar caught his attention, and checked the map sprawled on the small table in front of him. Rakia believed in an outdated method of fighting where quantity triumphed over quality. Even after 1,000 years and trying to overrun Orio 5 times, and failing to the point the city became bored with their arrival, they never changed. As a level 6, Finn himself could take out 2/3 of their army before starting to get weary. With Gareth and Riveria at his side, there was no hope Rakia could do anything. Combined with the other level 6 adventurers, the dozen level 5s, and 100 level 4s, why even try? But then there was Cainhurst. In its entire history, Cainhurst had been an enigma. It never involved itself with Orio other than the occasional merchant trading rarities. It was a kingdom no older than a century and had managed to keep itself hidden in its affairs from even the nosy Hermes familia. Yet, Rakia, who liked to pick fights with anybody, had been able to poke at this sleeping bear long enough to start a war with it. They had been fighting for nearly a decade with no obvious victor in sight. With news of this war spreading through Rakian channels, curiosity arose. Just who was the god that controlled Cainhurst that could challenge Rakia? No one believed it when the ruler of Cainhurst was mortal, a human queen at that. Even less when the warriors of Cainhurst were not adventurers. While no one knew anything about Cainhurst, Finn knew them exceptionally well as a hunter. He knew about their heretical methods. It wasn't his business to get involved with that side of the world, but even he had to disagree with them. They, who had stolen the secrets of the forbidden blood from the church and had concocted a miracle elixir of their own. Their queen, who mixed her cursed blood with it, gave this elixir to her chosen few. They were neither adventurers, nor were they hunters. They were called Vilebloods. 100,000 Rakian soldiers against 4750 Cainhurst Vilebloods, and Cainhurst had been the victor after taking 6,000 lives with their casualties being a few dozens. The leading general of Rakia called for a ceasefire, no doubt infuriating the Rakian god with this humiliation. Finn could play it all in his head. The numbers of casualties would have been significantly smaller if the god had listened to his advisors and just let Cainhurst pass. Cainhurst quickly gathered their things and continued their march ahead of Rakia. Finn's eyes narrowed as he saw something towards the front of the army. While there were several coaches for the highest ranking of knights, this box in particular stood out. Not because of the golden Cainhurst crest, every knight tried to outdo the other with how much they spent on their trailer, but because of those who surrounded it. There were knights in dark silver, nearly black, armor carrying the flag of Cainhurst. At their side were the weapons forged for only those who had consumed enough blood to activate the cursed blood within them. These were Cainhurst royal guards, which meant the one being escorted within that box was. Cold sweat flashed through him as the thing hidden behind those curtains stared back. Finn lowered the binoculars and pretended to study the map. He raised his thumb into his lips, a habit of his that always triggered his mind to think critically as well as to calm his nerves. He couldn't allow any of his teammates, or even his rivals and other familias, to see him like this. Captain? But, of course, the one who admired him the most would notice his distraught reaction. What is it? Just a thought. He put up his best smile to ease Tioni. Cainhurst is such a small army. Yet they were able to make Rakia bend. It makes me wonder what sort of monsters they have up there. Tioni frowned as she watched him. She didn't call out on his bluff. She wouldn't press it either. But what? She asked instead. Monsters that escape the dungeon are so much weaker than those inside. Even if they're the same type. Maybe if they were big monsters. But without the dungeon to respawn more, I would think they would get hunted to extinction. She made a good point. Even supposing those strong monsters could breed to create more of their kind, she wasn't wrong in saying they would still be hunted to extinction. The numbers simply didn't add up. Of course, he knew the terrible secret about the Vileblood and their thirst for blood. Cainhurst weapons weren't designed for hunting during the Beast Scourge. They were designed for dueling. Who knows? He said in a thoughtful tone as he went back to watching Cainhurst march. The royal carriage broke away from the army. Rather, the army moved off the road to set up camp in the fields. The carriage kept going, heading its way towards Orio. With Cainhurst setting up camp so close to the road, Rakia was forced to move elsewhere. They backtracked and began to set up camp on the opposite side of the plain. Things quieted down as both armies were locked in a staring contest with each other. In actuality, Rakia was glaring daggers while Cainhurst was cackling smugly. How long until they were at each other's throats again? 000. It was a strange chain of events that landed him here. He had to apologize to Iosefka. She had promised safe haven to anyone he found. But, given how those few civilians he found were so much closer to Oedon Chapel than her clinic, he led them to the former instead. He learned his mistake with Gascoigne's children. Yet, her door was always locked. He didn't manage to get into her clinic until he got hopelessly lost. At one point, he was fleeing in terror in the middle of the woods, found a cave, was then running through a poisonous swamp and being chased by worms and giants, and had then managed to find himself in the back alleys of Yharnam. The map he had been meticulously drawing no longer made sense. He crumbled it and tossed it away. It was only by climbing onto the rooftops, the only path he could take when he ran into too many dead ends else chanced the cave once more, and running away from those rabid wolf crows, did he crash through the windows of Iosefka's clinic. He had 2 reasons to apologize to her this time. Hello? He called out. His voice echoed throughout the vacant hallways. Miss Iosefka? It's me, the hunter. I'm sorry about your window. No answer. He kept walking, entering deeper into her clinic. What he found was not a facility of medicine, but a house of horrors. People were strapped to tables, cut open with their skin peeled apart and vitals removed into glass jars. And as the deeper he got, the less they resembled human beings. Their bodies were warped, mutated into grotesque, bulbous forms. Their skin was an unnatural blue, their limbs stretched, their heads enlarging. This was nothing like the transformation of the beast scourge. Whatever abominable feat was taking place in this medical ward was something worse. Ah, moonlit sense. He heard the voice of Iosefka as he drew to the back of the facility. How did you worm your way in here? Well, I won't make any excuses. Would you mind leaving us alone? Things need not change. You'll do the rescuing, and I'll do the saving. He froze. His eyes widened. It was only due to convenience had he not told anyone about this place. The safe haven of Oedon Chapel was closer to anyone he found. But what if this clinic was closer instead? What if he had sent them here? He looked around once more. The mutated people bolted to the tables. She had done this, and she dared to call this saving? If you refuse to leave. He heard when he came across the double doors leading to her office. Ah, well, I always wanted to try my hand on a hunter. The laughter he heard thereafter made him reach for the blade of mercy. His mind was made up. He kicked open the doors, drew his weapon, and quickened just as a blast of arcane energy sailed through him. This night, the good hunter prowled on the fake doctor. This is not the end of the story, merely the beginning. This was one of the few steps he took to reach his current endeavor. Upon searching the remains of their battle, trying to find any record of the victims she had tormented with experimentation, there stood something that he couldn't ignore. It had captured his eye as though a mysterious hand had placed it atop of everything else, and in such a way he couldn't have missed it. Throughout the carnage of knocked-over furnishings and shattered bottles of liquids, a withered envelope lay over a pile of other documents. Nameless Hunter G was printed on the front. It was addressed to him. The cruelty of Iosefka was put behind him. There was naught he could do for the victims. Not while the night of the hunt resumed. Yet, he took a detour, returning to the Witchwoods just as the letter within the mysterious envelope requested. There was a carriage awaiting him. It was being drawn by 2 black horses without a driver. There was no one within the carriage to greet him, yet the doors swung open as though the carriage itself was welcoming him. He climbed in, never thinking or questioning the series of events. Nor had he pondered about returning to his task as a hunter and resuming the night. It was as though he had been mystified ever since seeing the envelope. His sense of time became eschewed, more than it was with the hunt. He did not know how long he had sat within the carriage carrying him to parts unknown. It was as though he were stirring into consciousness after a long dream and falling once more into another dream. At his destination, he was in awe as the carriage drove him to a grand castle with high walls and spired towers. The metal gate rose to welcome him. The air was cold. It was a frozen tundra, completely different from the mucky swamp and dryness natural in Yharnam. If he had to say, it was as though he were in a completely different part of the world. A place that should have taken him weeks to traverse rather than a single dismissive sitting. He became petrified as another singularity froze him to his core. When he glanced at the carriage that had brought him, it was in ruins. The carriage was ripped asunder, as if a cannon had blasted into its side and shredded it to pieces. What's more, the 2 horses that had pulled it lay dead. Their bodies had decomposed, but were left mummified by the bitter cold and a thick layer of frost on their carcasses. These things had been left like this for a great deal of time. Plus the bridge that carried him was gone. He gulped and began to shiver with new fears. He tightened his coat around himself as he faced the gate. It was the only direction he could go. So venture forth he did. Through the gates was what remained of a courtyard. Rubble was spread around and part of the ruined castle collapsing downward. Statues were spread around in decoration with many of them shattered or knocked over. And the walkways and bridges connecting other sections of the castle together were destroyed. There were also bodies littered everywhere. They had been frozen solid and as mummified as the horses outside. He could make out the faint colors of red and black on some of them. And, despite them being in horrendous condition, he could recognize the same white robes belonging to church hunters like Alfred. This had been a battlefield, he realized. He didn't know how long these bodies had been here, but they had drawn an unwanted attention. The beasts that had wandered through were, as best he could describe, humanoid mosquitoes. They had the body of the insect in question, while maintaining the face of the elderly and long silvery hair. They were also taller than he was. And there were at least a dozen of them, staring at him with hunger. Naturally, with so many of them surrounding him, he fled. And, naturally, driven with starvation after harvesting the last dregs of this forsaken battlefield, they pursued. He carved several of them, but he was outdone by their sheer numbers and their ravaging hunger. They fought as ferociously as he did for the sake of survival. His escape onto the bridge would be the death of him. His only salvation was to enter deeper into the courtyard and reach the inner castle. As if anticipating his arrival, one of the grand doors to the castle opened, just enough for him to dive through. It did not shut, but the beasts outside didn't dare to follow. They retreated. It was as if whatever they feared within was enough for them to rather die of starvation. He didn't question it. He was just glad he was alive. He should have questioned it. What next transpired consisted of him screaming in terror, running, slashing into the open air, more running, more screaming, and more running. Ever since entering the castle had he faced against things he had never seen before in the hunt. He faced against the likes of monsters only found in the worst of horror stories. He was being chased by the ghosts of beings who haunted the castle and the gargoyles that defended its highest towers. At some point, he had managed to escape all the ghosts by breaking free onto the rooftop rafters of the main tower. Unfortunately, he was not safe as it housed a new breed of gargoyle, one that knocked him off the roof. He crashed as his back slammed against the stone floors of an adjacent wall. He was afraid he would be knocked down to the snowy floor too many meters below. But this wall was here to break his fall. He wanted to cradle and rock himself in comfort. He was ready to cry, but the monsters were still present. He had to stay moving, else everything he had done to this point would be for naught. He kept moving. He climbed up to the next rooftop when the path was barred from him. There were no gargoyles or ghosts or ghoulish servants to haunt him. For the time being, he was out of harm's way. But he was still not safe. Who knows when next they would come? As he ventured forward, this high up for the winds to blur his vision, he began to make out a figure in the distance. As he approached, he could have sworn to have seen it move. He readied himself, preparing to face another gargoyle. It was no gargoyle, nor any monster he had faced thus far. It was a man, or the remains of one. A shrunken corpse petrified by the cold had come to life. It was dressed in the robes of a church executioner, a golden crown shimmering with arcane energy and wielding a scythe in one hand and a sword in the other. It attacked him without warning. He had no choice but to raise his weapons and fight. This was not one of the monsters he could flee from. This was something that called out to him to face as a hunter. The blade of mercy sang. Thus, we come to his current state. The blade had pierced through the corpse's corpse and shattered whatever curse bound it together. It wailed one last time as its body was reduced to ash and was blown away by the bitter winds. Its weapons, its robes, and the crown toppled to the floor. It was the crown that rolled towards his feet, as though guided by the winds itself. Even he noticed how unnaturally it moved towards him on this uneven rooftop. Still, he could not ignore its allure. With careful fingers, he picked up the crown and eyed it at arm's length. His eyes widened as the energy from the crown came alive and entered through him. An illusion had been placed on the rooftops. Wielding the crown had allowed him to see through them. At the far end of the roof stood another tower, perfectly preserved and mounted to the building he stood atop. Something was drawing him towards it. When he entered, velvet carpeting of a grand stairwell welcomed him. Statues of knights in armor wielding swords and spears, mounted on horses, had their arms raised in salute. He climbed the steps, in awe of the difference in these parts. This tower and its interior was not in shambles like the ruins outside. Life thrived here. "Visitor," a voice called out to him, echoing throughout the chambers. "I claim no subjects, but here leath our throne. Kneel afore us, or get thee gone." He froze. The monster he just fought, it had been an executor of the church. It had remained here, on this specific spot, wielding the crown in his hands. It had a purpose here. It was guarding this place. Was it to protect whoever lay within, or to make sure no one made contact with it? He looked down at his blade of mercy. He made his choice and climbed the next step. 000. Belle was what? Hestia shouted. The two adventurers, Aze and Tiona, found the little goddess at her daytime job. Rather, since they would have to pay for their own dinner, they decided to make other plans. Ace wanted to get a quick snack at her favorite stand before heading back to the Twilight House, the Loki familia home. It was here where they ran into Belle's goddess and decided to tell her what happened. Kidnapped? And you just let him get taken? She shouted next. Tiona gave a dry laugh as she rubbed the back of her neck. She gave no excuse. We were told to not start trouble with Canehurst, Ace offered. We didn't want to start a war unintentionally. Really, she was reciting the words both Finn and Riveria, repeatedly, crammed into Tiona's head. They weren't allowed to leave to go train until the two elders were satisfied. Can I have my order now? Ace asked while she felt her stomach growl. The goddess Hestia glowered at her but complied. She was still on the clock and Ace was still a paying customer. A batch of sweet potato puffs were wrapped in paper and handed to Ace, who munched on them quietly to herself. Do any of you know where they're taking him? She demanded next. They still have to be inside the city? Tiona muttered while she thought hard. Belle's an adventurer, so it's not like he can leave even with Canehurst officials. And they were coming into the city, anyways. So, maybe the guild? Hestia glared at the Amazon, letting her know with her eyes on how useless this information was. Loki mentioned having to go to a gathering. Ace recalled. She remembered her goddess whining about being away from Ace, and then tried to grope her to make up for time lost apart. It seemed important. It might have to do with the Canehurst representative. Oh, good call. Tiona looked at her teammate with praise. I'm coming too. Hestia interjected before the two adventurers could leave. She was in the midst of removing her apron and bonnet. Boss lady, I'm leaving early. My child is in trouble. Your child is always in trouble these days, groaned an animal person working the other stove. If he can't deal with himself, then he shouldn't be doing this line of work. Fine, fine. But this is the last time, Hestia. Understood. Hestia saluted and went to walk around the counter. Tiona leaned over to whisper into Ace's ear. Were we planning on rescuing the bunny or something? I thought we were going to grab a bite to eat. Ace eyed her partner. They had already dug themselves in this deep. While she was confident Belle can manage on his own, it would be problematic if a political fiasco started just because the two of them didn't keep an eye on him. They were responsible, in a cosmic sort of way. So, with great reluctance, as if surrendering water in a barren wasteland, Ace extended the second half of her potato puff for Tiona. Tiona understood the sacrifice and accepted the potato puff. Tears threatened to fall as she knew how much this meant to Ace. She took a bite. Never before had the deep-fried potato with red bean paste tasted so good. And Ace was looking at her as if she had bitten off the head of a puppy, even if she was the one who offered it. Let's go, ladies. Hestia urged them on, ignorant of the moment preceding. Belle must be so scared being in their clutches. I can hear him now, crying out for his goddess to save him. Hold on, Belle. Your goddess is coming. She paused as a thought occurred to her. By the way, she eyed the two adventurers through narrowed eyes. Those eyes briefly examined their womanly proportions. How is it you two know my Belle so well? Did he not tell you? Ace questioned with a tilt of her head. Tiona had her face stuffed with the potato puff to provide anything. Tell me what? Hestia's eyes narrowed further. He and I are training together for the next 2 weeks, Ace answered simply. Hestia didn't react at first. But then, all of a sudden, her body jerked. Even her twin tails bolted outright as if struck by lightning. She became petrified. Belle and you? Alone? Together? Sweating it out for hours on end? For 2 weeks. It was an unnecessary detail layout of what they would be doing. But, yes, Ace would have to agree. She nodded back at the goddess. I'm going to kill him. Hestia turned and began to march up the road. You didn't tell me you were going to be alone with Ace Wallen something for 2 whole weeks, Belle Crannel. You better hope Canehurst hasn't tortured you for information. Because your goddess will. Do you hear me? Should we stop her? Ace asked. Tiona's eyes were full of playful wonder. It was the sort of look she and her sister had when they had a prank in mind. In fairness, we didn't stop the guy from taking the bunny rabbit. Ace knew something was up, but she considered the statement for a moment. She couldn't argue against it. She eventually nodded in agreement and went to retrieve the goddess. She tapped Hestia's shoulder and pointed down another road. The goddess was going in the wrong direction. Oh, thank you, she muttered, turned, and began her march anew. The two adventurers could only follow, often guide the goddess towards the right direction. 000. The conference room set to hold this meeting had been decorated to satisfy the ludicrously high standards of the gods. Marble pillars were positioned along the walls for eyeing pleasure rather than to uphold the ceiling. Tall windows allowed sunlight in, and the floors had been waxed to reflect everyone who walked along its granite floors. A grand table had been placed at the center. Every chair for the gods had been hand-carved, padded with velvet, and gilded with gold. In every placement was a goblet for refreshments, as well as any tool necessary to keep track, take notes, or doodle, prerequisite of this meeting. The gods gathered were the unofficial rulers of the city. While it was an understanding the guild was the de facto government ruling over Orio, these gods were the ones who ran the city, its citizens, the adventurers, and, to a certain degree, the economy as a whole. So great was their influence a single word could cause the city to implode. So great in power were their familias should any two parties enter conflict would it create a civil war. Gathered was Hephaestus, Loki, Freya, Hermes, and Ishtar. I am Ganesha. And Ganesha. Sitting on the other side of the table was the guild representative, a man of no remarkable worth or impression. His sole purpose in this meeting was to record all conversation in this meeting and forward the document to his superiors. He was a witness and a witness only. At one of the heads of the table sat the Rakian representative, the leading general, Prince Marius. He was a young man at the peak of his age, donned in majestic decorative armor and a floral wreath fit for his office. Though he sat poised, a single finger continued to tap against the armrest. He kept staring at the chair at the other head. Specifically, he was wondering why it was still empty. What's taking so long? Groaned Loki. She propped a leg up onto her chair while leaning half of her body on the armrest. Canehurst only regards theirselves above all else. Marius nearly growled out the words. Their arrogance believes themselves more important than the gods. Evidently, Hermes noted while he eyed the empty chair. Weren't they the first ones to reach Orio? Main Street was flooded with the kids watching their parade. No one else offered a follow-up comment. Ishtar was checking her nails, Freya was deep in her own thoughts while swishing her wine around, and Hephaestus was grimacing over the amount of paperwork piling up. I am Ganesha. And Ganesha was posing dramatically in his chair. Marius tapped his finger a few more times before abruptly stopping. His hand gripped the armrest. A few seconds passed as he came to a decision. His body shifted as he began to rise out of his seat. The door swung open. Just as he was about to cancel this meeting did the other party finally arrive. Of course, they had purposely kept him waiting until the literal last second. Several heads turned to observe the Canehurst party. Her skin was as white as snow and hair, long and wavy and braided, was as shimmering as platinum. Her beauty was without peer, outclassing the mystifying elves and even some gods of beauty. Alas, her eyes were covered by a silk handkerchief which hid the upper half of her face. She was in a pure black dress which bared her shoulders and collar. She was Queen Annalise, ruler of Canehurst. Following in her shadow was another tall man with white hair, dressed in the reds of Canehurst upper nobility. At his left was the cursed blade, Chickage, and at his right was a projectile weapon with twin barrels. This was the High Chamberlain of Canehurst, the advisor and bodyguard to the queen. But the third to enter. Marius had never seen him before. Huh. Loki was the first to voice her feelings. Her brows scrunched at the sight of the boy accompanying the queen and chamberlain. Snow-white hair, eyes as red as blood, and the modest skin of a peasant. And yet, he was dressed in the same Canehurst reds as the chamberlain. He did not, however, wear his weapons like prized armaments. He kept his sword tucked underneath the overcoat, and he looked uncomfortable with the attire. His hand kept twitching as though to wanting to reach for the frilly tie and pull it off. He looked like he didn't belong here and knew it. He looked like he didn't want to be here. He kept giving glances to the chamberlain and the queen. Whatever he saw in them compelled him to stay. The rest of the gods had mixed impressions. Hephaestus raised her brows in just as much surprise as Loki. Hermes looked amused. And Freya was giving the boy a piteous look, a sort of motherly look of wanting to embrace the boy as though he were a dying child. While the boy held no impression to Ishtar at first glance, it was her sharp observation on Freya that altered her opinion. She eyed the boy curiously. I am Ganesha. Ganesha stood from his chair and posed dramatically at the arrival of Canehurst. Charmed, Queen Annalise regarded the god before taking her seat. The gods did not show their displeasure at her disregard. She did not introduce herself, nor did she acknowledge their presence. It didn't matter. While annoyed in their own way, they were all happy to get the meeting started. It would seem I owe my god a bit of coin, Marius opened as he eyed the queen. I had believed with the importance of this armistice would your god reveal himself. Canehurst has no god, the queen commented casually, if not bored. This I have spoketh towards thou before. It matters not when thou covers thine ears. But speak not to us about gods when Ares does not present himself to us. If Canehurst's god refuses to meet with Rakia's, Marius spoke in a tired voice, then Lord Ares sees no reason in being present. He sent me in his place, just as your god has sent you. Then thou speaketh on behalf of Rakia? Annalise questioned with a tinge of amusement. Thou shalt claim the authority to make all decisions on its behalf? I am here to discuss the terms of the accords and review them with my god. In the end, it will be up to him to decide whether to sign or not. Then I speak to a mere messenger. The queen lost the hint of amusement. So be it. Thou'st demand the return of thine fallen, yet continue to peck at our walls like crows? Ares is as presumptuous as he is childish. Showst he not cease his pointless blundering, we will take the offensive. Marius did not look threatened. He did, however, pause to consider her words. Canehurst has always hidden itself behind its walls. Not once have you staged an assault. You lack the experience. Should you even manage to surprise us, there is no chance you have in taking Rakia. We have been defending our home from invaders long before your arrival. 'Twould be all the more humiliating when we do surprise thou, Annalise countered. This morning's defeat is reminder enough. Mayhap Rakia possesses great age, but it fares no better than a withered husk. Greater things hath crumbled whilst in the hands of an oaf like Ares. Tell us, young prince, how many a widow hath Ares created by throwing his thrall at our guardians? Marius did not react to the insults to his god and to his soldiers. He would not be provoked. He had heard worse from his colleagues, and thrice more from his own god. That's what this is about? Loki slammed her hands onto the table. Didn't you get the memo? Freya asked. I can only assume you did if you're here. I thought this was going to be important. Loki flailed around in her seat like a child. I thought the future of Orurio was at stake. This is just some lil, spat they oughta sort for themselves. Why do we have Tabi here? This concerns Orurio gravely. Ganesha spoke firmly, leaving no room for argument. We have been requested to witness this armistice, and to act appropriately as a neutral party. We hold a responsibility to not just our own familias, but to all who dwell within Orurio. The war between Rakia and Canehurst has made their children strong. The excelia they feed off of each other is cause for alarm. Should things continue at this pace, there is a likely chance one or both kingdoms will become a threat to Orurio. One day, their children will be able to match our own. The gods were left speechless. They always forgot there was a reason why Ganesha deserved a seat here. There was a reason why he had the largest familia in all of Orurio. There was much truth to Ganesha's words. Prince Marius had become the leading general at level 3. But since starting this crusade against Canehurst, he had ascended to level 4 after slaying one of the Queen's royal guard. Since the start of the war, what would normally take a soldier a lifetime to reach his level was taking only a few skirmishes. The average time expectancy to achieve each level was being cut into a small margin. Their numbers and power would be significantly higher, if not for the purpose of this meeting. Yeah, Loki snorted as she waved a hand in dismissal. Like in a million bajillion years. Orurio got's the dungeon. Ain't no tougher threat out there than that. It pays well anyways to be friendly to our neighbors, Freya offered with a friendly smile at Annalise and Marius. You never know what they might have to offer. Loki sulked in boredom, but didn't say anything else. Young prince, Annalise resumed the conversation as soon as the gods were finished. Thine request goes against the foundations of Canehurst. We treat our dead with utmost ceremonious care. To do so otherwise would blaspheme against our beliefs. Thou'st request is denied. Marius' grip on the armchair tightened to the point of cracking the wood. Those bodies are not yours, which? They belong to Rakia, its god, and its people. Those are fathers and brothers and sons. I can tolerate your butchery of the unarmed, the disregard of surrender, and the barbaric acts of indecency. But you go too far when you take our dead behind those walls. Everything Canehurst does goes against the code of conduct of warfare. The queen was silent as her lips thinned. These are thine rules, she spoke softly, not mine. I did not agree to follow thine ways of life. Do not mocketh demands upon my part when thou and thine god desires the continuation of this war. We are not daft. We see through Ares. He is no different from us and our kin. Rage flashed through Marius. He did not reply as he sat still to gain control over his feelings. After a quick breath, the coloring of his face returned to normal, but his eyes remained just as fierce, burning with silent wrath. I will be the first to agree Lord Ares is a bloodthirsty warmonger, Marius said in a deceptively cold voice. However, he is no blood-sucking monster like you Canehurst vampires. Ares is a god of war, never a god of death. War holds the banner of death, Annalise interjected with a slight smile. Despite that, Marius nearly hissed, paused to regain himself, then continued. My god is still the head of his grand familia. Every citizen of Rakia is his child. The soldiers who fight for him are his pride and joy. To not send them off to the next world tortures him. He is willing to compromise to secure their return. The queen was silent. Marius had expected another snarky retort, but welcomed the silence just the same. He could only sit patiently as the queen thought of her next move. Good hunter. She turned her body slightly around in her chair. Her attention never fully turned towards the young man behind her, but the gesture was enough to signify she was addressing him. Tell us, shallst anyone siege thine home, would thou'st easily forgive them? And should they promise to return amore, would thou sit idly or prepare adequately? By any means needed? Heads had turned. The gods, who had pretended to care about the engagement between Rakia and Cainhurst, now paid full attention towards the boy. They knew him some way or another. Marius' brows knitted. Did the queen favor his voice because of his young age and inexperience? He could have been a fresh voice with newfound insight, outside of her usual court of vipers. It would explain his discomfort for the Cainhurst attire. But why did the gods eye him in such a way? It was as if the queen had picked up the boy off the streets of Oririo itself. Yet she spoke in a new tone as if she had known the boy intimately. The boy muttered as he looked around. He understood his position. He understood the point of the question. He understood he was being tasked with choosing his morality or the better good. He understood whatever he said would dictate how the queen would react thereafter. It was a struggle he wasn't accustomed to. Who is this? Marius demanded in a booming voice. Heads turned back his way. This was good. He couldn't allow the fate of Rakia to fall under the uncertainty of a child. The rising of his voice forced the conversation back onto him, or at least prolonged the boy's decision. Whether the boy realized this or not was unimportant. But the boy gave a sigh of relief, only visible to Marius as all eyes were drawn upon him instead. His name is Belle Cranel, the goddess Hephaestus answered among everyone. Marius blinked. While he knew the gods were aware of this individual, he expected the queen to answer who stood among her court. He is an adventurer of Oririo, belonging to Hestia familia. Even more questions sprang to Marius' mind. I thank thee for enlightening us, goddess. Annalise was the one to respond. We were not aware of his status in this world. Nevertheless, the question was not addressed to thyself. The young prince asketh who resides within our company. Hephaestus' brows rose not in insult, but in acceptance. As in, she accepted the words Marius shared earlier regarding Cainhurst and its arrogance. The queen raised a hand, palm raised, gesturing to the boy, Belle. She spoke clearly and with the authority befitting of a ruler. Let it be known here and now, I present upon thee, Belle. Head snapped around and some stood in alarm. Marius had been one of them with a hand at his sword. He had to double-take once he realized who had interrupted the meeting had been a small goddess. A goddess with black hair and a scandalous white dress with her, modesty, the term being used as loosely as possible, upheld by a silken royal thread. She held the height and proportions of a child, sans the bosom that thwarted even the most alluring of grown women. She had kicked open the double doors sealing the conference chamber and stormed inside without announcement. There were two adventurers behind her. One, a blonde, with a raised hand as though attempting to stop her and failing to do such. The other was a lithe Amazoness who had her arms crossed behind her head and a look unsure if it should be amused or terrified. Gee, goddess. The young man spun around in alarm. Then this must be the goddess Hestia, his patron goddess. I've come to save you. Hestia pronounced boldly with two fists planted on her hips. I came running here as soon as I heard you were kidnapped by some Cainhurst hoodlum. When Marius suggested the boy had been picked up on the streets, it was an example. He didn't realize it had been literal. Even more questions were storming through his head. You have a lot of explaining to do, mister. The goddess shouted as soon as she approached her child. Never mind, she was interrupting a conference that decided the course of history. What's this I hear about private meetings with Wallen What's-it-face? What was that? Loki shouted, slamming her hands onto the table and standing abruptly. Apparently our kids have been meeting each other in secret. Hestia shouted back. Aze. Explain. Now. Loki barked at the blonde adventurer. Said adventurer gave a slow blink. She didn't reply. Her expression showed she was accustomed to her goddess antics and had no intention of playing along. Belle wasn't at that level of understanding with his goddess, or perhaps his understanding with his goddess was a whole different category. Either way, he was on the verge of having an anxiety attack. What are you doing here, goddess? He tried to appease her by distracting her. This is a very important meeting. You shouldn't break the doors like that and march in here. Hestia familia can't afford to repay the damages. Hestia looked like she had something else to say based on how wide she opened her mouth for the next screaming rant. But his words struck a chord. Her face whitened as she eyed the doors she had kicked open. There was a large imprint of her foot planted in the wood. While this debacle went on, Marius took his time gathering his thoughts and savoring the wine the guild had offered. He knew he would need this moment when he re-engaged with the queen. It was like that when I got here. Hestia looked away from everyone and began to whistle, as though to shirk off the blame. Cainhurst shall pay for the damages, Annalise said dryly. She turned her body enough to peer at the goddess, but did not greet her respectively. Thou'st must forgive our indulgence. We hath taken this one's consult without prior warning. Hath we known he was here, a proper message wouldst thou receive in advance. This confusion is ours alone to fault. Hestia was flat-footed by the queen's words. She blinked a few times, eyed the woman, and bowed her head in both shame and gratitude. Thank you very much. And don't worry about it. I was just surprised is all. Can you just tell me why you took Belle? He didn't do something like having you innocently falling to his charm? He's been doing that a lot lately. She said those last few words while giving her child a vicious glare. Gee, goddess. The boy blushed with embarrassment. He kept glancing back at the blonde adventurer his goddess had come with. I don't know why you keep saying that. I don't know what you're talking about. Marius raised a brow when he saw the queen's lips curl into a smile. Innocent, she tasted the word. 'Twould be the most appropriate word to use. Both boy and goddess looked her way and muttered a single syllable in perfect unison. Eh. Annalise raised her hand once more to gesture at the boy. She spoke clearly, making sure she had the full attention of everyone, including the unwarranted guests. I present here and now upon thee, my dear husband and future king of Canehurst. The room fell into a deeper silence. It was as if the city itself paused to consider her words. Marius had no idea what it meant. He understood little of Canehurst politics. But to choose an adventurer as a husband? One who resided in Orio at that? There would no doubt cause problems on her end. So for what reason would she announce this? Surely she didn't pick up any boy off the street and decide to make him king. Perhaps. No, it seemed like the conniving Canehurst way. If anyone was going to become an idol, who better to become a puppet ruler under the queen's thumb than some witless lad? Combined with his status as an adventurer, it was possible she would open connections with Orio? Was that her goal? To get Orio to assist her? Was Canehurst being crippled by Rakia's constant sieges? But if such were the case, then why not choose a husband from any of the familia gathered here? Marius had heard of Hestia only once. Ares had called her the laziest person in all of Genkai. Marius couldn't wrap his head around Annalise's schemes. He sat in his chair going through hundreds of scenarios. The gods, with their great wisdom, must have come to similar conclusions to him. Some looked amused, others irritated, some worried, and one, Ishtar, held no interest. The goddess Hestia hadn't come to any of these conclusions. Time itself froze around her. Her body was as stiff as stone. Her hair defied gravity with how petrified the queen's announcement made her. Husband? The boy in question spoke as quietly as a mouse. He looked on the verge of fainting. Why'st thou most surprised? Annalise turned more than she ever had towards Belle. She fully regarded him, which spoke volumes considering she never glanced at the gods. Were it not thine self who presented I with this ring? She raised her other hand with the knuckles extended. There, on her ring finger, was a band of silver clasping a diamond. All eyes moved in unison from the ring, to the boy, to the ring, and back at the boy. He was reduced to a gaping fish. His mouth was open and noise was coming out, protests and arguments and excuses, but none he could voice. It was all pointless jargon. Then, all of a sudden, as if struck with an epiphany, he shut his mouth so hard his lips began to implode. It looked more like he had swallowed a lemon. Everyone in the room watched as all the blood in his face washed away and cold sweat beaded his brow. Wow, the Amazon girl whistled, breaking the spell of silence. You really struck out there, Azu. Aze Wallenstein, a name Marius knew well, did not react to her teammates' words. All of her attention was locked on the boy. She was watching him intently. What's the meaning of this? Hestia screamed, snapping back into reality. Belle? Husband? No way. No how. I don't approve of this. I won't hand over my Belle to you. You homewrecker you. In a fit of blind rage, the little goddess leapt at the queen. Her child was there instantly to snatch her out of the air and hold her back. Belle, let me go. The goddess squirmed in his arms. Yet, he held her still like a small child, her feet dangling off the ground. Someone needs to teach this lady some class. You don't steal a goddess child and expect to get away with it. Goddess. Belle held her tight. Please calm down. Annalise is joking. She's joking. Please tell her, Your Majesty. He was more begging for his sake rather than hers. As distracting as the scene was, Marius was paying more attention to the chamberlain. It was not missed by him, the gods, and the two adventurers at the door. The sound of a click. It belonged to a sword being placed back into its sheath. The High Chamberlain meant to unleash the chickage onto the small goddess in defense of his queen. I jest not, Annalise, ignoring all else around her, especially the taboo she nearly committed by her name, continued to give her full attention to Belle. Time hath passed much between us. Near a century awaited us for thou. I am not one to forget promises, Paleblood. There was meaning behind that title. Nobody understood it. It was a term Marius had never heard of before. It meant something to Belle. His eyes widened slightly. Annalise returned to facing forward. She waved a hand at Belle. Thou'st dismissed for the time being. 'Twould seem there is aught to reminisce. We will call upon thee when the time is right. Take thine goddess before she mocketh a mistake none may remedy. Why yes, Belle said in a squeaky voice. He continued to carry his goddess as he hurried towards the door. He paused only to briefly say, "Oh, thank you again for the clothes. I don't think I can repay you, but I'll try." "Worry not," she said, almost sweetly. "'Tis a gift. Thou must present thyself appropriately for such occasions." He bowed his head, still holding onto his dangling goddess, and scurried out of the room with haste. "This isn't over. You hear me?" His goddess continued to shout. "I'll never hand over Belle to you. Never. He's mine. Mine." "Sorry for interrupting." The Amazon put up a hand and a flimsy smile. "Please excuse us." Ace Wallenstein offered a more formal bow of apology. Together, they walked out of the room and shut the door. As best they could. The goddess Hestia had left an impression at the locks, and the doors couldn't close fully. Aside from Hestia's distant shouting, the only noise being made was Annalise's giggling. "That was a cruel joke," Marius commented. "Even from you." "'Twas no jest," Annalise retorted, though the smile remained. "You expect me to believe you weren't making a fool of that boy?" He raised a brow in scorn. He couldn't be any better than a peasant. He looks too green to be a competent adventurer. He's probably never been in possession of anything more expensive than that ring. So why not give it to royalty? Kings and queens deserve only the finest of jewels. The boy clearly didn't know the significance of the offering. Annalise's smile shifted as a tender hand caressed the ring on her finger. It was almost loving. Almost. He wouldn't dare to be fooled by this witch. Oi! Their attention was distracted once more by the outspoken Loki. The goddess had a piercing glare directed at Annalise. "Don't think you're off the hook with that stunt there," Loki said with a voice as cold and as sharp as the finest steel. "Itty Bitty might be reckless when it comes to her only child, but that don't mean your dog should cut her down. There was a taboo all followed in this world. One must never harm a deity. It mattered not if they belonged to another familia. A deep enough wound inflicted onto a deity activated the power of their divinity, their arcanum. While it would heal them of all energy, it would also rob them of their physical forms and send them back to the heavens. Once there, a god can never descend back into the mortal plane again." "I care not." Annalise gave a dry rebuttal. "What was that?" demanded Loki. "Cainhurst doth not bend to the will of the gods," Annalise said. "We share not respect for those who abandon their divine duties in the name of sport. If thou insistest on walking amongst us, then we shall treat thyself as one of us. If thou desires blood, will blood be shed in turn." Marius folded his hands together while leaning back in his chair. If things played out accordingly, he wouldn't need to make peace with Cainhurst. Their prideful queen would ruin her entire country by declaring war on Orurio. Now, Freya spoke up. Though she held a friendly smile, her eyes shone its true colors. "There's no need to get so upset, Loki. The child here is only saying she's willing to defend herself. Isn't that right?" The hidden meaning behind her warning wasn't missed. "It is so." Annalise was not visibly intimidated in her response. "However, as it is thou who grants quarter during this conference, we will abide by thine rules." She turned her head slightly and spoke towards the chamberlain. "Shouldst one of the divine threaten us, immobilize them." The chamberlain gave no response. His eyes only flicked to his queens briefly before going back to watching the room. "Will this suffice?" Annalise returned to the table, speaking in clarity as though to mock the gods. "That'll do just fine," Freya replied before anyone else. The other gods looked like they had something to say but fell back, not wanting to argue with Freya. Marius almost let the frown show. He shouldn't have hoped Cainhurst would topple so easily. "Queen Annalise," he cleared his voice. Now that he had time to regain his patience and fortitude, he was ready to face her once more. "Make your demands. It is clear you desire something if you have traveled this far to meet with me." She put up a hand to stop him. "No, young prince. I crave not to meet with thee. It was Ares who started this war. It was Ares who mocketh these demands. And it was Ares who demanded here, to neutral grounds, when he refused to meet us between our lands. My first demand, young prince, young messenger, is to tell Ares we will not speak of the matter any further until he sits at this table." "He will argue the same," Marius countered. "He will demand to meet with your god. Then more of his children shall not return." Annalise rose out of her seat, concluding the meeting on her own. "How many more will we claim before Ares lowers his pride? If his intentions lay true, he will meet with me. Or, mayhap his intentions lie elsewhere." She offered him a smile before turning and leaving. Her bodyguard followed like a shadow. Marius let the frown show this time. Of course, Cainhurst was the last to show up and the first to leave. No courtesies were given. "That's it." Loki screamed at the door. "All that squabble and nothing got solved?" "This might drag out longer than anticipated," Hermes commented as he picked up his hat and donned it. He was preparing to leave. "No duh," Loki argued back before turning to Marius. I don't know what Ares' big deal is, but we have better things to do than to sit around all day with your armies outside our walls. Most of my familia is out there playing overqualified patrol guards. There's a dungeon that's needin' to be explored. Believe me, Goddess Loki, Marius had a weary voice. Nothing would please me more than to reach peace as soon as possible. My men are tired and frightened. I want to be rid of Canehurst once and for all. It is the pride of my god that keeps this war going. Ares always had a thick head, even back in Genkai. Hermes lifted his head at a distant memory. He has tried to attack us 5 times, Freya commented, receiving nods from the other gods. But, Prince Marius, was it? Something you said caught my attention. You said your men were frightened. Is it because you don't know what Canehurst does with your dead or something else? Marius' lower lip twitched. There is a reason why we call Canehurst and their knights vampires. 000. Nameless Canehurst Knight, to 7M1. We shall henceforth address him as Theodore of House Mosby, was a newly ordained noble after completing his 20 years of extraordinary service in honor of the Queen. Just as all else who gained the title of nobility, he started as a chevalier. He held a small piece of land at the furthest edge of Canehurst territory with the pig farms as his main source of income. So poor was his land, he couldn't properly tax his people without ruining the farmers out of their homes. More often than not, rather than being the rich and elegant noble he dreamed of becoming since a small child, he assisted with the manual labor. It did not matter if he was the center of mockery for the other nobles. He had joined in their ranks, was acknowledged by the Queen, and was able to partake in the sacrament of the hunt. His spirit was elevated to new heights when the Queen had called upon her entire armed forces to rally to her. Theodore had gathered the young lads of his farm, donned his one and only Canehurst set, and marched along his fellow nobles. Never could he have been prouder. But this was not the end of his dream. No, this was merely the beginning. By being part of the army, to venture to the greatest hunt of all time, to fight against Rakian soldiers and bring their blood before the Queen. This was the sole purpose of a Canehurst Vileblood. And one day, he will be the one who presented the Queen with the blood she needed to bear an heir of blood. Oh look, nameless Canehurst Knight. C4T2 had snickered at him. Ted is spotless again. But never could he fight. His superiors would give him orders to stand back and guard, to sit idly and fiddle his thumb over his rider palish, while the rest of the nobility took arms and fight the Rakian soldiers. Only rarely, rare enough to count with one hand, had a stray soldier made its way towards him and could he dip his weapon in their blood. It was enough to satisfy his needs. He needed blood just as much as the Queen, but he could never find enough bodies to have his own fill and presenting the extra for the Queen. He could only fight enough soldiers to not give into the bloodlust. However will you find enough dregs, Ted? Cackled another nameless knight. To bathe in the blood of the enemy was the greatest honor to any Canehurst knight. The more drenched were their suits, the more blood they had claimed for their Queen. To have little blood was probed to mockery. To be spotless, like Theodore, was to insult the Queen. He knew they were doing this on purpose. They were purposely making sure he would not participate in the sacrament. It infuriated him. But he had not been blessed by the Queen enough to challenge any of them to a duel. Not they, who had been in servitude years before him. Wasn't it you who wanted to give the Queen a child? Another sneered. Or are you just a liar? Don't tell me you just wanted the honor like some pretender. I think he misunderstood the oath, another whispered, but purposely loud enough for him to hear. Mayhap he wanted to give the Queen a child that way. They continued to laugh at him. They continued to belittle him. They continued to rob him of his honor and prevent him from fulfilling his sacred vows. How can he not serve his Queen if his fellow countrymen shafted him? He shed no blood since marching. Not against the stray monsters, not against Rakian soldiers, not even against wild game. If he continued to go without partaking in sacrament any longer, he may have to cut down one of his own retainers to stay sane. Then approached Orurio. Once more were they met with Rakian soldiers, colliding at the same time at the crossroads. Here he had to save his honor. Yet, his blade tasted no blood. He was losing his mind. He was so thirsty. It itched at the back of his throat and gnawed at his brain. He was beginning to look at his countrymen like food. Not once since setting up camp could he release his rider palish. His grip was leaving an impression on the leather. At dusk came the third skirmish against Rakia since arriving at Orurio. And here was where he broke. Vampire! Screamed several nameless Rakian soldiers. They did not try to save the man Theodore had embraced. They fled in terror. The soldier flailed around, trying to break free, screaming at his comrades to save him. He continued to scream even as Theodore sank his teeth into his neck and tore apart the flesh. He dug his face into the wound, drinking the rich ichor and bringing his senses into a euphoria. Theodore dropped the man only when he needed to gasp for air. His heart was hammering as his mind was a cloudy mist. He needed his next fill. He was searching already for his next prey. The sound of gunfire went off as something sharp stabbed into his back and knocked him off his feet. "Oh, Ted." He rose to his knees. Surrounding him, encircling him without an inch of space, were several Canehurst knights. They were looking down at him in pity, in disgust, and with glee. "Couldn't control yourself? You're disgusting, letting yourself fall that deep into bloodlust. If you were that thirsty, you should have said so. A beast is what you are. You are no knight. You are not worthy to be a vile blood. Such a shame. You'll never be the one to give the queen her child." He could only look up at them in horror as they drew their weapons. And that was the end of this nameless knight. 000. "Belle, not that I don't mind this that much, but can you let me down now? It's kinda embarrassing being handled like this." Belle said, but didn't release her. They were back on the streets of the city. The sun had already set, magic lanterns lit the roads, and the crowds had thinned with the flock heading to the night service establishments. There were still a good number of people in these parts, mostly consisting of merchants and part-time workers getting off and heading home. A lot stopped to stare at his foreign garments, as well as the goddess he was carrying like a stuffed bear. "Thank you for coming, I think," he said to the two adventurers still following him. "I didn't need saving, but I still appreciate it." It's more like we didn't have a choice," Tiona muttered lowly while looking away. Ace didn't respond, only nod. It might sound rude, but..." He fidgeted where he stood. "I'm sorry to ask, but can we call it a night? I'd like to be alone with my goddess." "Eh?" Tiona shrieked. "But we went through that hassle so you could gwa." Ace elbowed her partner in the ribs. "We understand. Have a good night. See you tomorrow." She bowed politely before turning to leave. Tiona rubbed her side before giving Belle a more cheerful departing wave. She turned to follow Ace. Belle watched them go. He waited until they were out of hearing distance. He caught Tiona glancing over her shoulder to look at him. Ace seemed to understand his intent and kept walking without doing the same as Tiona. Hestia could only hang limply in Belle's arms. Really, she didn't mind him holding her like this. But couldn't he have done it behind closed doors? To be manhandled like this in such a public setting was embarrassing. She already had a laughable reputation as it was already. Belle still didn't release her as he walked a few paces and took a seat at a nearby bench. She sat between his legs, somewhat relieved she had something else to support her. The blood was starting to flow back to her legs and giving her prickling tingles. Belle was silent as he buried his face into her hair. She was about to ask what came over him when she felt him start to shake. The sounds came next. Small, withheld, but as clear as ever to Hestia. "Goddess." He was crying. "Please don't do something like that ever again." She didn't understand. "What are you talking about? I'm your goddess. If someone kidnaps you, I'm going to get involved." "And no, it's not that." He lifted his head slightly, just enough to pull his face away but kept his brow rested on the back of her head. "Maybe you can fight with your fellow gods. But Annalise is different. The man she was with, he was about to kill you." Her eyes widened. Kill? Belle, be serious. No one would harm a god. It's against the law. Aurario's law, she left out. But even Rakia followed it. Why shouldn't Canehurst? He would have, Belle argued and squeezed her tighter. Her back rested against his chest. "That man, I don't know who he is, but he's a hunter like everyone else. And he has as much of a bloody aura as Lady Maria." She understood this reaction now. He was wholly terrified for her sake. That was why he had panicked, why he hadn't let her go since then. He didn't want to let her go in fear of a man from another realm getting to her. "Okay," she said softly. She raised her hands until they rested on the arms embracing her. "It's okay, Belle. I'm safe. I know you would have protected me. I know you always will. That's one of the things I love about you." They remained like this in silence. Minutes passed as they breathed in the other's company, even after he had calmed down. "Belle," she spoke up when she thought the time was appropriate. "I think we need to continue that conversation from earlier. You know the one. There's more to the story you haven't told me, isn't there?" "Yes," he said eventually. "I'm sorry, goddess. I couldn't tell you everything that evening. There's a lot to tell and I was afraid you wouldn't believe me." "It's a big pill to swallow," she admitted. "Honestly, an infestation turning people into monsters based on a parasite of alien origins? It sounds like one of those horror stories I used to read. But if you say it's the truth, I'll believe it." There was also the horrifying fact that no one can lie to a god. Everything Belle had said had been the absolute truth. He'd either believed it to the point of being completely insane, or it was genuine fact. "First things first." Hestia raised a finger. "Canehurst and that home-wrecking queen of theirs. You clearly know something about them. I want to know everything. And you can start with why you gave her an engagement ring." Let's go home first," Belle offered with a nervous smile. Only then did he release her. Hestia hopped onto her feet. She pulled Belle onto his, and they shortly began their walk back home. His story could wait. It was something best discussed in isolation. By the way, Belle, Hestia thought of something to pass the time. When were you going to tell me about your private affairs with A's Wall and something? Eventually, he scratched at his cheek. And please don't say it like that. A's and I are only training. That's all. Oh, A's now, is it? Since when did you get so chummy to call her by her given name? She insisted. I can't say no to a high-class adventurer like her. And you're sure your crush with her had nothing to do with it? Well, whatever. So this means you'll be spending a lot of time with her. Should I be worried? You're already blind to the charms of the goddess you live with. Sorry, I didn't hear any of that. What was it? Nothing. Nothing. Oh, Belle, want to stop and pick up some food? I haven't eaten since lunch. Yeah, food sounds good. Think of anything you want? I'm fine with whatever you want, goddess. It's just, I can't help but think I'm forgetting about something. It's probably not that important. And if it is, you'll remember it eventually. I guess. I'm sure it's nothing. A pause. Something wrong, Belle? Just a shiver. I hope I'm not getting sick. Chapter 13. She was trapped, cursed, and imprisoned. When the church's executioners lay siege upon her castle, was there naught she could do? They had come not in early dawn or in the dead of night. They had come during the hour of feast. They had come when her precious vile bloods partook in the Holy Communion and slit throats when encumbered by the euphoria of blood. Pandemonium erupted. Her royal guards swept her away, to fall back onto her throne for a final defense. Her subjects were slain, but so long as she remained unharmed would the vile bloods continue to exist. It was pointless. Her knights were vanquished. Her royal guard were bested, and her husband beheaded just like all the rest. But she laughed. She laughed and cursed the fool Logarius who led this siege. No matter what the man would try, her body was undying. Burn her. Hang or behead her. Drain her of blood. Nothing they tried could execute her. So sealed was she. They bound an iron mask over her face and locked her away in her throne. And Logarius sacrificed himself. The errant fool had made sure he would remain her eternal jailer. But Annalise was patient. She had existed long before the church. Her ancestry had ties to the ancient Themerians. She had seen the world change throughout the ages. No matter how strong this cage was, it will eventually crumble to the will of time, just as a rock is ground by the shifting tides. As she predicted, her savior had come. How long had she been here? Trapped in time by the curse of Logarius? It mattered not, she supposed. The first thing she noticed about this visitor was not his approach. His blood was fresh, so young and full of life. He walked with a gaunt of caution, of wonder and innocence. But no, none of these things mattered. He reeked of the moon. He had been touched by the old one, Flora. Visitor. She spoke just as she would for any she granted audience. I claim no subjects, but here leath our throne. Kneel afore us, or get thee gone. The boy, the one still covered in the blood of Logarius, approached until he was at the steps of her throne. He did not move. He was transfixed by her. It was as though he had never lain eyes on someone such as she before. How quaint. Such impudence. Her tone turned sharp. He reacted with a jolt. Defiled, are we, yet still queen. We shall not give audience to an ill-mannered beast. Get thee gone. He grew flustered and did exactly what she demanded. He knelt, in a fashion he was all too familiar with. It was more akin to him sitting on his heels. Rather than kneel in fealty, he knelt like a small child expecting a lecture. She supposed it would do. Kneel he did. Visitor, she lightened her tone. Moon-scented hunter, I am Annalise, queen of Castle Canehurst, ruler of the vile bloods. She paused, not out of consideration, but to make sure he would hear. And sworn enemy of the church, she went on with a small, dry laugh. Yet, our people are murdered and we are prisoner to this wretched mask. What is it thou art in search of? I don't know. His voice was small, bewildered. He sounded frightened and unsure of himself. This was her savior? This was the one who bested her turned subjects? This was the one who had traversed throughout her castle and broken the seal left by Logarius? No weak soul could have done such things. And yet, how could someone so innocent achieve it? Pure. This young one was pure. A diamond buried deep in a world of dark and cold. Well, well? She smiled behind her iron mask. An odd hunter thou art indeed. We've tired of these piteous nights. Share in our plight, and take oath against the church. If thou wouldst this path walk, I prithee partake in my rotted blood. She would have this one, this pure soul. He would make a fine vile blood. One who would not scheme behind her back. One who would not stab at his neighbor. One who would not follow her blindly, but out of his own obligation. One with a mind and soul and heart greater than her most zealous of royal guards. She ran her thumb across her wrist. Her blood began to ooze out. She leaned forward and extended her reach for him. And no, he said. He bowed further until his brow kissed the floor. I'm sorry. But one of my friends is from the church. I don't want to be his enemy. I don't want to fight another one. Heartbreak. Something in his words was making him sob. From what she could assume, this hunter had to put down one of his fellow comrades. Such was to be expected in the hunt. Yet he still cried for his lost. She found. She couldn't corrupt this one. No, she wouldn't. Not this one. Not this child. She withdrew her hand. A wise choice. There is no more to be said. Away from mine gaze. He lingered on. He tried to speak further with her, but she refused him. She would not be tempted to corrupt this one. Let him be gone to finish his duties as a hunter. Now that the seal was broken, could another be chosen as a Vileblood? It wasn't long until she was left alone once more. She sat in her throne, waiting for any else to approach. How much time had passed? Days? Weeks? Years? She did not know. Time was non-existent since the curse had been placed on Canehurst. Vanquished as Logarius was, the lingering residue of her subjects and their hatred for the church kept her territory in stasis. A new visitor had come. She did not greet this one. She recognized the scent anywhere. A church executioner. That boy. He had mentioned he was acquainted with a member of the church. He must have spread the word of this place. She only laughed as this executioner spewed his piteous nonsense, calling her a heretic and how he must make a true martyr out of Logarius. She continued to laugh when he delivered his weapon onto her being, a cartwheel. He brought it around again and again, reciting prayers and spitting curses at her, even as she fell out of her chair, even as her body was smashed beyond recognition, even as her face was squashed enough for her mask to fall off. Her body was reduced to nothing more than chunks of meat. Yet still she lived. Master, look. The executioner raised his arms and laughed with pride. His breathing was still haggard from the effort, but he was overwhelmed in the euphoria of his quest. I've done it. I've done it. I smashed and pounded this rotten siren into fleshly pink pulp. There, you filthy monstrosity. What good's your immortality now? Try stirring up trouble in this sorry state, all mangled and twisted, with every inside on the outside, for all the world to see. He laughed riotously. His laughter shadowed the fleet of rushing footsteps coming from the grand staircase entrance. Alfred, gasped the moon-scented hunter. Oh, you, is it? The executioner turned and welcomed the hunter. Look at this. Thanks to you, I've done it. Well, isn't it wonderful? The boy approached the throne. His steps were light while he shivered. There, at the core of her being, at the largest piece of meat that remained, he approached. He picked her up in his hands as though cradling a wounded creature. Was this how she saw her in her pitiable state? Now Master can be canonized as a true martyr. I've done it. I have. As the boy cried for her, the executioner was drunk in his triumph. She did not understand why he cried for her. Did this fool think this was his fault? Perhaps it was. Perhaps it was not. She had never once despised him. She couldn't. This was bound to happen, just as her kingdom sieged before. So long as a single executioner existed, she would be hunted. Always. Why? The boy screamed and spun at the executioner. Why did you do this? She was harmless. She did nothing to you. I told you about her because I wanted to learn more. I didn't want this to happen. Just what is the meaning of this? The executioner asked with curiosity and a hint of insult. Why? The boy sobbed more. Why? Alfred, please. Just tell me why. She wasn't a beast. We're supposed to hunt beasts. We aren't supposed to hurt anything else. You're jealous, aren't you? The executioner adjusted the grip on his wheel. The air grew tense. Slowly, the boy placed her flesh into his pocket while the other hand reached for his hidden blade. Alfred, you're mad. Unclean wench. The executioner roared and turned his weapon on the boy. The wheel came down. The boy only had an instant to dive out of the way, just as the wooden device crushed the marble tiles beneath. He rolled and quickly rose to his feet. His blade was drawn. The two engaged in combat. The executioner, despite the size and weight of his weapon, was fast and unrelenting. Though the boy was fast and knew of a talent long forgotten, the art of quickening, the executioner did not give him an opening. The boy could have fled. But, no, this was not a fight for survival. This was another hunt. The two were trying to kill each other as they saw the other maddened. Had the boy never been introduced to zealous behavior? Did he mistake it as beasthood? And there was no doubt the executioner thought him a traitor for defending the vile blood queen. Vile monstrosity. Bloody fool. Has the blood gone to your head? Pathetic, as you deserve. She witnessed the boy's tenacity. But there was hesitation in his steps. She may be no warrior, but she had seen many a number of duels to acquire an eye in single-handed combat. The boy's words echoed throughout her consciousness. He did not want to take the life of this Alfred, but all hunters must hunt. Be blood. The executioner gasped as the crooked blade found its way into his chest. You've spilled my blood. Pray for Master Logarius, in my stead? The executioner took his last breath, and the boy cried some more. From this point on, she was carried within the boy's person. Many times did he try to heal her, pricking her with injections of the healing blood. Nothing he tried worked. Still, he sought an answer. She did not know what drove him. What right person would carry a piece of raw meat in their care for such a long journey? Was he aware she was still living, still conscious of all his actions? Was he aware she was watching him? The night was long as he carried her throughout his hunt. How many beasts did she see him slay? How many of his fellow hunters? How many tears did this one shed for both? She wondered if she would be left like this forever. To be in his care as he endlessly pursued an unknown means of undoing this form? She found she wouldn't mind. Ascend Eden Chapel, she heard him mutter suddenly. A surge of insight came through him. He changed course and headed to his destination. And from there did he find the headquarters of the choir, the highest sect belonging to the church. He walked through their orphanage, purged the place of beasts and corrupt walking its halls, and walked through its enchanted garden. As though guided by an unknown force, he did not search through the library or hidden chambers of the church's heads. Instead, he found a simple elevator fashioned at the core of the institution. It burrowed down, deeper than the height of the church's clock tower. They entered a cavern, vast and shining with fluorescent vegetation. A lake took most of the floor, though it was shallow enough for the boy to walk with the water reaching no higher than his calves. Her core shuddered as she sensed what the boy was approaching. It was tall, larger than any beast they have come across. It took on the similar physique of a slug, with extending tendrils and chitin plating. To describe it did it no justice. Its physical appearance meant little compared to what it represented. Its body hummed with power. This was undeniable. Its vessel was merely an anchor for this celestial entity. This creature could undo them both if it so desired. This was an old one. The boy gazed up at it not in awe, but in sorrow. Simon. The boy spoke softly. Alfred. Ludwig. This is what they meant. What the church had done. Why people they took in were turned into things. All the experimentations. What Iosefka was trying to achieve. You're the cause of it, aren't you? The old one paid him no mind. He was nothing to it. I'm sorry. The old one let loose an unearthly howl once the boy unsheathed his weapon and plunged the blade into its hide. The fool. He sought to challenge an old one? Many great and fearsome beasts had she seen him vanquish, but to face an old one was nothing. Ebrietas, daughter of the cosmos, turned and unleashed the powers of the universe onto this foolish mortal. Hunter or no, protected by the dream or not, there was no greater force out there beyond the likes of an old one. Yet the boy fought, and beyond her comprehension, he fought on equal ground to the old one. For every blast of cosmic radiance the old one unleashed, the boy carved his blades through its skin. As his skin was burnt with arcane forces, it was being cleansed by Ebrieta's blood. And he was the one to deliver the fatal blow. The old one quivered and lay still. This boy, he had slain an old one. He had killed something not unlike a god. He had undone a creature not of this plane of existence, a cosmic entity entwined with the fabric of reality. Nothing was greater than an old one. This was truth. And if this was truth, what was the dream? Did another old one have ties to this boy? Panting, wounded, and exhausted, he remained standing. He took no pride in the kill. He cried for the old one just as much as he had for any other hunter undone by his blade. He needed this moment to wallow in his depression, to accept his actions, and reobtain his fortitude. He stepped away from the old one's corpse and headed towards the back of the caverns. He pulled out her pink mush from his pocket and placed it upon a stone altar. Please, he whispered as he clutched at the edges and bowed his head in prayer. Please, please, please. Let this work. I don't know what else to do. I can't bring the others back. Not after what I've done. But please, just this one thing. Let me save just one person. Just one person. Those words had him breaking into tears. She understood. His path was paved with misfortune and blood. The path of a hunter was not one of salvation but damnation. A hunter hunts and never protects. She would have scoffed at him. Had he learned nothing? Those tears of his never brought his friends out of their insanity. His words did less. And too often did he have to put them down just like the beasts of the night. She didn't laugh. Not at him. Not after witnessing his incorruptible innocence and pure heart. And perhaps it was because of these qualities did a miracle happen. Or it was because he was doused in the blood of an old one, or had absorbed some of Ebrieta's arcane energy in their fight. Or because of something else she will never understand. Time was undone. The will of the cosmos reached down and touched Annalise. And she sat once more in her throne, whole and healthy. It was as though that executioner Alfred had never visited the antechamber. Alas, the boy was not with her, and she found his lack of presence displeasing. She would not have to wait long. Before she knew it, a familiar presence had found its way to Canehurst. She observed it until the figure made its way to her throne and climbed the steps to stand before her. It was her hunter. Her hunter. She suppressed a smile at the thought. "Why you?" He croaked as he approached. "You're okay. Thank goodness." He was ready to cry as a tremendous guilt was washed off his shoulders. "Errant fool," she spoke just as she had before. "Forget not, we are queen. Bend the knee." Instantly, he knelt in his previous fashion, legs tucked under his thighs and awaiting instruction. She could not hold the smile this time. It was fortunate her face was hidden by the iron mask. "I'm sorry," he said when sufficient time passed. "It's because of me. I didn't know Alfred would do that. I remembered he mentioned something about vile bloods. So I asked him and, I'm sorry." He bowed his head until his brow kissed the floor. She said nothing as she watched him. "I know this can never make up for it, but..." He rose, against proper etiquette, but she decided she would excuse him for this much and rummaged through his belongings. "I want you to have it. I found it deep in the dungeons. It's a ring. I think it's for a woman because it can't fit on my fingers. It's very pretty. I think it would look great on you. I don't know how much value this really has, but this is all I can offer for." "Still thy honeyed tongue," she said as he slowly crawled on his knees to her feet. "The thought alone sufficeth. Thy worth is too great. Now, speak no more in the matter." All the more reason." He blurted back. How crass, to speak in such a way before royalty. "If it's really that important, then you should have it. Why, you're a queen. I can't think of anyone who deserves it more. Please, for me?" Silence was her response. The boy's form slouched as he retracted his arm. Guilt and sadness washed over him over this rejection. She found she could not tolerate this behavior any longer. Honestly, she leaned forward and extended her hand. And dare she say he glowed like the rising sun when he approached and placed the ring on her finger. When she pulled her hand away, her thumb caressed the ring. He moved back to his prior position. "Thy gift pleases us," she said with a lifted spirit of her own. "We await thy return. This chamber was made not for one alone, for the honor of Canehurst." She dismissed him. She knew of his duties as a hunter. The hunt resumes as the night continues. Her affair was but a distraction. "Why, yes." He rose to his feet and bowed again. "I promise to visit again once the night is over. I'd like to know more about you, Annalise, Queen Annalise. Maybe I can ask you instead of through someone else?" She would have liked that. Her dear betrothed. She would not turn him into a vile blood. She would not corrupt him, though she knew she couldn't even if she tried. She had witnessed his sole triumph over an old one. He would make a fine king, and so she waited for his return. But he never would. 000. Annalise stroked the diamond ring lovingly as she rode in the carriage. The sound of the city could be heard through the shutters as the wheels rattled over the cobblestones and hooves of the horses clattered as they walked. She could feel the staring of the mortals and divine beyond the wooden walls. They meant nothing to her. "He hath grown," she said to her chamberlain sitting across, "matured and bloomed. And yet, doth he remain unchanged. His innocence, his purity, it layeth unbroken." The chamberlain said nothing in reply. He sat erect with his chickage between his legs and hands over the pommel. He could see the outside no more than she could, yet his head turned at the windows to observe those outside through heightened senses. We wonder what manner to king he shall become. Like a maiden in love, her thoughts were consumed by her precious hunter. Her petty squabbles with Ares and the scheming of her court were forgotten. There were only plots to have him, specifically, at her side. "See, teach, all is taken care of," she commanded. "Watch him. Mocketh thy presence unknown. Return to us when thou learneth enough." The chamberlain did not respond, just as he always had. He remained in his seat as the carriage carried them through the streets. Suddenly, the door opened and he slipped out like a shadow of the night. The door shut behind him. His departure did not make a single noise and did not stir or shift the balance of the carriage. The driver continued on, as he would even if noticing this disturbance. Annalise stroked the ring one last time before cupping her hands together. The city gates were approaching. She put all thoughts on the good hunter to rest. Her chamberlain will provide her with what she craved at the appropriate time. For now, she needed to return to her subjects. They would demand a court assembly after fighting with Rakian soldiers. They would want to present her with fresh blood and further their status as vile bloods. They would smile at her behind their porcelain faces to further their selfish desires. At some point, her thumb went to rub the diamond in her subconscious. She wondered how they will react once they learned of their king. 000. She was in your pocket for how long? Hestia summed up the entire story with one question. Belle couldn't come up with a response to that. They both sat on the couch while he had told his entire story with Queen Annalise and his adventure, read, Nightmare, through Castle Canehurst. In order to do that, he had to tell her a few other stories to answer some other questions that were brought up. She never once challenged his credibility. She never questioned his sanity. The only questions she raised were whenever she didn't understand something and wanted it cleared. He watched her reactions all the while. She gasped, she jerked, she nodded, and she patted his head when appropriate. But, he noticed above all, she had no reaction at all at the mention of Ebrietas. It was as though she forced herself to not give him anything to read off of. While the sun had set a few short hours by the time they came home to the abandoned church, he had finished his stories by the darkest hour. He felt exhausted. And not just because of his training with Ace Wallenstein or the meeting with Annalise. Having to share these events with his goddess tired him in a way. It was as though he were going through the hunt all over again. And that was the response she had in the conclusion. You're not going to ask how? Was all he could come up with to retort. What way? She pressed. As in how she was alive that entire time? How time was reversed at the altar of that petrified giant spider thingy? Or how you knew which part of her was still her when all her grossness was all over the place? Really, Belle, there were how many chunks in that throne room and you just happened to pick up the right piece? He scratched the back of his head in silence. I don't know, he admitted. To all those things. I remember Gehrman telling me to ascend Eden Chapel at the earliest stages of the hunt. And this was long before I found my way into Canehurst. But I don't know how it worked, or even if it would at all. And I don't know how I knew she was alive. I just did. Something was telling me. Regardless, Hestia sighed as she placed her fists on her hips. You felt obligated to give her that ring as an apology. That's where you made the mistake, Belle. You cornered that woman into a position she couldn't refuse. I didn't know it was something for marriage. He blurted out with a reddened face. I found that ring in the Thamirian tombs and thought it was the most expensive thing I've seen. I thought it was fit for a queen. That's it. Honest. Hestia gave him a worried look. She was pitying him with those eyes. He meant it. Marriage rites back in his farming village were a lot more blunt. If someone wanted to marry someone, they would ask the other person or their families. No one in his village was rich enough to acquire a diamond ring. Even a band of silver was outlandish. The concept of offering jewelry like that was inconceivable. Don't worry, Belle, Hestia huffed. Your goddess will handle this. This is all nothing but a misunderstanding. Besides, you belong to me. Even if you wanted to get married, I wouldn't allow it. Thank you. He said the words but wasn't sure what tone to use. Just so we're clear, Hestia gave him a level glare. You feel nothing for that woman? What? His blush returned. No, goddess. I mean, Queen Annalise is pretty. I never got to see her face without the helmet. And she seems really nice. She has this mature and sophisticated aura around her. But it's not like I want to marry her or anything. He felt like he did something wrong. The look his goddess was giving him screamed bloody murder. He should apologize. Even if he didn't know what he did wrong or why she was so angry at him. He told her what she wanted, didn't he? Just stay away from anything relating to Canehurst for the time being, she huffed again, turning so she wouldn't look at him. Honestly, I'm pretty. I can be mature when I want to be. And I'm nice. He had no idea what she was rambling on about. By the sounds of it, it was as if she wanted to be married to him. There was just no way. Gods and mortals loving another was just impossible. Gods were above mortals for a reason. And while there are stories of mortals having something with gods, they were never on equal terms with them, just as partners in holy matrimony should. Goddess, I don't plan on leaving Oririo, he said to her. She stopped her ravings enough to glance at him through the corner of her eye. I live here, he continued, taking the chance to look at his surroundings. I made this city my home when I decided to become an adventurer. Everything I want to be is found here. I still want to become the hero like in Grandpa's stories. And I would never have this chance without you. I promise to never leave you no matter what, Hestia. Her eyes widened as she turned her head to look at him. He could only offer her his sincere smile, solidifying the weight of his words. He had spoken from the heart. Belle. She gasped and threw herself upon him, wrapping her arms around him and nearly tackling him down. That's not fair. I can't be mad at you if you say things like that. Just promise me again. Promise me you'll never leave me. Not for Canehurst. Not for anything. He wrapped one arm around her waist while patting her head. Yes, goddess. I promise. You're my family now. I will never leave you. He held her like this. His precious goddess. He meant it in every sense when he said she was his family. When he came to Oririo and no one wanted him, she was the only one to accept him. She was the one who gave him a home. They struggled together in their poverty. There were good moments, some bad ones, and all else in between. She meant the world to him. He promised to never leave her, as well as to never lose her. There's still more, isn't there? she asked once their moment passed. Yes, he breathed out and pulled himself away. The night was long. There are a lot of things I committed to. I will tell you everything, goddess. It will take some time. But just know, I'm still the same person who joined your familia. I'm still Belle Cranel. She nodded in grim acceptance. It was too late in the night to delve any further. Sleep deprivation would falter her memory. She wanted to be fully attentive during their next discussion. We should go to bed before it gets any later, she said while glancing around. What remained of their dinner was still sprawled over the small table. They nodded to each other and went to work cleaning up their abode. They gathered the garbage, brushed their teeth and washed their faces, and dressed in separate rooms for the night. Belle, come here, Hestia called out to him when he was about to pull his blanket from the corner of the room. She patted the bed she sat upon. I want you to sleep here instead. He looked around the room. There was no one else present. He turned back to his goddess and pointed at himself, trying to confirm he was the one she was addressing. She nodded a few times and patted the bed again. I can't do that. He waved his hands around frantically. That bed is for you. I'd feel awful if I knew you were sleeping on the couch. That's fine, she waved it off casually. I'll be sleeping at your side. All thoughts within him came to a screeching halt. His face burned as a single image came to his mind. When a man and a woman were under the sheets together. It was the sort of thing only couples should be doing behind closed doors. And to be doing that with his goddess. WWWWW. Can't do something like that. His face was burning as his back instinctively pressed itself to the wall. CC couch. The couch. I've always slept on the couch. You slept on the bed. That's how it's always been since time immemorial. Belle, we've been a familia for 3 months, she said in a slow voice. But then, the fire returned to her voice. I figured something. These traumatic experiences have been giving you nightmares ever since the Minotaur attack. At first I thought it was just that, but it's really you remembering that other place, isn't it? And I'm always having to crawl under your blanket to calm you down. So instead of waking up halfway through the night, I'd figure I'd skip that process and just have you with me at all times. Yes, I have no ulterior motives about this. I'm going to be snuggling with you purely for your mental health. He hadn't forgotten those times she had snuck onto the couch with him. She was completely right. On those times he was remembering the dream and nightmare. He was tossing and turning in the real world. Hestia had seen this since they shared the room and had tried to comfort him back to deep slumber. How many times had he awakened with her on top of him? Too many for his heart to handle. But, we're goddess and adventurer, he tried to argue. Then as your goddess I'm making this a demand. She didn't so much as pat the bed as she slapped her hand on the sheets a few times. It's either here or the couch. Either way I'm going to be sleeping with you to make sure you don't toss around. I'd prefer it to be on here. He couldn't argue against his goddess when she was being this serious. He had no choice. With a shaking and burning body, he made his way to the other bedside. Together, they pulled back the sheets and entered, though Belle was a lot more hesitant while Hestia waited patiently for him to enter. And even then, he laid himself at the furthest edge. It didn't stop her from scooting herself all the way to his side and pressing herself against him. She latched herself to him, rested her cheek on his shoulder, and nuzzled herself just right until she was comfortable. Meanwhile, Belle remained as stiff as a board. Good night, Belle, she whispered. Gee, good night, goddess, he croaked back. After a few quick breaths, Hestia fell asleep. However, no matter what Belle tried, she refused to let go of him. Even when he tried to sneak back to the couch would her grip tighten in her unconsciousness. His enhanced strength meant nothing to the little goddess. She was right about one thing, he will have to admit. With her at his side, he wouldn't have any nightmares about the hunt. Because the feeling of her breasts constantly rubbing against him kept him up throughout the entirety of the night. 000. They're at it again, Finn muttered as he sipped his morning coffee. The sky was starting to gray before dawn. Most of his familia were asleep, including those who were supposed to be on duty. He alleviated those who were starting to wane from the constant observations. The only one who was keeping him company was Gareth. Even Tioni, who had tried to stay at his side, couldn't stand the constant boredom. Her stamina would allow her to remain awake for several days, but the idleness was what wore her out. The girl was a warrior who needed action. She wasn't built for this sort of burden. He hadn't moved from his post other than to use the privy. Food and necessities were given to him by messengers, or Tioni to win his favor. He made sure to keep an eye on the activities of Rakia and Canehurst. Though they had just arrived yesterday in the late afternoon, his notes were filled to the brim with their activities. While most found this mission issued by the guild the most boorish, he always found something of importance that needed his full attention. Both Rakia and Canehurst were up to their own devices. As the one in charge of the operation by default, as in no one else wanted the job and Freya Familia couldn't represent, he had to make sure they weren't trying to blindside the city with these activities. So far nothing warranted him to sound the alarm. But that didn't mean they weren't up to something. Such as right now, In the wee moments of breaking dawn, Rakia and Canehurst were having another skirmish. This would be the 5th round since arriving at Arario's border. Something seems different. Gareth, who had hardly glanced at the battlefield while he started to doze off, cracked open an eye and gave his first impression. Some of the Canehurst knights seemed to have updated their statuses, Finn observed. Gareth yawned, grumbled, and then approached Finn's side to get a better look at the field. He stroked his beard. But it ain't right. It's like they achieved a new level, but not. They further watched as more Canehurst knights charged Rakian soldiers on horseback. What he noticed the most were some of the nobility he had marked before with all their assumed abilities had grown exponentially. He knew what Gareth meant. The Canehurst knights were stronger. It shouldn't make sense. No one could obtain that much excelia within such a short amount of time. The amount of increase they were displaying belonged to adventurers who had months of experience in conflict. Not a single day. The Rakian soldiers didn't seem all that surprised. They seemed better focused and more organized. It was as though they had anticipated this increase in might from their rivals and were prepared for it. Though, that didn't necessarily dwindle their losses. Finn knew the answer. All the knights he had marked, he made sure to remember how many bodies their squires and slaves recovered. It wasn't missed by anyone how Canehurst had stolen the fallen bodies of Rakian soldiers in the midst of battle. No one knew what it meant, only Finn. Vilebloods didn't grow through excelia and fauna like adventurers. They grew through blood. We can at least say Canehurst brought their god with them, Finn commented, knowing the words to be false. But this growth is unreasonable. 1 or 2, I might be able to excuse with a skill. But an entire army? Unless their god possesses a natural talent in these regards? Gareth snorted. Like what? Ishtar and them Galzalor? Or Apollo and his boy's fire magic? Those re-abilities anyone can pick up with a bit of work, Finn. We're talking about half A-level air. I heard a rumor once, Finn muttered. He didn't try to smile for Gareth. They had been working long enough for the man to know they were mostly fake. There's an adventurer who can temporarily boost another to the next level with a unique spell. I've never seen it in person, but it can't be as outlandish as this. Gareth grunted as he went back to the battle. He dismissed Finn's words entirely until he could find an answer for himself. As Finn watched, he took gradual sips of his coffee. It was bitter and in desperate need of sugar, to which no one had brought with the rations. It was one of the curses of being who he was, he mused. Being a level 6 had stunted his aging process to a crawl, while being born as a prum granted him an already youthful body. He was in his early 40s, and yet his body was equivalent to a child prior to puberty. It meant his taste buds were equal to a human's at their peak. Coffee was extraordinarily bitter, and all forms of alcohol tasted like cough syrup. It was his mental fortitude that gave him the tolerance to handle both of them. Eden Beyond knew he needed alcohol to tolerate the memories of the nightmare, to tolerate Tioni's constant attempts to sack his childish figure, and to tolerate the stress of an elite adventurer in charge of the safety of an entire city of tens thousands. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. How he wished he could trade this coffee with some good ale. Was the benevolent mistress open yet? Maybe he should have made Riveria stay while he ran off? No, he mentally groaned. Her job was just as important. Plus, he had an image to uphold. What will people think if they saw someone like him drinking before the break of dawn? Finn, Gareth spoke up. He had his attention. Finn sipped on his coffee again. What's been going on between you and Alf? He went on. Since she came back injured, you've been keeping mum. Don't think for a moment Loki hasn't noticed. Had he been waiting this long to ask this? It was an appropriate time, that being the most inappropriate time comprehensible. Finn was tired and distracted. Gareth knew he would put most of his mentality on focusing on the actions of the two armies. He couldn't afford to think about complicated things and would have to give direct answers. It was a shame the Finn he knew then and the Finn he was now were too different. It's like I said, he said in a grim tone and expression. One of the hunters intercepted us while we were down there. We weren't prepared. It was my mistake we allowed ourselves to be separated. What's worse is we got those newbies involved. I'm not sure what else you want from me. Does this have anything to do with Tiona reporting to you directly? He asked next. Is Bet here? Finn played ignorance and looked around briefly. No? Good. Do you remember the whole tomato boy thing? The newbie we ran into was that boy. He was preparing for the duel against Bet, even going as far as the deep down for materials to better his chances. Aze was so distraught to get him involved against the hunter, she wanted to make it up to him. So she offered to train the boy personally. Gareth listened fully. And Tiona? I'm sure she has her reasons, Finn shrugged. She might be interested in him for all I know. But she came to me and told me all about him. She thinks he might be related to Good Hunter Crannel, the man I told you about before. I think she was trying to find something else about him. I can tell you everything she told me, if you want. Finn put up a smile this time. Gareth shirked away. It was a smile of someone who wanted to share the pains of another. An impression had been made. Gareth was assuming Tiona had harassed Finn about teenage melodrama. We're making sure at least someone is with A's at all times. Finn went back to watching the battle. The hunters seemed to have something against her. Twice in the dungeons and during monsterphilia. It'd be better to go after you, me, or Riveria. But Lady Maria always goes after her instead. Think they'll try something with this distracting us? Gareth asked, gesturing to the skirmish between Canehurst and Rakia. It'd be the perfect time to do so, he admitted. If they don't go after A's, they might try something in the city. It's hard to say. I don't know what their goal is, but I have a feeling they won't be doing anything anytime soon. What makes you say that? A feeling, Finn answered by sticking out his thumb. The appendage wasn't twitching, a telltale sign that showed whenever danger was approaching. Gareth accepted the answer. He had gone through more than enough experiences based on Finn's thumb alone to know how credible of an answer it was. Finn finished the last of his coffee as he and Gareth silently watched the skirmish continue. There was nothing exciting to note, and even less of anything new. It was all the same they had seen the day before. A few Canehurst knights fell, but they took scores of Rakian soldiers with them. And whenever a Rakian soldier fell, 3 other soldiers were there to try and save the body. That right there brought a newfound battle to the field. They either succeeded, or were thrashed by a Canehurst knight when noticed. It was no surprise Canehurst had won by the time the sun had risen over the horizon. Technically speaking, the official battle had been called off an hour ago but had resumed when the dead had to be collected. Canehurst demanded them. Rakia refused. More fighting happened. More dead were created, and the cycle continued. Gareth, do you think you can cover for me? Finn asked suddenly. Something came to mind right now. It's not all that important, but I'd rather get it over with before I forget. Gareth gave him a look. Finn put up a smile, one of those that tried to assure their friend there was no ulterior motive. Gareth read right through it, as was Finn's intention, and made his brows furrow with annoyance. Fine, Gareth grumbled. So long as you take the lass with ya. Gareth stuck his thumb out over their shoulders. Finn blinked, turned, and then blanched. Good morning, Captain, sang Tioni as she carried a platter in her hands. I've brought you breakfast. What's that? Bags on your eyes? Captain, were you up all night? This was not what Finn expected. He expected Gareth to go through a completely different approach. Was Finn already this predictable? He really needed to step his game up if he could keep fooling his friends again. Tioni wouldn't tattle on Finn. She was too deeply in love with him to betray him for Gareth. That wasn't Gareth's intention. The dwarf knew this already. He just wanted to make Finn suffer for something he couldn't control or outsmart. ET2, Gary? Finn laughed lightly. Gareth's brow rose at the name. But he knew he had won as soon as Finn resorted to name-calling. Good morning, Tioni. Finn turned and put up his best smile. Glad to see you're up so early. I was actually about to head into town on an errand. Would you like to join me? Certainly. Tioni leapt at the chance. But what about breakfast? Shouldn't you eat before you go? Don't worry, he waved it off. Just leave it for Gareth. We'll pick up something while down there. Just the 2 of us. Jay, just the 2 of us? She sputtered. Me? And the captain? Us? Alone? Together? The 2 of us? Breakfast? Is this a date? This has to qualify as a date. This must be a date. This is a date. I'm going on a date with the captain. You're in charge while I'm out. Finn's smile faltered slightly at Tioni's behavior as he turned back to Gareth. I shouldn't be long. Think of it as me needing to stretch my legs. Gareth snorted in response. Let's go, Tioni, Finn said as he walked past the girl. D-date. Her head swiveled around as she snapped out of her daydream. Captain, wait for me. Coming. She turned to follow, realized the platter of food was still in her grip, turned back around, and shoved the load into Gareth's arms. Afterwards, she hurried over to Finn's retreating form. His steps were fast in an attempt to leave the camp as quickly as possible. She caught up, and he suddenly slowed down to a normal pace. She was too delusional to figure out he had been trying to escape her and had failed. 000. Prince Marius entered the tent while a squire held open the flap for him. His cape was missing and his armor splattered with blood. He had returned from the battlefield after claiming 20 vampires and nearly 100 of their unarmed servants. His expression was a solid grimace as he had to betray some of his knightly vows because of Canehurst. Also, those vampires couldn't claim more bodies of his soldiers. Lord Ares, Marius did not greet his god. He merely announced his presence. What is this? Why have you summoned me so suddenly? Ares was a tall god with a divine physique, gorgeous face, blazing red eyes, and a lion's mane of golden hair. His armor was spotless as he had spent his time commanding rather than leading like Marius. He turned to regard Marius with a sneer. Be careful with that tone, Marius. I'll excuse your insubordination for the time being. Now, while you were busy lopping heads and losing my men, I took the initiative and concocted a brilliant scheme of my own. Marius' brows furrowed. Within the tent were only a few handlers, the squire at the front, 3 soldiers armed with spears aimed and ready, and a Canehurst knight tied to a post. Well? Ares cracked a smile, expecting praise from the prince. What do you think? I launched that attack on those parasites as a distraction. Meanwhile, I waited for one of their hungrier of dogs to overextend and snatched him up. It was perfect for here. They have no castle walls to hide behind. Brilliant, isn't it? Marius controlled his breathing as anger washed over him. His god had just condemned the lives of another few thousand men. Also, he could capture one of Canehurst. The vampire cackled. I must admit, Ares of Rakia, it was a brilliant idea. So brilliant I dare say you outshine all other fools before you. Ares' smile turned into a snarl as he approached and backhanded the vampire. His gauntlet hand was more likened to a fist than a slap. But the Canehurst noble was sturdier than any mortal. His head whipped on impact, but there was no mark. He looked up at Ares and snorted. What is it you want with this man? Marius spoke before Ares' temper could rise. Unlike Marius, Ares had no control once he lost his patience. Please don't tell me you wish to use him as a ransom. The vampire leaned his head back on the post and let out an uproar of laughter. You Rakian fools know nothing about us, do you? Ransom? I have been captured by the enemy. I can't return a single drop of blood for my queen. I am an embarrassment to my kingdom. The queen won't spend a single penny for me. I'd be expecting an assassin or 10 from my rivals to hide this humiliation. Ares snorted this time. I have no interest in whatever that which has to offer. No, vampire. What you will tell me before the day is done is the name of your god. Who is it that controls Canehurst? Look, the vampire gave Ares a blunt look. I know I called you a fool earlier. That was just to get under your skin. It's a counter-torture technique. I didn't think you were actually a fool. Once again, the man was struck. He wasn't smiling in mockery. His expression was dull with boredom. The act infuriated Ares even further. Canehurst has no god, Marius spoke up. This you have argued with us countless times. Then why are you asking? Why is it you have no need of a god? Marius pressed. Do Canehurst soldiers not need to partake in the fauna ritual? And if not, how are you able to match us adventurers? Marius, Ares growled. Have you gone mad? Don't tell me you are starting to believe in their lies. The queen is the only one we follow, the vampire answered. We are her vile bloods. Drinking in her corrupted blood gives us strength. By offering blood to her does she grant us more blood to drink from her. Our entire way of living revolves around this. We have no need of gods. He spat to the side in disgust. Is that why you take our fallen? Marius demanded. Yes, the vampire smiled back. To offer to our queen. The more blood we grant her, the more she returns to us. To be bathed in blood is the highest commitment we can make for our queen. That is why I know none of my brethren will be coming to save me. I have failed the queen as soon as I became incapable of keeping that sacred vow. Then I suppose that would make you a pale blood? Marius mused. Ares turned a glance at Marius. The vampire did not look at Marius in contempt. His brows were furrowed, but his eyes were full of confusion and curiosity. Where did you learn that word, boy? His voice was low and dangerous. The reaction caused Marius' brow to rise. I had assumed since you call yourselves vile bloods, and based on the way your social status is determined by how much of my men's blood coats your arms, the term pale blood referred to one of your kind unblemished. Am I wrong? Where did you learn that word? The vampire urged more strongly. The mithril bindings began to grind by his efforts. They will hold. But the post wouldn't. His actions were making the soldiers nervous. I will answer if you tell me what it means, Marius said plainly. The vampire stared at him, contemplating whether to share this information or not. He had been open about the procedure of vile blood rites, but was hesitant about something like this. Marius was curious as to why. Pale blood. The vampire spoke tensely. It is the blood of the gods, the true gods. The old ones. Our queen is blessed with it through heritage, just a drop. Not enough to have her blood in its pale color, but enough to grant her true immortality. And as we digest it, we obtain a fragment of this blessing, giving us strength. That is pale blood, the ichor of the celestial entities. Ares tensed. His hand gripped the sword at his side. Marius' brows furrowed. The vampire was finished and was expecting Marius to make do with his promise. There was nothing that truly bound Marius other than his word. He could have ignored the man, but he was curious about something else. Last night, when I went to speak before your queen, he began as he recalled the events. The boy in her company aside of the High Chamberlain. She called him pale blood. What? It was a simple word. And yet, it held such gravity that made the entire room suffocating. Who was this child? The vampire raved and tugged on his bindings. The post began to creak and bend by his inhuman strength. Who bears the pale blood for the queen to acknowledge? What is this child? Tell me, Prince. This stranger has no right. That right is ours. We are the ones who will find Paleblood. We are the ones who will deliver it to our queen. Tell me so I may deliver his head and become king. He had been so focused on Marius he didn't see Ares. And Marius had been so startled by the vampire's maddened state he had failed to notice before it was too late. Ares drew his sword and brought it down with all his might. The sword shattered but had delivered enough damage to tear a chunk out of the vampire's neck. His head fell lopsided, dangling by what remained of the spine and meat. The vampire jerked and twitched, gagged and choked. Blood drenched his ornaments. Nobody moved as all eyes were locked on their god. Marius gasped. Ares tossed aside his broken sword. He remained staring at the cooling corpse of the vampire. His eyes were hardened and burning with a hidden rage. Those bastards. Interfering again? What the hell is Uranus doing? My lord. Marius tried again. Marius, Ares spun sharply. You are not to share what you learned here with anybody. Absolutely nothing leaves this room. Do you understand? He didn't. But he couldn't go against his god when he was being like this. He nodded. Nothing leaves this room, Ares said once more. Kill these men. The soldiers tensed and exchanged looks. They all looked back at Marius, awaiting his decision. What? Marius was shocked. Lord Ares, what are you? Nothing leaves this room, he said one last time. It was a tone that could not be argued with. Knowing well his orders would be carried out, he dismissed himself from the tent. Am I prince? One of the men spoke in a tone of reasoning. He felt sick. These were good men. Men who followed orders without question. Men who left their homes and families to follow the unreasonable whims of their warmongering god. They were loyal without doubt. He did not offer them an apology as he carried out his orders. He couldn't give them an honorable death as every knight craved. The best he could do was give them a quick death. 000. The morning came, as it always does. Belle had been counting the seconds until his stomach grumbled. That was his alarm, letting him know it was time to get out of bed and start the day. And as though his stomach shared this knowledge telepathically, his goddess mumbled in her sleep and turned over. At last she had let go of him. How he desperately wanted to crawl over to the couch and go to sleep. But the day was starting, and he had an obligation. Today was another day of training with Ace Wallenstein. He had to meet up with her at the top of the city walls. Fighting the lightheadedness and black in the corner of his vision, he climbed out of bed and made his way to the bathroom to prepare. His actual wake-up call was nearly drowning when he dumped his head in the bucket of water and dozed off. Minutes later was he dressed in a plain shirt and pants. His eyes darted back and forth at the small, somewhat growing range of attire tucked neatly in the closet. There was the plain jacket he had started out with as an adventurer, the Kratzo coat Welf had tailored but was shredded by Lady Maria, and the overcoat of a Canehurst noble. The first offered absolutely no protection. The second provided the most but was riddled with holes, and the third was the most expensive thing he owned aside from the Blade of Mercy. He'd probably never wear it again for fear of getting a single stain on it. It didn't matter if it had great protection required for a night on the hunt. He chose the simple brown jacket. He hadn't worn it since finding the hunter coat. Nostalgia swept through him when he put it on. Goddess, he called out softly as soon as he strapped on his pack and tools. He had to hide the Blade of Mercy inside his backpack since the coat wasn't long enough. I'm going now. Half-a-Gdi, she mumbled back. He smiled while watching her fall back asleep. Quietly, he exited the room and shut the door behind him. He paused when he reached the outside of the church. The sound of his next footstep was off. When he looked, there, placed right under his boot, were a couple of envelopes. He bent over to pick them up and examine them. The first was white with golden leaves along the edges. The seal contained a bow and arrow with a burning tip. He recognized the symbol but couldn't recall from where. The second he recognized without a hitch. A brownish envelope with a red wax seal of two beasts back to back. The second had belonged to Canehurst. Instantly, he retreated back to the church. Goddess, he called out as soon as he made his way back to the underground room. He reached the door and entered. There's some mail I found at the entrance. His voice died as his eyes found his goddess. She was standing near the bed, her hair still loose but freshly combed. She was in the midst of starting her day when he entered. And there, in her hands, had she been flapping the wrinkles out of her dress. Right before she was about to put it on, she stood with only her panties on. His eyes betrayed him as they made their way from her eyes, to her lips, to the nape of her neck, to her collar, and eventually to her round. Oh, Belle, she said with mild surprise. You're back. All the blood in his body rushed to his head when those eyes of his found what they had been searching for. It was such a wonderful sight. It was something he had always wanted to see ever since he first met her. It was something that teased him with the way she wore that dress. And here it was. The fulfillment was too much for his young mind. He screamed as though he were a maiden who had just been peeped on. I'm sorry. He shouted and slammed the door. A moment later, he was back in the room. Belle was sitting on the floor awaiting his goddess judgment, while she sat on the couch, reading the letters he delivered. It didn't matter if she had forgiven him and even granted him mercy by letting him sit on the couch. Huh, I guess it's that time already, Hestia commented as she finished reading the first letter. Has it already been a month? What is it? He asked, too nervous and ashamed to look at her in the eye. Not only was he terrified of what she would think of him, the image had been burned into his retinas. If he looked at her, all he would see would be her without her dress. Another gathering of the gods, she answered plainly, ignoring his moment of self-inflicted distress. Hosted by Apollo this time. This is an interesting spin of things. Belle, listen to this. This time, all the gods are allowed to bring with them one of their favorite children. That means you'll be able to go with me. He felt like he should be saying something. Something important was screaming at the back of his mind, but he couldn't focus on it. The image of Hestia was still on his mind. Right now he was struggling to keep his little friend downstairs calm. Meanwhile, Hestia opened the other envelope and read quietly. What does it say? His voice squeaked as he studied the ground. Hestia didn't answer right away. He could only assume she was busy reading. Just that queen telling everyone she's here, she said after a long moment. She sounded irritated. Also, unlike the other letter that had been casually placed on the couch cushion, this one had been folded neatly and placed between her breasts. Belle had noticed the odd habit, but instantly went into a frenzy at the sight of what she'd done. Belle, she called out. Why yes, goddess? He said, knowing this was the moment of truth. I don't mind that you saw, she said while crossing her arms and legs. We live together. These sorts of things were bound to happen. Really, I don't mind since it's you. In fact, I'd like you to be a little more direct about it. You're right, he bowed his head further. I should have knocked. That's not. She started but stopped herself. Yes, you should have knocked. But that's not the point. What I'm trying to say is, she tried to find an answer. Nothing was coming to her mind. She ended up searching the room with her eyes as though it was written somewhere. Her eyes ended up locking on the small stash of her collection, small trinkets and her favorite romance novels. Things she had brought with her since Hephaestus had kicked her out. Something sparked when she remembered a passage from her favorite story, How to Talk to Fair Maidens. Take responsibility. She blurted out. A new bolt of inspiration struck her immediately afterwards. Yes, this might be the miracle I've been waiting for. He looked up at her with a dazed and lost expression. Belle, in times like these, all you can do is be a man and take responsibility. She stood up and placed her hands on her hips. You've now seen my bazongas. No one, be it in the mortal world or in Tenkai, has ever seen them. How are you going to take responsibility for this? Our responsibility. His voice was small as his face started to burn. She decided to take it further. You do realize I can no longer get married, right? Well, Belle, I'm waiting. He was frantic. Just like her, he searched around the room for an answer. Unfortunately, he couldn't find anything. He ended up bowing his head and playing with his fingers. And then normally, he began while staring at his fiddling hands. A man would marry the girl he did that to. That's what my grandpa says. BB, but I can't do that. You're my goddess. How about dinner instead? Please let me make it up to you by buying you dinner. A bolt of lightning struck her by the sound of his words alone. A date. She nearly shouted. He blinked. A date, she repeated, moving off the couch so she could kneel in front of him. Her face was dangerously close to his. This is a date, right? With you, Belle? I guess. He leaned back, but she pressed closer. It's the least I can do. Plus, I've been meaning to do this for a while. Since, the last time I promised you got sick. It was more like she ran away out of jealousy for his two-timing shenanigans. But she wouldn't admit that to him. She was beaming as she jumped to her feet and threw herself at her closet. She was already grabbing everything she would need. Everything she had planned as she anticipated this day for so long. Tonight, she turned to him and spoke sternly. Meet me at the town square by sundown. Don't be late. Stuffing everything into a bag, she hurried out of the room. Belle remained on his knees as his goddess mood swing left him completely confused. 000. By the time he exited the church was his goddess out of sight. He had no idea where she ran off to. He just hoped whatever she was planning wouldn't get her into trouble. It was all he could do as he stretched and started his morning jog through the same route he took yesterday. Morning, Seir, he said as soon as he passed by the benevolent mistress. As usual, the ashen-haired girl was sweeping the front entrance. Belle Jason Crannel. He stopped jogging. He wasn't the only one as adventurers and merchants on their way to their daily destinations stopped and turned their heads. All living creatures in the street recognized that tone. It was the sound of a woman scorned. Some remained to watch the drama unfold while others quickly went on with their business to not get involved should things get thrown around. Belle jogged backwards until he was right in front of the cafe. He looked up to see a scowling Seir, ridden of her warm smile and replaced with dead eyes. A fist was planted on her hip while the grip on her broom tightened. "Jason?" was all he asked. "You're in trouble, mister." She barked. He jerked where he stood. He had never seen Seir like this. She was absolutely angry at him. "I am." She rested a hand on her cheek and gave him a smile. That smile sent chills down his spine. "I had everything prepared for your arrival. I told them you would come and spin lots. I was even willing to offer you something special at the end. But you didn't come." At first, his mind drew in a blank. But then, like a slap to the face, he knew what she was talking about. With the events of yesterday, he had completely forgotten about his promise to Seir. He had said he would show up at the benevolent mistress for dinner and order everything on the menu. "I can explain," he blurted out while throwing his hands around in fear she was going to throw that broom at him. He didn't know how tempted she was in whacking him with it. Instead, very calmly, as though there was no harm done, she spoke softly. "Come with me." She then turned and entered the cafe. She did not wait for him. She expected him to follow. And so he did. His grandfather had warned him about a woman scorned. His personal experiences reinforced this claim. A moment later were they in the kitchens. When she said everyone working at the benevolent mistress were ladies, Seir hadn't been kidding. Even the culinary staff were full of young women and girls, with each one being as attractive as the maids at the front. When they saw Seir march with Belle in tow, they either averted their eyes or gave him pitying looks. She led him to a mountain of a disaster. What is this?" he asked. "Most of the dishes used last night," she answered with her usually sweet smile she used whenever serving him. "When we were nearing closing time, I told them to stop cleaning since I figured you weren't coming. To make up to me, I'm going to have you clean all of them." He could only stare in horror at the pile of grime taking up the entire sink and the counter aside it. The stack of plates and bowls and mugs were taller than him. "I was abducted by the Queen of Canehurst." He gave his excuse as though it would save his life. She giggled playfully. "Oh, Belle, you always tell the most amazing of stories." But I was." Tears started to rise when she didn't believe him. "Ace Wallenstein can vouch for me. She saw it happen." She giggled some more. "And now you're friends with the kinky of Loki familia? Wow, Belle. That's impressive. Just as impressive as when you beat that silverback all by yourself." He sniffed. She didn't believe that story? But he did kill the silverback all by himself. What he didn't tell her was, "And I suppose you'll next tell me you were the one who slew all the monsters that escaped during monsterphilia." She put salt in the wound. "And saved Miss Wallenstein when that criminal showed up? You're so heroic, Belle." Now he was on the verge of crying. "I'll come back to check on you in an hour," she said while already leaving. "Don't slack off, Belle. The kitchen staff will let me know. We open soon, so we're going to need some of those plates." He stared at the exit for some time. His eyes eventually drifted over to the pile of gunk and lingering food stains that had settled overnight. He stared at it as though they would magically disappear if he wished hard enough. Alas, they didn't. He decided he may as well make Seir happy. He rolled up his sleeves and began to sort out the things that needed to be washed first. He noticed most of the pots and pans weren't present, presumably since the kitchen staff would need them when the tavern opened up as a cafe. All he had to worry about were the things customers used. Maybe 20 minutes in did someone approach at his side and join into the fray. He looked and blinked with surprise. "Yours is truly a perilous task," Liu Lion said as she grabbed what he had washed and began to dry. "I may offer you some assistance." He nearly burst into tears at the kindness. Thank you, Liu." "Think nothing of it, Mr. Crannel," she said plainly. "While I might disagree with the magnitude of Seir's punishment, I do believe the fault is entirely yours, and you should learn to take responsibility for your forgetfulness." He flinched at her words. It was as though she had read straight through him. Yes, he did forget about visiting the benevolent mistress. When the queen released him, it was still early enough to go. He had just forgotten about his obligation. "Do you know why you must do this?" she asked next. He frowned in thought while he scrubbed away. "Because Seir is mad at me? I did make that promise just so she wouldn't get mad at me. I even took her morning rations. And I didn't show up like I said I would." She nodded but carried on. "There is that. But that is not why Seir is upset with you." He stopped briefly to look at her. "She was worried," she answered calmly while continuing to dry. "You are not one to break promises without reason. Seir had been anticipating your arrival all day and grew frantic when the night was drawing on. She will not admit it. The punishment here is not for breaking your promise. This is her way of getting back at you for scaring her." Now he felt even more guilty. He hadn't even apologized to her. But why would she be so upset about that? He ended up asking. "I'm just another customer to her. Don't tell me she does this with everyone who doesn't listen to her." Is this really how the dishes get cleaned? Liu, do you do this too? Liu stopped wiping to give him a flat look. The noise in the kitchen stopped as everyone paused in their duties to give him a flat look. He felt their glares like added weight. The moment passed and everyone resumed what they were doing. Yours is truly a perilous task, she repeated. He had no idea what she meant. He considered the conversation finished as he went back to work. He soaked the thicker of grime in the sink while scrubbing away at the others before handing them over to Liu to dry and stack. A kitchen worker came by every so often to take a pile off of the counter for them to use. Every time they did, they gave Belle the oddest of looks. Say, Liu, he spoke up suddenly. She gave him a sideways glance. Is there any way I can talk to Eileen? She considered the request for a moment. I'm not sure if I will be able to get a hold of her. She is rather elusive. What is it you want from her? His head bowed slightly in depression. To then, it's all right. I understand. I don't even know what your relationship is with her, and I've already asked so much from you. It's just, I could really use her advice right now. Do you not have teammates? She asked next. Are you unable to reach him at the moment? Jura, Welf is busy being a blacksmith, he answered with a perplexed expression. But, that is, he and I aren't as close. I met him before, and we only joined up this one time because of it. Sure, he's a part of my team now, but it's just, Eileen, if there's anyone I know I can rely on, it'll be her. She saved my life a few times, and I did the best I could to help her. I am who I am today because of her. I just miss her. Liu said nothing as she worked meticulously. It reached a point where she had nothing else to dry until he finished his next batch. But she didn't leave his side to pursue a new task in the meantime. She remained in his company as she thought in silence. I'm sorry, Mr. Crannell, she said eventually. I cannot promise such an arrangement. However, I am familiar with her way of thinking. If you are willing to share your burdens with me, I can at least try to offer sound advice. Are really, Liu? He looked up at her. She nodded simply. He went back to his work. He didn't divulge anything right away. He needed the moment to collect his thoughts. I don't think I should be fighting the hunters, he admitted. And what brought this on? She asked. Her voice had been as flat as usual, but there may or may not have been a tinge of curiosity. He wouldn't know. I'm not saying what they've done isn't wrong, fire came to his voice, but along with it was doubt. At least, not since they showed up here. Lady Maria was behind Monster Philia, and I can't forgive her for that. And 2 others took advantage of my supporter to get to me. I'm not sure if there are others with them, but they did it to get to me. I'm worried they'll hurt my friends. I'm worried they'll get innocents involved. What if they go after my goddess next? What if? The plate she had been drying snapped in 2 by her grip. Her eyes remained unchanged as she gently placed the pieces to the side. You're saying you should hand yourself over to the hunters? She more stated than asked. That if you give them what they want, they will leave peacefully? He didn't have a response to give. Your fears are understandable, but that is no reason to falter, Mr. Crannell. Her voice was firm as she looked directly at him. He stopped looking to return the gaze. Remember who gave you that weapon. There lies a mantle that bears no honor. No one will thank you. You will make many enemies along the way. But it is a duty that cannot be discarded. If you permit these beasts to roam without fear, who then will be there to stop them? He was left reeling from her words. They struck a chord with him. He had never felt such a fire from her before. It was as though he were speaking to Eileen directly. He couldn't help but wonder. Had she been speaking through the wisdom of Eileen or from personal experience? Her emotions were too attached to the subject. You're right, he said after nodding. I can't stop now. A hunter must hunt. They're already too far gone to be reasoned with. Thank you, Liu. I feel a lot better now. She nodded once seeing him in better spirits. They went back to their gruesome task. No further words were needed between them. Oh wow, Belle. Seir came in shortly after wearing a fake smile. Belle wouldn't notice. Liu did. She also knew the tavern girl had been eavesdropping on their conversation around the corner. You got a lot done. I honestly didn't expect you to do this much in such short time. I was just doing what I should, he offered, completely ignorant of her behavior. Listen, Seir, about last night? Don't worry about it, she waved it off. I was only teasing you, you know. I didn't actually expect you to clean the dishes. It's no good to be such a pushover. Girls like men with a little backbone in them. He gave her a tense smile full of conflicting emotions. Liu gave her friend a deadpan look while he couldn't see. She knew Seir was going to make him clean no matter what, whether as punishment or as a favor since Anya and Chloe had been sick since last night. This is for you. Seir stepped up and handed Belle a neatly wrapped bento. Thank you for all your hard work. I put a little something extra in there just for you. Why, you didn't have to do that, Belle stammered and blushed. Really? I was the one at fault. I should have made do with my promise. And I'm sorry for making you worry. Worry? Seir put a hand to her cheek and shot Liu a look. What are you talking about, Belle? I wasn't worried. I know you had your reasons for not showing up for dinner. You're more of the sort to dine and dash. He jerked as though stricken. You're free to go, she said next. Unless, you'd like to stay and eat that with me? You don't have anything more important, do you? He nearly gave in. He had opened his mouth to protest and accept her offer. Seir was the one who received the most amount of tips for a reason. Except, something had come to his mind. He stiffened and visibly paled. Wait, what time is it? He blurted out with his head swiveling around the room. One of the nameless cooks pointed at the clock in the wall for him to track. The time made him gasp and leap a few selch into the air. Oh no, I gotta go. But I. His head swiveled once more from Seir, to the dishes, to the clock, and again several times. He was having some sort of inner war with himself over what obligation to take over. Mr. Crannel, Liu sighed once she noticed Seir was taking pleasure in watching him squirm. If you have somewhere you need to be, then you best be off. I can handle the rest, and I'm sure Seir will understand. Isn't that right? Just make sure to swing by again sometime. Seir smiled brightly.
Yes,
He said, and then sharply turned on Liu. Thank you, Liu. For everything. I owe you a lot. The entire room gasped as the boy grabbed her hands and cupped them between his. The chefs paled in fear. Seir's smile looked murderous, and Liu's eyes had widened in shock. All the while, Belle hadn't noticed their reactions while he was lost in his own relief. There's no need, she stuttered. Something warm crept up to her face, and she suddenly found it difficult to look directly at him. Please, Mr. Crannel, I'm not the sort of person you should be doing this with. But why? He blinked with those large eyes of his. I really do mean it. The advice you gave me helped a lot. You really are someone I can rely on. Does this boy ever listen to her? Or was his ignorance and naivete a curse brought onto her by the old ones? She swore. Everything she said pointed him down one direction, but he ended up going somewhere else. He should be holding hands with Seir. Not her. Think nothing of it, Mr. Crannel. She tried to collect herself. She had gained control of her voice again, but the burning in her cheeks wouldn't go down. You best be off before more time is wasted. Confound it all. Right. He nodded and, mercifully, let her hands drop. He retrieved the boxed lunch Seir gave him, turned, and waved as he retreated. Bye, Liu. Bye, Seir. See you next time. Neither of the girls gave him departing words. Liu was busy trying to rub out the feeling of his grip on her hands, while Seir continued to smile away. Someone coughed, triggering everyone else in the staff to return to their work. You two seem close, Seir commented with her usual smile. It's not what you're thinking, Liu protested firmly. And what exactly am I thinking? She tested with a tilt of her head. I understand your interest in him and have no intention of getting in the way, she stated back. I would like to encourage the two of you. However, that boy has been challenging as of late. Seir hummed while she tapped a finger on her chin. The smile dropped. Her eyes were full of hope but skeptical. There was doubt and fear. Liu, you don't have feelings for Belle, do you? She didn't need to consider the question. Mr. Crannel is purely an associate who follows the same line of work as I once did. I want nothing more than to see him succeed where I had failed. Seir's frown didn't shift. That doesn't answer my question, Liu. The elf gave her friend a long look. The smile returned. You're right. I'm just being a little jealous, I guess. You two are always talking and on such friendly terms. He asks for your advice. And you, Liu, let him touch you. I was a little shocked by that. Do you remember the last person who tried to touch you? Seir. Anyways, Finn and Tioni of Loki familia are here. They asked me to pass a message from Simon to Eileen. What should I do? Liu frowned at both the inconvenience of meeting with that man again, as well as her friend using it as an excuse to avoid their prior discussion. However, it was clear Seir wasn't willing to talk any further. She had no choice but to hear what Finn had to say. Tell them I will be with them shortly. Chapter 14. Hephaestus was having a productive day. She managed to catch up on her paperwork as well as get a start on the next batch, evaluate and approve some proposed projects while returning others for better development, and supported her favorite child with another one of his wacky and potentially heretical inventions. And it wasn't even noon. Then, the storm that was Hestia blew into her office. Hephaestus, I need your help. Hephaestus stopped her quill and took a deep breath. Slowly, to draw out as much time as possible to collect herself, she placed everything away and cleared her desk. Only then did she cup her hands together and look at her friend. I'm not lending you a single vowel, she opened. How rude. Hestia jerked. That's not what this is about. It's about my child. He's been telling me some things. At first I thought he was terrified because of the recent nightmares of his, but it might not actually be that. Some of the things he's been telling me are starting to scare me. I think someone is trying to steal him from me. Hephaestus quirked a brow, but her overall expression didn't change any further. You mean the Canehurst Queen? Yes, I know, Hestia. I was there. This and that are two different things. Hestia shook her head. It goes deeper than that homewrecker's schemes. Here, take a look at this. From her purse did she retrieve. Is that the knife you had me make the boy? Hephaestus gave her a blunt look. The one you tried to get a full refund for, what was it? Shattering into a million zillion bajillion pieces? Take a look at it and tell me what you see, Hestia said firmly as she approached the desk and placed the sheathed knife down. Hephaestus withheld her remark. Hestia rarely spoke so calmly. She could count the number of times Hestia was serious about anything. She indulged her for this part and picked up the weapon. At first, it was her exact make. The instrument was hardly worn, though she could feel the impression the boy had left on using it repeatedly. The hilt was still intact and the guard held a few scratches from a good number of close calls, from blades, not claws. She hadn't designed the weapon to fight adventurers, and she hadn't expected the boy to reach the dungeon floors where monsters wielded weapons so soon. Her brow shot up as soon as she pulled out the knife, just a crack. She knew, this wasn't her blade. What the hell is this? She nearly demanded as a cool fury started to boil within her chest. She pulled out the knife and brought its edge up to her eye. The shape of the knife was the exact same, a straight-edge instrument at 17.5 celches long. The metal was all wrong. She had constructed the blade out of primarily mithril and some other conductive metals to work with Hestia's familia ritual. Instead, the metal used in this forgery was made out of the same foreign metal as the Blade of Mercy. She wasn't even going to try to read the runes decorating the knife. All she knew was the fact they weren't the same hieroglyphs written in the universal language of the gods. These were completely alien, almost unwelcoming. That doll gave my child that knife, Hestia answered grimly. And I don't think she's a primal like we thought. Hephaestus recalled the interaction with the goddess in the form of a human-sized doll. Oedon, she had introduced herself as. For all her investigations, she could not find anything on this goddess. Nor could any other familia, including Hermes' familia, much to the blow in professional pride to their god. Since announcing herself at the gathering of the gods had the doll remained underground. None had heard word of her since. She sheathed the knife and placed it back at the edge of her desk. What sort of things has your child told you? It was a long story, all things considered. But Hephaestus listened to everything. She made the two of them tea when she realized how long Hestia intended to stay. Hephaestus was told about the hunter's dream, about how her child was abducted after he had perished under a minotaur attack. Whether this Yarnham was a plane to the next world unknown to the gods or a creation of Oedon by illegal arcanum use was unclear. All that was known was adventurers were being taken and turned into hunters. And Oedon was using her own familia ritual, by using something called blood echoes instead of excelia, to further bless the children and have them grow further. Some things were unclear, as it was Hestia telling the story and it was being delivered by secondhand telling. But Hephaestus understood the gist of it all. The boy, Belle, had managed to escape that place. But Oedon still pursued him. Hephaestus nodded. Her untouched tea had gone cold by the end of the story. She sympathized with the worry of her friend. However, and what do you intend for me to do about it? Hestia was caught flat-foot. She blinked, stared at Hephaestus, blinked again, and then shifted around on her balance. I don't know. I was prepared to argue about it with you for some time. I didn't think I'd get this far. Wait, does this mean you believe me? Oh yes. She believed Hestia at the very start of the story, but she would never admit it. This is all the proof I need to know something is amiss. Hephaestus gestured to the knife, still resting on her desk. However untoward the situation may be, this sounds more like a problem directly involved with your familia. I can offer you my assistance wherever I can, but I can't fight your battles for you. What does that mean? Hestia blanched. It means if Oedon wants your child and decides to challenge you to a war game, my hands will be tied. Granted, there did not exist an Oedon familia, nor had the guild acknowledged Oedon as a deity. The rules for war games need not fully apply in this case. Still, she felt she had to say this piece to Hestia. I'm not letting that thing have my Belle, Hestia argued. I didn't come here just for that. I came here because what he said got me thinking. What if Belle isn't the only person this thing took? What if there were other children from other familias? What if she's doing it even now? Hephaestus considered the possibility. Then all I can do for the time being is to keep an eye out on anyone who has a sudden burst of experience prior to a near-death experience. It shouldn't be too hard to miss considering I need to update the statuses of hundreds of children. You're the only one I can rely on, Hephaestus, Hestia said with a determined look. That doll is still out there up to no good. If anyone has eyes and ears in the city, it'll be you. Actually, that was more Hermes' shtick. Hephaestus was a blacksmith who ruled over a bunch of merchants and shut-ins. Even she rarely left her office if not to inspect the quality of her shops. I'll see what I can do, she conceded. If similar circumstances arise within my familia, I'll be able to present it as evidence for the guild. I can't speak for the other gods, Having their children suddenly grow stronger might be a boon to them and would like to keep their growth a secret. Hestia looked somewhat guilty. After all, she had hidden away Belle's growth for some time. I think that's the best I can ask for, Hestia muttered. Thanks, Hephaestus. Sorry if I'm keeping you from your work. Just like old times, she mused. Even when kicking the girl out of her home, did she still manage to find a way to impede her from doing her job? But, really, you should get out more, Hestia continued, looking around the dimly lit room. There's a world outside this office, you know? You could use some sun. Maybe buy a cute dress for one of your children too. Thank you, Hestia, Hephaestus groaned out, once the girl ventured into dangerous territory. Don't you have a potato stand to run? Hestia gasped, not in insult but in startle. That's right. I have the day off. I have a date with Belle to prepare. And just like that, the little goddess grabbed the knife and was out of the building. Hephaestus made a note to mention Belle again whenever Hestia showed up. She was left alone to the sweet silence as she went back to work. Her mind wandered on occasion to Hestia's conversation, but not enough to fully diverge her attention away from the things that really mattered. Profits. Welf stepped out, wiping his hands on his apron before undoing the handkerchief over his brow. He looked around the office and spotted the kettle and cups. Something I miss? He asked before coming around, making sure to not touch anything. He was covered in soot and sweat. Just an interesting conversation, Hephaestus muttered as she put down her quill again. You didn't tell me your party leader came from the same place as you. He didn't say anything as he poured himself a cup and took a drink. He did this 3 times to satisfy his thirst before keeping the 4th for sipping. The tea had grown cold long ago, but he hadn't cared. So you believe me now? He asked with his wolfish smirk. Don't tell me he came here personally to check up on me. It was Hestia, and your name was never brought up, Hephaestus answered simply. She told me almost everything you had and then some. Her child had shared his secrets, just as you had told me. Then what did you originally think? His smile slackened. When you updated my status for the first time, I had already jumped to level 4. Explain that one. I had thought you participated in the raids against Canehurst before leaving Rakia, she answered, this time in a more blunt tone. For everything you've brought into my familia, the stories you told to explain them made no sense. You never once lied to me, so I only believed you were mad. Genius, but mad. Ouch, he muttered before taking a sip, though there wasn't an ounce of hurt in his tone. They had this understanding for some time. But then the hunters show up along with that Oedon. Hephaestus' brows furrowed. She matched the description you gave me, but you never once called her Oedon. Carol was the only one who could hear his voice and not go mad. He translated Oedon's words into runes, which became known as Carol runes. They also say the best medium to reach him is through blood. When you say runes, do you mean like these? She drew a few symbols she remembered seeing on the knife and showed it to him. His brows rose and he nodded. Why do you refer this being as a man? Hephaestus asked. Welf shrugged. Dunno. He's formless, so he can't have a gender. But, out of all the old ones out there, he was one of the few who managed to get some ancient queen pregnant. So, guys gotta pack some kind of heat. Do you think there's a possibility the doll might not be Oedon then? She asked next. That it's some god using his name only? I know next to nothing about the doll, Welf responded with his head bowing in thought, trying to reach for memories buried deep. When I was a hunter, she was there to make me stronger. The beasts I hunted released something called blood echoes, and those suckers were the dying wishes of whatever I killed. I gave them to the doll, and she gave me power. If Oedon is formless, I think the doll would be the perfect vessel. Plus, there's the fact that doll manipulated every hunter's blood. Blood is the best catalyst for Oedon to reach our plane of existence, or so they say. Hephaestus tapped a finger on her armrest as she thought to herself. Meanwhile, Welf finished the last of his tea. There's also something you should know, he spoke up. The old ones. They're not like you gods. They didn't come from Tenkai. They came from elsewhere. I don't know how to explain it. Rather than the heavens, they came from the cosmos. Does that make sense to you? It does, she nodded. More than I'm comfortable with. His face was riddled with curiosity, but he didn't press it. If she wasn't going to share, then she had her reasons. He trusted her. You being out here means you're done? She asked, eyeing his profile and the lack of results on his being. Nah, he waved his handkerchief at her. There's still a few hours left to cook. Found a gap and decided I was in the mood to see your pretty face. She scowled at him. An idle hand makes nothing, Welf Kratzo. And did you just tell me you left metal unchecked in my forge? I know what I'm doing. You and I seem to remember things differently. Tell me, which one of my mithril instruments did you break again? One time. He pointed a finger at her. And that was to prove my smithing technique is better than your out-of-date methods. And yet you're here using my forge and my tools, she almost smirked. She wouldn't give him the satisfaction of seeing her smile. If I could afford mithril and orichalcum as much as you do, I wouldn't need to keep asking when it matters, he admitted with a shade of embarrassment and humility rising through his cheeks. I'm only here to set the raw materials and start the framework. I can do all the fine-tuning and assembly back at my place. It wasn't a secret Welf was her favorite child among her familia. Most believed it was because of his Kratzo blood, and she was selfishly keeping his talents from going publicly so she could amass an armory of magic swords. It was far from the truth, naturally. The things Welf made were always questionable and weren't designed for the likes of adventurers. She understood the purpose of his designs now. He made weapons and armor for the likes of hunters. Still, wherever this Yarnham is, theirs was a place more advanced than what she could provide at the moment. As the goddess of the forge, she was astounded by the wisdom and secrets Welf brought to the forge. They were all things she knew but was limited to the technology and growth of her children. Yet, he had surprised her by presenting her with contraptions and tools she had never considered of. It was a blow to her pride as the goddess of the forge, and she could have never been spiteful of him for it. If anything, it made her crave him. To the point, she had offered him riches for his knowledge. And, not surprising as he had the pride and stubbornness of a true blacksmith, he had turned her down but still told her everything he knew. His progress would be so much quicker if he would just accept her help. What will I be expecting in the end? She asked. She knew what he was aiming for. He had shown her the Hunter's Church canon, as well as that book of a blueprint on what he was going to transform it into. She had to know what he was doing if she was going to approve this project as well as allow him to use her forge. This wasn't the point of her question, and he knew it. Something that will change the Kratzo name forever, was his answer. He placed his cup down and redid his handkerchief over his brow. Break's over. I'm going back into the fray. She watched him go without a word. The compartment was sealed shut, and the noise and heat of the forge disappeared. She was left alone in her office with only her paperwork for company. It took her longer than it should have for her to go back to work. The information about Oedon remained in the front of her mind. That, and she had to re-evaluate the old hunter formerly known as Jura of the powder kegs. 000. The sun was about to set. It'll still be a few hours before the shops started to close and the nightly events started to open. The lights hadn't even gone on yet. Welf walked down the streets from Hephaestus' private office. On his back was everything he had worked together plus the tools he borrowed from his goddess. She probably knew he had taken them with her meticulousness and would use it as an excuse to punish him for it tomorrow. In his arm was a brown paper bag containing tonight's dinner for Heian. He snorted, gaining a look from a passerby, his favorite stooge. He munched on a piece of bread to curb his appetite until he could return home. Welf. Dinner would have to wait. And to think, today was going so well. He could never mistake the voice that had called out to him from the alleyway. He did not question how they managed to sneak in or what they were doing here. Those came with obvious answers. He only questioned how long they had been waiting for him to walk down this street, as well as how they knew he would take this one. Someone had to have been keeping tabs on his behavior recently. He turned quickly and entered the alleyway. A cloaked figure met him, turned, and led him deeper within. He followed without question until they turned the corner and entered an empty lot. Now no one in the streets could see him. Ville, he greeted without warmth. It's been some time. Care for some bread? The figure removed his hood. He was a middle-aged man with red hair and streaks of gray. His face was darkened and leathery from the years in front of a forge. Is that any way to speak to your father? Returned Ville Kratzo. Welf didn't reply. He kept eating his piece of bread, dragging out the silence until Ville lost his patience. He watched as either the man would turn antagonistic or would start talking. I've come to bring you home. Talking it was then. No thanks, Welf returned immediately. Orio is my home now. Your talents are being wasted here, Ville tried to press. Welf noticed instantly the tinge of desperation the man had been trying to hide. Rakia is where your talents truly shine. Lord Ares has promised to restore the family its noble status if, and only if, you return and make us magic swords again. Our name will be restored, Welf. Our name will be remembered. If you say our, or us, or we again, Welf cut him off with his own patience running thin. I'll shoot you myself where no one will find your body until the trash comes days from now. He didn't have his pistol with him, but the man didn't need to know the threat was empty. How dare you speak to me like that? The man snapped. I am your father. You will show respect where it is. Rather than shoot the man, because he didn't have his gun, and because the man hadn't broken the conditions, Welf reached for a tomato and brought it around before Ville could react. The fruit splattered across his cheek. Respect. Welf growled. I will not respect a man who was willing to use a little boy for his own gain. And here you are now doing the same thing. Didn't you hear me, old man? I have no interest in returning to Rakia. Your house isn't mine. I cut ties with that place. I am home. He would have left the man at that. But this wasn't a reunion between father and son. His instincts as a hunter told him he was surrounded. Others were watching their conversation. He was surrounded. "I see you are still just a brat," his father half growled and half sighed. "If you will not see to reason, then I will have to bring the hand, as usual." His cloak parted slightly to reveal what he had hidden underneath. Clasped in his hand was a red dagger, glowing dully with magical energy. Welf did not need a closer inspection to recognize it. It was a Kratzo magic weapon, one of the few left on this planet. "I am not the only one who infiltrated the city," the man continued, ignorant of what Welf already knew. "We each have a magic sword. Hundreds of lives will be lost, Welf. Maybe even thousands. You know what these weapons are capable of." Welf kept his face stoic as his mind raced. First, if he ever smelled bullshit before in his life. Second, it would be better if he remained in Oririo. He was the last true Kratzo. Welf was the only one who could create the legendary and feared magic swords, weapons that had pushed the elves to near extinction and had ridden the planet of the ancient spirits. If a few thousand Oririo citizens died, it was better than the countless others that will perish if he was enslaved by Rakia. However, how do you plan on leaving the city? He asked. He cannot live with those losers. Going with the man or following this fault in the plan wouldn't solve the problem. Rakia would continue to pursue him. He had promised to Coast to never allow another massacre again. It was why he manned the turret as Jura and gunned down any hunter who dared to hunt in his territory. So long as he breathed, he will not abide innocents being slaughtered. Never again. Vil smiled in victory. "We have our informants within the city. We have a way to escape the city undetected. You will meet us at the docks at midnight. One of ours will follow you from here on out. Mention word of this to any of your friends, and we will carry out our orders. You are free to return to your dwelling. But bring every magic sword you've created since coming to the city." Those instructions were just vague enough to work. Welf turned his back on his father and returned to the streets. Vil remained in the darkness while the other presences spread out. One remained on the rooftops, tailing Welf and keeping an eye on him at all times. Still carrying his pack and bundle of food, he continued on down the street as though he hadn't just wasted 10 precious minutes. By the time he reached East Main, he had bumped into someone unexpected. "Belle," Welf greeted. Welf?" The boy blinked and looked up at the taller man. "What's up with you?" Welf asked as he looked the boy over. His clothes were a wreck and he had bags under his eyes. "You look like someone kicked you off the wall." As Welf stuck his thumb out to gesture at the wall that surrounded the city, Belle paled until his skin matched his hair. He didn't know how or why, but Welf had struck the head on the nail. Questions popped to his head. It's just been a long day." The boy deflated with a broken smile. "What about you? How have things been since last I've seen you?" "Productive," Welf shrugged. But then he sighed and ran a hand through his hair. "At least that's what I'd like to believe. I'm on schedule, but there's still a lot of work ahead of me. Don't worry, I'll still get everything done by the end of next week. I've also begun process of making you a new coat. Any requests before it gets too deep?" "I'm fine with whatever you make," the boy answered honestly. "The last coat I had was great. So something like that. But, if it's possible, something that will survive against Lady Maria again." "I'll see what I can do," he returned while his mind ran through possibilities. "Those damn Canehurst blood weapons were a pain in the ass. Heading home? You look like you need a good rest." Actually, I'm going to meet with my goddess." The boy fidgeted where he stood. "I did something I wasn't supposed to. I'm making it up to her by buying her dinner." "Right now?" Welf's brows scrunched as he eyed him over again. "Just like that?" "Well, I thought about going home to change, but I won't be able to make it in time." The boy fidgeted some more. "I'm supposed to meet her by sundown. I thought about using the showers in the guild or Babylon Tower, but Ina is probably still mad at me, and I'm not allowed in the dungeon." Welf didn't know where the boy lived other than somewhere in the outskirts. He supposed it wasn't enough time to race down there and match the deadline. The showers reserved for adventurers were probably barred from him, just as he said. Welf couldn't say much since he didn't know how far the suspension really went. He didn't try to test it either way. "That is a problem." Welf agreed. "There's no way any of those fancy restaurants will allow you in like that." Belle blinked. Welf stared at him with a flat look. That one retort told Welf the entire story. "Still, where exactly do you plan on taking your goddess, Belle?" "To the benevolent mistress." "Why?" Welf couldn't stop his hand from planting itself on his face. "This boy cannot be serious." "Come with me," Welf said lowly as he grabbed the good hunter by the collar of his jacket and dragged him up East Main. Belle screamed as his heels were dragged across the floor. 000. "Feeling better?" Welf asked after ingesting his second ale. After lots of greetings, questions from the maids, especially from that Seir girl who had it bad for the good hunter, and explanations from Welf, Belle was allowed to use the showers of the benevolent mistress. The entire place was in a scramble over this boy, Welf swore. A couple fought over who was going to do his laundry, a group had gone out and purchased new clothes for him, who creepily knew his sizes and had no shame in handing him the receipt. And the cooks were plotting a 5-course meal for when Belle brought his goddess over. Welf had tried to tell them, without disrespecting the establishment, Belle was going to take his goddess to a high-end establishment in the upper district. He was even willing to use Hephaestus' name to let them in and face his goddess fury. The girls didn't listen to him. He swore this entire place circled around that boy. A little, Belle said as he stood in fresh clothes at Welf's tableside. I thanked everyone. Oh, thank you, Welf. You helped me a lot. Take a seat. Welf gestured to the seat across of him. But there's another hour before sundown, Welf urged again. You and I need to talk about a few things before you run off to make a fool of yourself. The cafe had turned back into a tavern. There were a few customers for the maids to serve. Most of them were merchants and working-class citizens. There were a few adventurers present before the evening rush. One such customer was the cloaked stalker who sat near Welf's table, keeping tabs on his conversation as he drank his ale. Welf paid him no mind. Belle agreed eventually and took his own seat. They both half expected one of the maids, Seir, to come by and take his order. Instead, they left them be, probably because they knew Belle would be leaving soon to retrieve his goddess. What did you want to talk about, Welf? Belle asked with such an innocent gaze it was hard to believe this boy had ended the dream. Start at the beginning, Welf sighed. What unspeakable deed that was clearly not your fault had your goddess strong-arming you into buying her dinner? Belle blinked. But it was my fault. I entered without knocking and I saw. Welf nearly rolled his eyes. Been there. Done that. He found himself rubbing his wrist where Tsubaki had tried to brand him, and he had to fend her off. Let me guess. Welf leaned forward. You caught your goddess undressing. Belle gasped enough to suck up all the oxygen in the room. How'd you know? Been there. Done that, he repeated in his mind. Don't you two live together? He asked instead. It's bound to happen. And I'm sure you apologized profusely and put your heart into it. But she wouldn't take your apology and demanded divine retribution. So instead she demands you spend all the valis you earned in the past 3 months on a new anvil or rare materials or a meal fit for a small army. Never mind you've been saving all that money to kickstart the project your goddess rejected because she doesn't believe it will work. Yeah, it blew up the first 2 times, but they always say 3rd time's the charm. Welf? Welf took an exceptionally long drink of his ale. He raised his mug up in a silent gesture for a refill. Coming the ever-attentive, nosy, Seir, who shot glances at Belle every other second, sang in glory now that she had an excuse to approach the table. Am I wrong? Welf asked next. Not exactly, Belle admitted with some reluctance. He looked around the room to see if anyone was listening. Everyone was drowning in either their own conversations or booze. He had spotted the stalker, who hadn't bothered to hide his presence, and asked Welf with his eyes. Welf only gestured it wasn't anything to worry about, and the good hunter accepted it. Still, he gestured for Welf to come closer. I saw my goddess, boobs, Belle whispered with his face turning crimson. Go on, Welf pressed in a normal voice. That's it. Belle returned with wide eyes. For the record, when Tsubaki wanted to brand him, he had seen something a lot more private than her breasts. That girl had nearly no shame to begin with. No one but him knew how many times those bandages wrapped around her chest came undone. You know nothing about women, do you? Welf more observed than questioned. What do you mean? Let me ask you this. Welf went back to his lax posture. When you saw Hestia like that, what was her exact reaction? Did she scream? Did she throw something at you? And no. Belle blushed further at the memory playing in his head. She said she didn't mind. But I know she did. It was improper. I saw something Grandpa told me was precious to all girls. Girls, Welf pointed out. But not an ageless being like Hestia. For example, Seir, if Belle suddenly saw you undressing, how would you react? What are you asking so suddenly? The maid asked as soon as she approached the table with his 3rd mug of ale. There was an adorable moment as neither the maid nor the good hunter could manage to look at each other in the eye. Too bad neither of them could see the chemistry already made between them. See? Welf pointed at the maid. That's how a girl's supposed to react. Instead, your goddess took advantage of your own embarrassment and got you in a position you couldn't refuse. Please don't use me like that, Seir frowned at him. She also didn't leave as soon as her sole purpose was complete. But a man should take responsibility, shouldn't he? Belle asked. Yes, he should, Welf nodded back. Hell, if I saw Hestia's knockers I would have bought her a house. Sorry, Belle, but have you seen your goddess? Don't answer that. Belle frowned at him this time. Welf put up a hand before anything else against him could be made. It doesn't matter if she swindled you into this or not. You should be a man and take her out to dinner. But, if you're going to do it, go all out. No offense, Seir, but there are better places than the benevolent mistress. None taken. The maid put a hand to her cheek and thought out loud. I would love it if Belle took me to a fancy restaurant where I needed to wear a dress, the table lined with white cloth and lit by candles, and a rich orchestra of instrumental music played a sonata to our romantic evening. Belle looked at her. The point, Welf regained his attention. I would take full advantage of the situation if I were in your shoes. Instead of seeing it as a way to apologize to her, treat it as an actual date. Go and have a good time. Treat your goddess to something she will never forget, and, just maybe, something good will happen once you get home. He saw stars for a moment when that damnable maid struck the back of his head with her tray. She knew where exactly to hit, where any lesser man would have been out cold. Instead, the room was spinning as he tried to regain his bearings. Seir? He heard Belle cry out in alarm. I'm sorry, Seir stuck her tongue out in a playful manner. I saw a spider and panicked. Are you okay, Mr. Kratzo? Did that hurt? I missed the spider. It shouldn't come back if you not repeat what you just said. I'm sure of it. This crazy broad. Was every girl after the good hunter's trick weapon insane? Look at me straight in the eye and tell me I'm wrong, he demanded from the maid. She stared hard at him. But after a moment, as the thoughts cycled around her head, she began to blush and look away. Thank you, Welf, Belle said with some relief. Something else was bothering him. But she's my goddess. I can't treat her like. For a moment, his eyes darted towards Seir before flashing back at Welf. If only the girl hadn't been blushing and looking away at the golden moment. Teenagers. Though Welf looked only a few years older than them, he had aged back in Yarnham and had nearly completed his life. I don't see why not, Welf grumbled, starting to become irritated with the boy's lack of confidence. This was the hunter who beat Gehrman? Gods really aren't all that different from us. They love just as much as we do, sometimes more. For example, I'm in a relationship with my goddess. He finished with a dismissive shrug and a drink of his ale. He watched as the boy's eyes widened. Seir, some nameless adventurer called out, Can I have another? Can't you see I'm busy? She snapped back. Belle, why you shouldn't listen to him. I think Mr. Kratzo has had too many to drink. Think about it. Gods are beings above mortals. Their lives are eternal compared to mortals. You should end up with someone more relatable. Someone, maybe, who happens to make you lunch on a daily basis. Wow. If that didn't scream desperate. You might be right, Belle sighed in defeat. Hestia will outlive me. But Seir, you're the only person who makes me lunch. What other girl out there can? Welf? What's wrong? At this point, Welf slammed his head against the table. Not only had the good hunter resigned all advice Welf had given him, but he had been completely ignorant of Seir's attempts of a confession. The poor maid. Granted, he hated the girl for smacking him and arguing against him, but he could sympathize with her for this small bit. You are hopeless, Welf growled, rising his head just enough for his chin to rest on the table. You know nothing about women. I bet you don't even realize that Sword Princess is completely smitten with you. Seir gasped. But Belle? Ace isn't smitten with me. The boy sobbed with his head bowing with resignation. She hates me. Earlier today during training she kept knocking me out. I know she's mad at me, but I don't know why. She mentioned Cainhurst, and when I brought up the queen she kicked me so hard I fell off the wall. I had to use my blade along the wall to slow my descent. I still broke a lot of my bones, and Miss Alf had to heal me with her magic. But she called me an idiot afterwards. Welf had his head in his hands. It was impossible. Ace Wallenstein was jealous? Oh. Welf had heard everything about the Queen of Cainhurst from Hephaestus. He heard about Belle's involvement with the Queen and how Ace stormed in with Hestia during the meeting. And the boy didn't realize how deep in shit he was in. Did it ever occur to you that, maybe, almost every girl in Orio is in love with you? Welf blurted out in a mix of irritation and anger, and some mild jealousy. Belle said his trademark, irritating Welf further. Welf stared at his beer, grumbled a few dark nothings into it, and took a long swig until the entire mug was finished. He slammed it down onto the table and glared daggers at the good hunter. The boy flinched in response. Listen or don't, he said, losing any sensitivity from the conversation through the booze. Your goddess, Lily, the kinky, that flat-chested Amazoness, the Cainhurst queen, your guild advisor. Hell, practically every girl here in the benevolent mistress. Am I wrong? He turned to look at the maids. As if they hadn't been listening in on his ranting, they all looked away and found something to distract themselves. Even the kitchen staff, who had been huddled near the window, scurried away. He hadn't noticed or thought of them until he saw their fleeing movement. Seir was puffing her cheeks and glaring at him. This was fine. He was content with becoming a martyr and being spied by every girl here. So long as the good hunter learned of his position. He personally thought it was half their fault for never telling anything to his face. Belle was staring at him with a perplexed expression. The boy was lost. He didn't believe Welf for an instant. And who was to blame him? He was, what, 14? It was fair. Welf didn't understand his first crush when he was at that age, but he felt an obligation to help the good hunter. It was the least he could do. This much he owed to the young man who saved him from the dream. What I'm trying to say. Welf considered his words carefully. I think you should try to take that leap of faith. I know you might be scared. Maybe your goddess isn't as interested in you as you are with her. You will never know unless you try. And the same goes for every girl you come across. You will never learn how they really feel until you ask them directly. Belle blinked a number of times. There was still doubt in his eyes. He was already dismissing Welf's words as drunken stupor. All right, fine, Welf challenged. Ask Seir. I dare you. Seir fidgeted where she stood in a similar fashion to the good hunter. Don't put me on the spot like that. I'm not mentally prepared for this. Nameless patron. I'll go get your ale now. My name is Abe, said the customer who had tried to get her attention earlier. He had also received a mug from another one of the girls. Welf grabbed onto her wrist to make sure she wouldn't flee. Belle dragged out the syllable as he scratched his cheek. I understand what you're saying, Welf. I promise to treat my goddess to a nice dinner and make her happy. It's the least I can do as. I mean it, Welf pushed. Ask Seir. Right now. It's a very simple question. Seir, would you like to go on a date with me? He knew he was being a bully. He was putting Seir on the spot. He was receiving several glares from the maids and patrons alike. They had shamelessly been listening to the conversation. He didn't mind the villain so long as the good hunter grew out of the experience. Seir was shaking where she stood. Welf still refused to let her go. Thankfully, the matron of the tavern wasn't present to crush his skull. Belle had reverted into his metaphorical shell. He sank into himself and refused to look at Seir in the eye. His face was a blushing mess. Welf kicked him under the table to jerk him back into this reality. Seir. Belle began in a mix of embarrassment and fear. Do you want to date me? Welf had chosen his words carefully. He had considered asking if she liked the boy, but that could have been easily played off as teasing. If Welf hadn't been at the benevolent mistress before, he wouldn't have known how Seir would have reacted prior. He had to do this in this fashion. That's not fair, Seir said in a low voice. She jerked her arm. Welf decided to let her go. She clutched both hands to her chest. I shouldn't be put on the spot like this. A man should confess his feelings first. Belle was staring up at the maid with widened eyes. I fell in love with you since Master Filia. Seir blurted out with tear-stricken eyes. And then she made a mad dash for the kitchens. Belle was slack-jawed as he watched Seir run off. His head swiveled around to Welf with eyes full of disbelief. He was trying to check if what just occurred really did happen. He then looked at everyone in the tavern. Does that count? One of the maids asked suddenly. I'm counting it, Naya, said another. Who Naya'd this week's ticket? A good number of patrons and maids pulled out slips of papers from their persons. Others whined and groaned in loss. One of the maids went around collecting the tickets and distributed bundles of valise into their hands. Even his Reikian stalker had been in on it. How long had they been spying on him? Apparently there had been a pool based on what Welf had just done. Hell, if he knew about it, then he would have participated. Though, he probably would have been disqualified for setting things in motion. Welf. In the meantime, the good hunter was having a sort of anxiety attack, or seizure based on how badly he was twitching in his seat. He was on the verge of running after Seir but was glued to his seat. He looked up at Welf with pleading eyes. One problem at a time, Welf sighed as he crossed his arms. Let Seir calm down first. Worry about your goddess for the evening, and then reply to Seir's feelings the next time you see her. Just don't keep her waiting. Oh, you should also make it a point to talk to those girls I mentioned earlier. How? Belle muttered as he stared down at the table. This is what happens when you charm more girls than you can handle, Welf groaned, rubbed a hand through his hair, and stood. He placed a few coins on the table for his drinks. Now that you know for sure Seir likes you, what else is there to lose? Ask the same question to those girls, and maybe one of them will return your feelings. Who knows? Belle said nothing. His mouth hung open with awe as a spark of insight twinkled in his eyes. Whatever he absorbed through Welf's words gave him inspiration to some dream only he could see. I don't think that's appropriate advice to give. The elf maid who was attached to Seir at the hip came by to clear their table. She shot him a piercing glare. You don't want to turn Mr. Crannel into some sort of womanizing delinquent. And just like that, Belle's imaginary bubble was popped. The good hunter sank back down into his seat as he mulled over her retort. Anyways, that's all the time I can spend. Welf gathered his things and was ready to be off. Take care, good hunter. And good luck tomorrow in your fight against that Loga guy. Wish I could go and watch, but I've work to accomplish. Wait, who? Belle asked. Welf had waved a hand in departure, but the boy's question made him stop and look over his shoulder. Loga. Bet Loga. You know, the Finrer of Loki familia? Didn't you have some kind of mock battle or something against him tomorrow? Least that's what Hephaestus told me. Belle drew up a blank. But after a few blinks, he nearly fell out of his seat as though someone had slapped him across the face. I completely forgot about that, he blurted out. And then, as if the appointed time was drawing dangerously close, he booked it out of the tavern and ran up the street. Welf stepped out to watch him run. Where do you think he goes when he does that? He asked aloud. He had intentionally asked the stalker who remained in his seat, which wasn't too far away from the door. He didn't expect a reply. We tend to believe it's to get himself into further trouble. The elf maid, Welf should really learn her name, stepped out but remained on the tavern's patio. Mr. Kratzo, a word with you? He gave her a sideways glance. She had his attention. Mr. Crannel seems to trust you enough to include him in his party. Her face was a porcelain mask, but her eyes were calculating and sharp. He is a gentle soul who trusts everyone without prejudice. That does not mean he is the best judge of character. In fact, I believe he refuses to be suspicious of anyone until what has been wronged happens too late. I'm not gonna corrupt the kid. Welf turned and placed his hands on his hips. He gave a light snort as he cracked a smile. I get this feeling I gotta look out for him as his elder. There's no harm in trying to make him man up. It's painful to watch everyone walk all over him. You know this just as much as I do. He gave her a knowing smirk. His words were a jab at her intentions. Whoever this girl was, they were in the same boat. The good hunter meant something to them, and they were both supporting him in their own way. Be that as it may. The maid closed her eyes in acknowledgement. Her eyes were still as sharp when reopened. Seir is someone precious to me. I do not appreciate your method of humiliating her in front of her interest. Welf lost his smirk as he rubbed the back of his head. You know, you're right. I ought to apologize to her. It wasn't right of me to put her on the spot like that. Belle needed a good kick, and I ended up dragging her under too. Is he gone? The person of mention came out of the tavern with a small box in her hands. She looked up and down the street and around Welf's presence. Welf was hoping to have some time to think of a proper apology. Well, nothing worked better than to bite the bullet and just grovel. It worked with Hephaestus and Tsubaki half the time, so it should work here. He bowed at the waist. Sorry about that. You probably had something better in mind or wanted him to confess. I should have gone about this differently. No, no. The girl was practically singing as she approached him. Stand straight, Mr. Kratzo. True. I wanted him to bring me a bouquet of flowers and sweep me off my feet. But it's Belle we're talking about. I'd actually like to thank you. I'd probably be waiting forever for that day if not for you. When he stood up straight, she placed the box in his hands. It's not much, but it's some of the cakes baked earlier today. She was glowing at him. I want you to have it. And please, knock some sense into Belle when you can. He can be a little dense sometimes. Seir, another maid stepped out. The nozzle for the ale isn't working. Do you know where we keep the spare? Coming, she sang and skipped back into the tavern. He and the elf were left alone. Her eyes became flat as she looked back at him. I won't say you were wrong and I was right, he muttered while trying to figure out how to carry the box under his arm without crushing the contents. He had to suppress the smirk when he saw her brow twitch once. You know, he brought up when she was about to dismiss him. If you and Seir are as close as you say, I'm sure she wouldn't mind sharing if that boy confesses to you. That is not amusing, Mr. Kratzo, she frowned. I'm not kidding, he frowned back. Look, it's hard to keep track of who he likes and whatnot. I see him glimpsing at every girl we come across. But I at least can tell when someone likes him. You probably stare at him just as much as Seir. You're just good at hiding it. Not good enough, but still good. It would take someone exceptionally skilled to elude his keen senses as a hunter. You misunderstand, her frown deepened. I was merely making sure your problem does not find its way to Mr. Crannel. Though, I do appreciate you not getting him involved in your questionable affairs. She had gestured at his stalker, who swiveled back around and went back to pretending to being a normal patron. If you say so, he sighed and rolled his shoulders. The pack of metal objects jingled. It's not my business and I think I've gotten more involved than I originally wanted. Just promise to not break his heart if he ever approaches you. Otherwise you and I are going to have a problem. Rather than take offense to his light threat, her expression had softened with understanding. What suspicions she had about him had washed away. He had managed to convince her he had no ulterior motives about the good hunter and was honest in his intentions. They broke apart without a word. The maid returned to the tavern while Welf returned to his hike back home. He was probably half a block down the road when he felt the same pair of eyes watching his back. His stalker had resumed his job. Seeing as how there were no sudden explosions around town, it meant he hadn't broken any of the conditions his father had given him. And now that this distraction was over, Welf can deal with the problem properly. 000. Who's there? Demanded Tsubaki. Nobody, Welf answered dully as he climbed down the steps to his secret workshop. He hadn't seen Tsubaki as he descended. She was deeper in the workshop and around the corner. But he heard the splitting wind of a projectile heading his way. He had a fragment of a second to tilt his head just as one of his blades lodged into the wall where his face had been. "What the hell, woman?" He barked back at her. "That's not funny and you know it." Tsubaki Kalbrand, captain of Hephaestus Familia, waved the tool in her other hand at him in warning. She was a half-dwarf with dark skin, black hair, and an eye patch over her left eye. She wore a red hakama around her waist along with straw sandals. Normally, she would wear a serissure over her chest, but the heat of the forge had her take it off. Her chest was only covered with bandages. He checked himself, making sure nothing was bleeding, and took the last few steps into his workshop. He crossed the floor, stepping over discarded scraps of metal, food wrappers, and sprawled blueprints. It only consumed a small portion of his workshop. Tsubaki was professional and did not like cluttered space, and managed to gain flat footing as he neared his contraptions. He placed the bag of groceries on one of the iron tables while dumping his bag on the floor. "Here," he said as he came up to Tsubaki and handed her the box Seir gave him. "For your hard work. I appreciate it." "Don't think this makes us even," she glared up at him, but accepted the box anyways. She opened it to check the contents, her one eye twinkled with delight, before setting it down on the bench she sat on. She wouldn't eat with her hands covered in charcoal and various metal dust. "Just where the hell have you been? I thought you were going to be back hours ago." "Something kept me," he said as he began to take the contents out of his backpack and spread them out. "How much did you get done?" She observed him for a moment. He knew she had sensed something was off about him. He wouldn't hide it from her when she would ask. "Most of the things you gave me," she answered as she examined her workspace. Sheets of shredded metal were in a pile to her side while a set of uniquely shaped pieces were organized on the other. "But do you have any idea how hard it is to cut through all this and not make mistakes? I've been at this for hours and I've still got a few more to go. Why do you have these things in the first place? Can't you just make them by scratch? Why do I have to sit here and cut these things out with these ridiculous orichalcum shears?" She was normally friendly, borderline teasing. She was frustrated, and he could understand. While she was just as fascinated with his blacksmithing technique as Hephaestus, she hated spending time down here in his renovated sewer. Plus, he had left her alone on this one task since leaving to use his goddess forge. "Because I have no idea how to make a plasma cutter," he grumbled. "Plasma cutter?" She looked at him. "A contraption like the blowtorch that focuses lightning at such a fine point you can cut through those sheets of metal almost as easily as I drew the outlines," he answered while he tossed his empty pack across the room and out of the way. "The problem is I need something equivalent to an electric generator and an understanding of electrical engineering. I have neither. I know how to use the tools and repair most of them. The more complicated things requires a completely different field of study." She decided to take a break. She placed her things down, stood, flexed her hand, and approached him. "So, Wolfie, are you going to tell me what's eating you up, or do I have to get it out of you?" She knelt down and threw her arms over his shoulder, pressing herself on his back. It made looking at the schematics in his hands a little difficult, but he didn't shrug her off. She looked over his shoulder to study the same piece. "I ran into my father today," he answered grimly, folding the paper back up. Squatting like this was uncomfortable. He decided to sit down. Tsubaki remained latched onto him. He felt her eyes on him. "He hasn't changed since last I've seen him," he went on. "He only thinks about the past glory of the Kratzo name. He's also trying to threaten me to leave Oriyo with him. There's a Reikian goon outside my shack. He shouldn't know about this workshop and probably thinks I'm busy at my forge." "What do you want to do?" she asked simply. "I'm supposed to bring every magic sword to the docks by midnight," he replied. She snickered. "I have 5 hours," he went on. His voice had fallen in pitch. "Tsubaki, I'm going to need your help. Can I rely on you?" "You know it's going to cost you, Wolfie," she purred back before pinching his cheek, slapping it lightly, and standing up. "How many times is it now? You're never going to get out of debt if you keep asking for all these favors." "I have this theory it was your plan all along," he shot back. "What an interesting theory," she smirked at him. "Sorry, I can't make you dinner like I promised," he sighed as he stood up. He crossed the room to retrieve his apron, gloves, and tinted goggles. "I should have expected it," she sighed half-heartedly as she gathered her own set of equipment. Unlike him, she didn't need gloves. Her stats were on a whole tier above him and, loath as he was to admit it, she was a better blacksmith than he will ever be. Because the skill of every Hephaestus member on his back wasn't the traditional blacksmith. His red gunsmith? He couldn't have asked for anything better as a powder keg. "Is 5 hours going to be enough?" she asked. "With you at my side, we might beat the clock." He gave her a cheeky grin that had her grinning back. "This will require a lot of precision work. You're the only person with the right skills and technique to meet my demands. I'll be relying on you, Tsubaki." "Flattery won't get you any closer to me sharing your bed, Wolfie," she snorted back. "But it's a good start. Now, what do you need me to do?" The first thing he did was reach for a vial of mercury and a dagger. Spilling the mercury into a container, he brought the dagger across his forearm and let the blood drip into the liquid metal. 000. Midnight had come sooner than he expected. There was a saying about time and having fun. Tonight, he felt like being a little old-fashioned. He donned the long coat and tri-horned hat he had made for himself on a whim when he first came to Oririo. It wasn't comfortable to wear compared to his kimono when in front of a forge for hours, but it was appropriate for this evening. Two things were strapped to his back, one a weapon and the other a parting gift. And hidden under his coat was his newly crafted prize. Welf had a ferocious grin that made his name proud when he left the shack. His stalker, too, actually, this time, had roused from where they had been squatting and followed him through the shadows. The streets were empty as he made his way to the designated spot. Tonight, Welf Kratzo joined the hunt. Welf, his father had been waiting for him on one of the piers. A few other men surrounded him, and Welf sensed a good number of others hiding elsewhere. Welf said nothing. He stared at the older man while his instincts as a hunter started to reawaken. Old habits and feelings were rising. He may not be as in tune to his instincts as the good hunter. The life of a smith had stagnated his potential in combat, but never did they rust. "Did you bring the swords?" was the first thing the man demanded. Welf shrugged off the wrapped bundle from his back, catching it with one hand. Slowly, so to not trigger anything from the stooges, he undid the bindings and revealed a single Kratzo magic sword. It was a straight sword as long as his arm and glowing with dark energy. He tossed it at their feet. "What is this?" His father growled. "Don't make a fool of me, Welf. Where is the rest?" "That's it," Welf answered and pointed at the sword. "I only made one. It was just to prove a point to someone else. I've never made any other. I have no need of them, and I have no interest in them. If you leave now, I'll let you keep that one." Vil didn't take it so well. "Such insolence. Have you forgotten we possess magic swords of our own? We will burn down the city if you do not return with us and deliver us those swords." "No, you won't," he shot back with a firm voice. "I'm calling your bluff, old man. You're an idiot if you think I'm going to believe someone like Ares is willing to toss away his precious Kratzo stock on such a flimsy plot. There are less than 50 blades left since I was in Rekia. I can guess you have no more than 3, and probably the least expensive of the bunch." Vil was grinding his teeth. He drew out the magic dagger and pointed it at Welf. The goons around him drew their weapons, simple daggers and swords. Even so, 3 magic swords are more than enough to lay waste to a good portion of the city. Hundreds will die, and it will be your fault, Welf. You will return with us, and you will make us more magic swords. "Look at you," Welf snarled. "Look at how far you're willing to go just for a petty title. You're willing to commit mass murder just to get some recognition from a bloodthirsty tyrant." "I will do what I must to return the family to its glory," Vil snarled back. "Without you, the Kratzo name will die off. I will not let that happen." "You're pathetic," Welf snapped. "Where is your pride as a blacksmith? Honor? Titles? Recognition? A true blacksmith doesn't need any of those things. The true glory lies in what he makes with his own hands. And we cannot make magic swords. Our family will rot away without them." "Bullshit," Welf shouted. "So long as you have a hammer, can you make anything? Who was it who taught me that?" "It was you, old man. I never needed any magic sword to get where I'm at now. I may do without them." Final negotiations had failed as soon as this turned into a shouting match. He knew they were destined to fall apart, but a small piece of him, the son who still loved his father, had wanted the man to see things his way. The man was too far gone in past illusions and lost glory. He was too consumed in his selfish desires he couldn't see into the future like Welf. They stared at each other as emotions swam. "After all this time, you're still a child," his father had sighed in hopelessness, as though Welf was a lost cause. "Then, I have no choice. Take him." Those hiding in shadow emerged. Welf was surrounded as no more than a dozen grunts approached with weapons drawn. And not one of them had a magic weapon. Ares had only given them the single dagger for this plan, it would seem. He stretched his senses, trying to see all of them with his mind's eye. They had all come out of hiding to capture him. He puckered his lips and gave a sharp whistle. The signal. Spotlights of magic lanterns blazed down at them from the city walls and buildings surrounding the docks. Every Reikian infiltrator froze on the spot. "Did you really think it was going to be that easy, Vil Kratzo?" Tsubaki barked out from one of the rooftops. She was accompanied with what members of Hephaestus' familia she could gather under short time, as well as reinforcements offered from Hermes' familia. Both gods, Hephaestus and Hermes, were perched on another rooftop to witness their children's operation. While Welf had left his home through the front door, Tsubaki had left through the sewers an hour before to alert Hephaestus of this situation. This was the end result. "You're surrounded," Welf spoke simply as he reached for the weapon at his back. "Surrender. No one needs to die today. Grab him and go." Vil roared in a frenzy. "The rest of you stall them." What a fool. These Reikian mooks couldn't be any higher than the first level. He even gave them the benefit of the doubt due to the Canehurst War and mentally gave them the status of a level 2. They still had no chance in fending off a platoon of Oreo adventurers. Not that he was willing to let them. They would have to get through him first. They would find capturing him was next to impossible. The weapon he pulled out and gripped with both hands was his modern version of the hunter's rifle spear. The name said it all. A speared contraption that could detach the bladed tip to reveal the barrel of a gun underneath. The blade was made out of stainless steel, something so plebeian compared to mithril and orichalcum, but more than enough for dealing with a group of newbies instead of 9 invincible monsters. He stabbed the first 2 before they could react. His speed stat was significantly higher than theirs even if he was more of a strength build. The others after tried to put up a resistance. He swatted their weapons aside, stabbed into a few appendages, slashed a few arteries, and broke bones with the shaft and butt of his spear. More than half of the mooks were out of the fight by the time the adventurers had cut off the exits and surrounded them. The other half were beginning to realize they might have made a mistake and were backing up. Enough! Vil roared out, though his voice reverberated with fear. He drew out the dagger once again. It started to light up as its power was about to be unleashed. Welf cocked his weapon, snapping the spear tip to the side of the shaft through the mechanisms within. The barrel was exposed. He only needed a blink to take aim and pull the trigger. The thunderous bang of his rifle could have woken the dead. He hit his mark. The dagger was knocked out of Vil's hand and flew through the air. It splashed in the water and immediately sank to the bottom. Vil's head whipped around as he gripped his wrist. His eyes were crazed as he studied the weapon in Welf's hands. You made a deal with Canehurst? No, Welf gave the man some satisfaction. I learned from the man who was a better father than you could ever be. His name was Oedon. He taught me to become a powder kick. Tsubaki, do me a favor? When she approached his side, he reverted the trick weapon to its default form and extended it for her to take. You're asking for a lot of favors, Welf, she said in a crisp voice, watching him through a narrowed gaze. He was asking for a heavy favor, one that might jeopardize everything if he was wrong. He nearly smiled. Of course she knew what he was about to do before anyone else. Leaving the rifle spear in her care, he took a few steps forward. He gestured for the other adventurers to stand back. They complied, though were ready to leap in should their gods give out the order. He felt their gaze at his back. Hermes and Hephaestus were watching him with a clinical glower. He stood a few meters away from his father. He pointed at the magic sword still resting on the floor. Pick it up, he demanded. Welf. He heard Tsubaki warn. He ignored it. Vil was heavily skeptical. He looked around, expecting someone to stop him. He approached cautiously, knelt down, and snatched the sword and leapt back quickly. Everyone tensed and grew anxious, wanting to spring forward. But they stayed back. The gods didn't give any signal. What is this? Vil demanded in a low growl. His hands clutched the sword. Its power started to climb. He would use it if he needed. I'm making a point, Welf said, pushing back his coat so he could rest his hands on his waist. Specifically, on the holster at his side. You're too consumed in the past, old man. You lost the ability to make magic swords for a reason. But instead of moving ahead, you're clinging to something you can't control. I moved on. I created something that outshines any magic sword. And I'll prove it. Use that sword. I'm going to show you what I created with my own hands and prove your ways are obsolete. More anxiety. He could feel it in the air. The adventurers were considering disobeying their orders and just take Vil. At the same time, they didn't dare to rush things seeing as the man possessed a weapon capable of taking out this entire district in a single swing. Any mistake would kill them all. He was being selfish. He was risking all of their lives to make a point. He couldn't help but give a wolfish grin as his fingers wrapped around the pommel of his weapon. Vil growled with heavy confusion this time. He ought to be. He was surrounded, his plans foiled, and on the verge of defeat. And yet he was given a weapon that could turn this absolute defeat into a victory. He couldn't help but be skeptical. In the end, he had no choice but to use the sword. If he did nothing, he would be captured and imprisoned. His mission would fail. But with the Kratzo sword, he could break free. He raised the sword over his head. A bright light flashed as he brought it down. Move! He heard Hermes shout in alarm. Damn it, WELF. He heard Tsubaki scream. Adventurers scattered. They fled to get out of the blast range, whether they would succeed or not. However, Tsubaki stayed at his back. Not because she knew she wouldn't be able to escape, but because she had been there when Welf finished his craft. A wave of fire exploded out of the Kratzo sword's edge. It incinerated everything in its path, and the core of the wave would level everything in its path. Welf wouldn't let that happen. He grabbed his weapon and drew it up. It was what he named the Kratzo pistol, the first of its kind. Briefly, he wished he had more time to apply the paint and ornaments. With a pull of the trigger, The transfused quicksilver bullet within was fired out of the barrel. But instead of a small fiery blast like his rifle spear, there came a flash of deep red, the same color as blood. The strength of the recoil forced his arm upwards, and he stumbled a few steps back. A single, small, beam of red light pierced through the storm of flames, and dispersed it as though a hammer of wind met it instead of a bullet. The bullet shattered the Kratzo sword, along with ripping off the arm of his father as it continued to travel without hindrance. And it kept traveling, piercing through the city's walls and reaching for the skies and arching over the horizon until it will crash back down on the planet several miles away. The only sound being heard was the screaming of his father, and a good portion of the dock on fire from the magic sword. What? What was that? The older man demanded through pain, fear, and disbelief. Progress, was Welf's answer. He adjusted his hat and turned his back on his father. I am Welf of the Powder Kegs, gunsmith of Hephaestus Familia. Tell Ares if he ever puts others in danger just to get me, I'll shoot him myself. It would be a while before Vil could return to Rakia. He would be delivered to the guild for imprisonment and ransoming. That was also assuming Rakia would be willing to pay for a failure of a blacksmith. Even worse, the man had lost his smithing hand. He would have to start completely over. Welf left the man with those departing words. It would have been all the more dramatic if he didn't stumble from an uneven plank. 000. I thought it'd be bigger, Hephaestus said as she examined the Kratzo pistol in her hands, flipping it over while making sure to keep her fingers away from the trigger at all times. Why do those words hurt so much? Welf groaned as he ran a hand through his hair. His hat was tucked under his arm while he talked to his goddess on the rooftop. It's just a prototype. There are a few kinks I need to work out. Like the recoil. Even beyond that recoil? Hephaestus gave him a flat look after he had sworn in the name of another god. He couldn't win. The one time he swore in her name, did she throw a hammer at him? Who was he supposed to swear to? Hestia's tits? While they were alone together, Tsubaki and Asphai, the captain of Hermes' familia, were taking charge and organizing the arrests of the Rakian infiltrators. Guild officials were there to record events, as well as to escort them to the prison cells behind Pantheon. So, Welf stepped a little closer to his goddess. What do you think? Absolutely reckless, she returned like a crack of the whip. The glare she shot him made a lump of coal fall to his stomach. With your prowess, could you have reprimanded all of them on your own? You didn't need to get Tsubaki involved. What's more, you endangered everyone's lives here by giving that man a dangerous weapon just to satisfy your own pride. And, worst of all, you displayed the stats beyond the level 1 I have you registered as. Just what were you thinking? He hadn't thought about it all that much. He really should have taken care of this problem himself. I was asking about the gun. He matched her gaze and gestured at the weapon still in her hands. Though he knew she was absolutely right, he wasn't going to let her see it. She'll never let it down. She sighed and extended the gun towards him by the barrel. He accepted it, but didn't place it back in its holster. The barrel was cracked just from the first shot. He needed to find a better way to suppress the stress from the ignition. A lot of kinks to work out, indeed. I'm not sure what to think about it, she admitted. Her head turned to look at the damage the weapon had created. A hole the size of a fist pierced the city wall with cracks as long as several carts were spread around it. By the looks of things, it's really not all that different from the magic swords you hate so much. There's a difference, he shot back. Magic swords have a temporary life. They shine so brilliantly but then go out so suddenly. I can't accept that as a blacksmith. I always hated putting my heart and soul in making them, only for them to break after a few uses. Why can some weapons last forever while, no matter what, the Kratzo weapons can't outlive a single battle? Your weapon looks on the verge of falling apart, she pointed out. He clutched the pistol a little tighter, with pride. But it didn't die on me, he shot back with his wolfish smile. It didn't shatter into a million pieces after its juice went out. It's a work in progress. The framework needs adjusting. I promise you, Hephaestus, I will create something that will outlive even the greatest of enchanted swords. She let him see her smile. So rarely did she smile for one of her children. She never wanted their egos to get inflated. But right now, she couldn't be any prouder of him. It also caused a great deal of damage in your test run, she gestured at the docks down below. You do realize I'm sending you the bill to repair the wall, the pier, and the boats that sank. Wait, what? He blinked at her. His face lost its color. Hephaestus, wait. I can't afford any of that stuff. I can barely feed myself. Then you should have thought of that before using the city as your training dummy, she countered. At the sight of him deflating, she sighed and looked back at the carnage. I guess I'll just have to take it out of your paycheck. His brows came together. Paycheck? But you don't pay me anything. What are you? Oh. Realization dawned on him when she looked back at him. Her expression had softened. You will choose no more than 3 applicants, she began firmly. You will also have to get their consent. I expect to see a budget report for approval to receive funding, otherwise you will have to pay for your needs yourself. Depending on the progress your department makes in the next 6 months, I might be inclined to offer better budgeting and more applicants. Welf could hardly believe what his goddess was offering. We're not even married and you're dumping some of your kids on me, he grumbled while donning his hat in an attempt to hide his glowing face. He was doing cartwheels inside his mind. I have to do something to make sure you stay, he heard her grumble back. He wasn't meant to hear it. Her words were against the wind and too low for the normal human to pick up. Hephaestus. His voice dropped in pitch. Were you worried I would go back to Rakia? She didn't answer. She gave him a sideways glance of dispassion, but he saw straight through it. She had tried to shrug off the claim and failed. He knew her better. Welf. She nearly squealed. What do you think you're doing? He snickered at this adorable side of her. He had approached her, closer than any other man would have dared, and placed his arms around her waist. He spun her around and drew her close to him until their bodies were pressed and faces selches away from the other. Honestly, he sighed with his wolfish smile intact. Wait. She tried to fend him off, but she didn't put a decent amount of effort in it. He reached up and brushed off the eye patch from her face, revealing what the gods condemned her as an imperfect being. Many men before her, who claimed to love her, had called her horrible things for this blemish and retracted their love. But Welf, he stared at Hephaestus without a second thought. I made a promise to you, Hephaestus, he told her. You're my woman. I'm never going to leave your side. With one arm wrapped around her waist and his other hand caressing her cheek, he raised her head and leaned forward to taste those soft lips. Wait. Hephaestus pushed him with everything she had. We can't. Someone will see. Everyone had seen. They were just doing their damnedest to pretend otherwise. However, he could feel the glare of a promised death emanating from Tsubaki at the ground level. Welf fixed the hat that was nearly knocked off. He kept up the smile. Oh? Then does this mean I have permission to do this behind closed doors? Hephaestus' face was as red as her hair. She was looking elsewhere as she reattached the eye patch. Her face had hardened back to its public appearance. Tonight, she said before straightening herself and started to move to join Hermes down below. Don't keep me waiting, Welf. I am the perfect gentleman, he sassed. He heard her chortle before she climbed down the ladder to reach the ground. Tsubaki. He, and probably everyone else, heard his goddess revert back to a squealing girl in love. Welf is such a man. Did you see what he did? He took me in his arms and reaffirmed his vows. I haven't felt this sensation since I forged my first lightning bolt. No, goddess. Tsubaki's irritated voice could be heard. I must have missed it. Also, please try to remember Wolfie has better hearing than everyone else here. There was a long pause. Tsubaki, Hephaestus' normal voice returned. I understand you're infatuated with Welf, but please try to keep all details to yourself. And since when could you forge lightning bolts? Don't go and put the blame on me like that. Welf couldn't help but smile. His was a good life. He had everything he needed. A forge to keep creating, and 2 women who would break him in 2 time and again. He holstered the Kratzo pistol and decided to flee from the scene before Tsubaki broke another one of his arms. He had a night to prepare for anyways. Even the goddess of the forge didn't like soot in her bed. Chapter 15. Cough's blood. The day started like any other. He woke up as soon as his stomach rumbled, stretched to work out the stiff muscles from sleeping on an old sofa, and went to the bathroom to do his morning routine. In the meantime, his goddess was tossing and turning, trying to wake herself up while falling back asleep in an awkward loop. She was awake by the time he stepped out. She yawned, grumbled a few nothings, and wobbled into the bathroom for her business. While she did, Belle gathered his things. His backpack was always prepared the night before, and it was stuffed with all the potions, bandages, and tools needed for dungeon exploring. Stashed in the bottom was the Blade of Mercy. He debated about what to wear today. The Kratzo set, which only consisted of the coat and not all the other pieces since he didn't purchase them, was in tatters. And the normal jacket he had was normal. It didn't offer any extra protection, not even from the elements. For the sake of today, he decided the Canehurst night set was the best he could don. He had hoped against it. They were the most expensive set he owned. He didn't want to know how much it would cost him to repair them should anything happen. Good morning, Belle, Hestia greeted as she stepped out freshly washed. She blinked as she looked him over. You're still not ready? There's a lot to put on, he said with a weak smile. He was only halfway done with the suit and struggling with the frills under his cuffs. While everything was beautifully detailed with embroidery and rich materials, every part of the suit was treasured for the hunt. It might not be able to withstand some of the more ferocious of beasts or arcane blasts of the kin, but it worked well against blades and bullets. It was a suit designed against dueling, which was exactly what he needed. Here, let me help, Hestia said and approached him. She assisted him with all the buttons and ornaments. pulling, straightening, and adjusting where it was needed. He was astounded she knew how to do all of this. "There, all set," she said with a smile, standing back to observe her work. "You look like a really important person, Belle. But are you sure the rough is needed?" He didn't know what she was talking about until he followed her eyes. His hands reached up to tug on the frilly collar. "Is that what it's called?" I'm not too sure. I put it on without realizing it." "It completes the dress," she admitted. "But it doesn't suit you. You look uncomfortable. Not to mention you look like the queen's pet with that thing on. Bend down so I can take it off." He was almost against it. He had spent a lot of time figuring out how to put it on. But he listened to his goddess and leaned over. She reached up and pulled the ruff over his head. Afterwards, she straightened his hair with her fingertips and patted his shoulder in completion. "Much better," she said. "Thank you, goddess." He smiled back at her with relief. It felt like he could breathe again now that the silly thing was off. Looking at the mirror, the lack of the ruff wasn't a loss on the overall uniform. There was still the frilly tie and cuffs. "Just one more thing," she said and stepped closer. She wrapped her arms around him and pressed her face to his chest. "Gee, goddess." He spoke softly to her in both shock at the sudden connection and a bit of worry for the action itself. "I'm sorry I can't skip work to go watch, Belle," she said while holding him. "I've already used all my sick days, but I'll still be cheering you on." Her words left him speechless. He felt the smile creep up and didn't try to hide it. He patted her head, just the way she claimed to love from him. She giggled lightly at his touch and buried her face deeper into him. "Be sure to tell me all about it afterwards." She stepped away and gave him a thumbs up. "Represent the Hestia name and go kick that flatboard's dogs, but," is what I would like to say, but let's be realistic here, Belle. You're still a newbie. It'll raise too many questions if you actually win. So, try to lose gracefully." His smile felt like shattered glass. But this was the strategy they had agreed to. Though certain members of Loki familia were already aware of his abilities, the rest of them didn't, and especially not the guild. Should they come to light, then questions would be raised. There was a possibility the guild would accuse Hestia of cheating, without evidence to prove the existence of Yarnum, nor any idea where to find the doll to give testimony. Hestia familia would be in a lot of trouble. "I'll be good, goddess," he nodded in slight disappointment. Bet Loga. He knew this adventurer as the one who belittled him in The Benevolent Mistress, the one who laughed at Belle and believed he didn't belong in the dungeon. Internally, Belle wanted to prove the man wrong. But there was no way someone who hadn't been an adventurer longer than 3 months could beat a veteran with years under his belt. "Good luck, Belle." She cheered him on and slapped his arm. She tells him to lose, but sends him off with a charm. Sometimes he can't understand his goddess. He left the room without her. She still had to prepare a few things to start her day. He climbed the stairs and entered the main chamber. His eyes immediately spotted something that didn't belong. There, placed on the altar of the church, was a rectangular box with all sorts of engraving on the lid. It looked expensive. He approached it and leaned over to examine it. He blinked. At the center of the lid was a gold insignia of the Canehurst crest. The door to the entrance creaked. His head snapped around and he reached for the Oedon knife. There was nothing there. "Hello?" he called out, stretching his senses and trying to find anyone or anything creeping around. He heard birds chirping on the rooftops, a cat wandering around outside, but beyond that there had been nothing. This place was old. He could only assume the wind had blown against the door. It wouldn't be the first time this had happened. Returning to the box, he grabbed it, noticing the weight of it, and brought it back down to the underground room. "Goddess," he called out before entering. "I found this upstairs on the..." He froze. His goddess froze. While she had the top of her uniform on, she hadn't put on the skirt and had been in the middle of changing her panties. She was bent over with the garment around her knees. She had been facing away from him. He had a full view of her posterior. His eyes widened and his face burned. Hestia mirrored his reaction. "Kaiawea." They both screamed. Belle fled and shut the door while Hestia threw the pillow his way. 000. "I think it's safe to say they've stopped fighting," Riveria commented. Gareth grunted, "Aye. And it only took Ares 7 times to learn his lesson. The fool lost more in half his army. Canehurst hardly lost a Cordar." The 2 leaders of Loki familia sat at the command tent, overlooking their hillside view of the plains that were being occupied by Arrixam and Canehurst. It had been 12 hours since the last skirmish, and there seemed to be no signs of another one happening anytime soon. Canehurst stopping and pouring salt on Arrixam's wounds was probably the biggest part in it. Oreo had noticed and taken advantage of the peace. Vendors had opened shops by the roads and offered their goods to both armies. Most were shops consisting of healing and stamina potions, along with weapon and armor outfitting. Also, marching up and down, and sometimes dragging victims, were some of the prostitutes of the Red District. While Arrixam was spending money because they had no hope of recovering on their own, Canehurst was spending their riches both to show their wealth to Arrixam as well as a sort of contest between their fellow nobles. There was something the two noticed. While Cainhurst wasn't antagonizing the army entirely, their knights would instigate things with Reikian soldiers. But, as much as it irritated Reikia, they never gave in to their pestering. Almost as if they were too afraid to get into these private fights. It infuriated the Cainhurst knights more than anything. A number of times did they see Cainhurst knights duel to the death with their peers, or lash out brutally against their retainers. Nobody on any side tried to stop them. I don't think it was the loss of troops that convinced him, Riveria said. We're missing something. Something must have happened when we weren't looking. Yeah. Gareth crossed his arms. Finn said the same thing. He said Ares was being hesitant since yesternoon. We noticed he called for a retreat quicker than usual after that. And now? Nothing. I don't like it, she sighed with annoyance. It's like watching a balloon slowly inflate. You know it's going to explode soon. I really don't want to have to fight over something so stupid. Gareth grunted in agreement. With Reikia no longer getting into skirmishes against Cainhurst, they noticed a shift in behavior in the aristocratic warriors. Where they gloated in their victories, they now were sour over the lack of conflict. It was as though an addict had been denied Soma Familia wine. Cainhurst was irritated right now. They would soon turn to aggressive. Which raised the question, why have they not attacked Reikia on their own? Why not launch an attack? Why must Reikia always strike first? This went beyond some code of conduct and excuse of self-defense, especially when they had instigated every skirmish so far. Were they under the orders of their queen to not attack unless in the name of defense? And the Cainhurst knights had taken and twisted this order without disobeying it? What a bunch of children. Riveria, Gareth spoke up. I've been meaning to talk to you about something. It's about Finn, isn't it? She already knew this conversation was going to be brought up at some point. It was the perfect time now that their captain and most of Loki familia were absent in light of today's events. What happened down in the dungeon? He asked while stroking his beard. It is everything Finn shared the first time, she answered plainly. Her eyes locked on Gareth before he could speak up. However, what he neglected to share was who it was who defeated that hunter. Gareth's brows furrowed. Ho? I mean it wasn't you or him? She shook her head. Aze and I were caught by surprise. Aze sought to challenge the monster Rex of that floor on her own. You know how she can be. It was then that Maria person arrived and fought us both. And yet, despite the monsters being present, it was as though they were assisting her. I've never seen it before. She frowned further as she recalled the incident. She remembered seeing the monsters move as if to make room for the arrival of that hunter. Even the monster Rex shielded her after Maria was blasted away due to Riveria's Ignis Fatuus. Suppose she had some skill or item? Gareth questioned. Who knows? Riveria shrugged it off. There was no use trying to assume anything without evidence. It will only lead to misdirection when it truly mattered. In any case, the others were already a ways out of our reach. One of us would have been dead by the time they returned at their full speed. So who was it? Gareth muttered lowly. Someone from Freya Familia or Ganiha Familia? She looked at him again, making sure she had his full attention. Gareth's expression was stony. He wasn't going to get distracted even if a fair maiden came with a tray of his favorite ale. Hestia Familia, she answered without blinking. She didn't do jokes. He knew this. Still, he squinted at her as though she had attempted to do so. He had to blink a number of times for him to figure out she was being serious. The rabbit? Gareth asked for assurance. At Riveria's nod, he scratched at his chin. Nah, can't be. Is sure you weren't just out of it? You did say that Hunter cut your eyes. I may have been blind, but I was well aware, she protested. I am sure of it. The rest can attest to it. That boy, Belle was the one who defeated Maria. Gareth frowned further. How? Riveria shook her head. I don't know. I'm beginning to think the good Hunter Crannel Finn mentioned and this boy are really one and the same. And if so, it raises the question where he came from and how he's so competent. It's possible. He has relations with Cainhurst one way or another. Gareth nodded. He brushed his beard in thought. Loki had hammered onto them about the meeting with the Queen of Cainhurst. Mostly how she learned Aze Wallenstein was training the little rabbit behind her back. There was a comment somewhere mixed in how the Queen was smitten with the boy, signifying there was some sort of history between them. Then he's no newbie, Gareth grunted. That story with the Minotaur Aze swears is true must be. It means Hestia be lying about his stats to the guild. There is a reason for it. Riveria gave a slow blink as something came to her. Perhaps he came here to hide? Finn said something about Crannel killing his teammates. Perhaps he came to erase his trace and pretend to be a new adventurer. It reminds me of the crow, Gareth snorted. You know he's still out there, Seir. Murdered all them venturers and 2 gods and then gone. Without a trace. Riveria chose to not mention the boy's weapon of choice, the crow's blade of mercy. A terrifying thought had crossed through her that the boy was really the crow. But, from personal experience, she knew the boy's method of fighting were completely different from that heretic. Either the crow knew the boy and handed its weapon to him, or the crow was truly dead and the boy had stumbled upon its treasure. She may never know, nor did she care. The crow hadn't been active in years, and that's all that matters. Oi. Gareth lifted his head and looked at her. If all of this is true, what about Bet? Does he know? Riveria gave a long sigh. The fool thinks the rabbit is a pretender sharing the Cranel name. He wasn't there in the dungeon with us. Humph, Gareth snorted. Typical Bet. Think he'll be all right? Riveria didn't answer as she thought about it. Her eyes fell into half-lids as the scenario played in her mind. Specifically, she was recalling the training she was supposed to be chaperoning, between the boy getting knocked around to A's taking fatal wounds. She gave the two of them an earful and then washed her hands of it when she figured they weren't going to stop anytime soon. She had found a gray hair this morning. No doubt yesterday's events had something to do with it. So long as Bet doesn't fight him seriously, she answered. She wasn't convinced herself. There was a feeling in her gut. Bet believed Belle was a newbie and shouldn't have to go all out on him. Maybe smack him around to show his superiority, but not try to murder the boy out of some unseen spite. She found her head looking towards the road leading back to Oririo. If she left now, would she make it in time to stop the match? Gareth was looking at her. If he dies. She gave another sigh, this time full of irritation. It'll be his own damn fault. People that stupid deserve to die. Bet knows this better than anyone else. As she came to this conclusion and went back to observing the occupied plains, her consciousness was not in her work. Her fingers tapped against her staff in rhythm. Bet wasn't her problem. She shouldn't have to go out of her way to save his sorry ass. It's too troubling to have to leave her post on something that might not happen. Bet had grown since his duel with Gareth all those years ago. He had matured, somewhat. She didn't want to go. It was so far away, and she'd have to push herself if she was going to make it in time. The thought alone disgusted her. Take over for me, she said and started to move. Gareth snorted but didn't protest. 000. Don't you think this is a bit much? Tiona asked as she looked around. I get we had this all planned, but… Tiona mirrored her sister. Captain, did we really have to host it here in the Colosseum? It was Loki's idea, Finn scratched his cheek. She said she wanted a place where she could watch a lion eat its victim. Hence, Ganesha Familia was kind of us to rent out the Colosseum. The members of Loki Familia looked up at the box seats, specifically in the occupied chair of their goddess chatting away at Freya. Whatever, Bet clicked his teeth in dismissal. It's a lil flashy for a private match. Don, no, why so many rubbernecks are here either? It should be mentioned along with Loki and Freya. Other gods had grown interested after hearing about it from those at the Benevolent Mistress when the challenge was issued. Word spread around and several others had wanted to watch the battle, expecting to see a slaughter. The stands weren't packed to the brim, but there were a good number of spectators. While it wasn't enough to reimburse their cost of renting out the Colosseum, it had lessened the blow in their treasury. The elite warriors of Loki Familia were gathered in one of the tunnels that would lead to the center ring. It was a last-minute pep talk before the show. I'd imagine it's to scout out the potential of Loki Familia as much as it is to watch a good show, Finn answered with his usual smile. So try to not embarrass us, Bet. Oi. Captain, Tiona leaned over and whispered in his ear, though they could all hear her through the acoustics of the tunnel. Are you sure this is a good idea? I mean, it's Bet we're talking about. Oi, Bet barked again. Yeah, he doesn't know the rabbit like we do. Tiona crossed her arms behind her head and balanced on the balls of her feet. What if Bet tries something that'll ruin him forever? What kind of person do you think I am? Finn nodded a few times before turning to Ace. What do you think? Any last words of advice to give Bet? All attention turned to Ace. The blonde kinky bowed her head and thought hard. She had spent the most amount of time with Belle out of all of them, studying his tactics and fighting against him. She had seen him fight against Lady Maria, as well as witnessing a few other incidents firsthand. She knew how to get around the rabbit's defenses better than anyone. Now, how to convey this information to her teammate? Don't try to kill him, was her answer. See, can you be a little more specific than that, Azu? Tiona pleaded. How can you be any more specific? Bet gave her a blunt look. Don't try to kill him. Relax, Az. I'm not going to try anything like that. Loki told me exactly what she wanted to see in Oedon. Plan on disappointing. I'm only going to teach him respect. Az stared at him with a worried expression. He took it as she didn't believe him. Really, she was genuinely worried for her comrade. He didn't understand her message, but she didn't know how to voice out these concerns. It was nice knowing you, Bet, Tiona said. If Riveria doesn't beat me to it, I'll write idiot on your tombstone, retorted Tiona. I said I wasn't going to try to kill the little twerp. Bet bellowed. Don't worry, Finn laughed lightly. If anything gets out of hand, I'll shoot him with this. He patted the curved sword strapped to his hip. It was his favorite weapon, and one less than a handful of people in all of Oririo had seen him use in battle. He only donned it for important raids down in the dungeon. They had asked why he was wearing it for today, and he gave a vague answer. You know what? Bet threw up his hands and began to march away. You can all go to hell. Just watch. I'm not going to kill him. On that note, Finn turned to the opposite direction. I better get to a high post to overlook the field just in case. Bet barked a curse. I'll be off too then, Tioni, always following her beloved captain, began to tail him. Good luck, Bet. Bet had exited the tunnel and entered the field. They could see him doing stretches while the crowd shouted cheers of encouragement and mockery. Should we go up too? Tiona asked. Ace shook her head. I want to watch down here. You know you can get a better look of your bunny boy from the stands. Tiona threw the comment to stir something out of Ace. And it did. Ace raised her eyes in thought, but she eventually shook her head again and remained where she stood. All right, Tiona leaned against the wall. We'll probably get crowded no matter where we sit. Down here in the dark and dank tunnel it is. Oh, maybe you're planning on giving the little rabbit a victory smooch? Ace turned her way. For a moment, Tiona thought she had gotten something unimaginable out of Ace. But she felt something. Alarms rang in her head. In a flash, A's sword was out of its sheath and jabbed at their flank. The flat of a dagger attached to a katana met the tip of her sword with casual ease. Both their eyes widened as Lady Maria watched them with cautious calculation. Tiona moved away from the wall. She didn't have her weapon, but that didn't mean she couldn't throw down against the hunter. Aren't you supposed to be dead? We saw the little rabbit stab you before you disappeared. A's eyes were burning with the same question. Maria tucked her weapon back into its sheath, but kept a hand on the grip at all times. You sound surprised. Alas, what Belle Cranel fought, while myself in its entirety, would be better described as a phantom. The blow was critical, but I still breathe. What are you doing here? Ace asked in a low voice. She kept her weapon raised. Maria regarded her for a moment before answering. The same as you, I suppose. I am here to see how the good hunter fares. I heard from a passerby of today's festivities and decided to observe. You may relax. I have no intentions of partaking just as in Monterfilia. They didn't relax. If anything, her words made them all the more cautious. What's your beef with the little rabbit? Tiona demanded. We all have our fair share of stalkers, but you definitely outclass them. I have no reason to answer that, Maria retorted. I want to know, Ace said. She wanted to know so much it was driving her mad. Lady Maria had always fought against Ace. They had fought 3 times, and in 2 of those times did Belle arrive with Lady Maria abandoning Ace entirely and giving twice as much effort in fighting him. The woman was almost starving to match her blade against his. If her objective was to kill Ace, why abandon it without hesitation whenever Belle showed up? Maria studied her. The grip on her weapon loosened. It eventually came off as she raised her hand to adjust her tri-horned hat. Ace didn't take the chance to strike. Is that jealousy, I hear? Maria almost snickered with how light her tone became. Do you fancy him after all those times he came to your rescue? Do not worry, fair damsel. I intend to kill you just as much as I desire to kill the good hunter. However, I am under orders to leave you be. The same cannot be said about Belle Cranel. That doesn't answer my question, Ace returned. Though, for a reason she couldn't understand, the words Maria used stirred uncomfortable feelings inside her. Even more strange, it wasn't the insult to her status, but what jabbed her was the comment about Belle. No, it doesn't. Maria's tone fell to one of dismissal. If you are so curious, then why have you not asked about it from the good hunter? Has he not told you about all the blood on his hands? Her response got a stir out of both of them. Now, if you don't mind, Lady Maria began to move forward. The show is about to start. Ace raised her sword and Tiona readied herself. But Maria made no move to attack them. She walked between them, even omitting an excuse me, as she brushed them by to reach the end of the tunnel. She didn't reach all the way, only stopping a few meters before the exit. This way, those in the stand close enough to recognize her wouldn't be able to see her. She was, after all, still a wanted criminal. Tiona and Ace shared a silent conversation. Tiona shook her head furiously, knowing Ace was going to want to stay near the woman who had nearly offdead her thrice. Ace shook her head in reply, stating she was going to stay no matter what. Tiona glanced up the tunnel, where Finn and Tioni had run off to, and debated about getting their help. But she didn't want to leave Ace alone. Ace gave her a reaffirming look. Tiona glared at her, puffed her cheeks, and gave in. The 2 of them remained together. Maria gave them a sideways glance as they approached and kept as much distance as was possible on the opposite wall. None of them exchanged another word as Belle approached the center of the field to share some final words with Bet. 000. This has become quite the spectacle, Freya commented as she watched the crowds grow. Had it been a sponsored event with more advertisement, she was sure vendors would have set up stalls outside and offer delights. Still, a fair number of citizens continued to pour out of the tunnels to fill the stands. Gods, adventurers, and the common folk. I'm sure your kids would get this much attention, Loki waved a hand. Probs and perks of being on top. Yes, I suppose most of the appeal is being able to witness one of your best children give a live demonstration, Freya nodded back. However, I really think the major selling point is the one who accepted the challenge. Huh. Loki gave her an odd look. Freya smiled sweetly at her rival. He's the only child of Hestia familia and hasn't been an adventurer for more than a few months. By all means, there shouldn't be much of a show with the difference in power. And yet he accepted the challenge anyways. You know how much everyone loves a good underdog story. Too bad the lil rabbit don't stand a chance, Loki snorted. I told Bet to make his life miserable. It's what he gets fur going after my Azu. Freya didn't offer a follow-up. Her smile remained though her eyes had softened. As spoiled and tainted as the boy became because of the doll, she still had a soft spot for him. She still loved him. Though he could never be her perfect lover to embrace for all eternity, she still wanted to hold him and offer sweet nothings. She wanted him to grow, to overcome this disability of the doll's corrosion. He will still join her peerage in the end, and she will make that doll pay for what had been wronged of her. Lady Loki, a nameless adventurer, approached from the entrance of the box office. He had an unpleasant look on his face. I apologize and have tried to remove them, but a messenger from Canehurst has arrived and is rather determined to deliver this to you. They're awaiting a response. Loki groaned and swiped the letter out of his hand. What does it say? Freya asked. A whole lot of fancy jargon, but Lil Miss Prissy wants us to either join her or she join us for the match, Loki answered in a sour tone. Honestly, thinking she's as important as us gods. That Marius kid wasn't Zadritan. Shall I deny them? Asked the adventurer. I see no harm in it, Freya offered her opinion. I'm actually curious to hear what the queen has to say. I think everything will be fine so long as she leaves her guard dog behind. Loki groaned like a child being forced into a chore. She sat up straight and adjusted her clothing to be more presentable for her status. Fine, fine. Go and bring her. The adventurer looked as displeased as his patron goddess, but he was a good servant who bowed and went off to do as told. You could have said no, Freya began. This is your private seat. I'm only here as your guest. Loki already knew this. She didn't have to listen to Freya's suggestion at all. Yeah, but something's been bothering me. It's like an annoying bug bite you wanna itch, but no, it'll get worse. Then perhaps you shouldn't give in to this temptation. Sometimes you can't help it, Loki grumbled lowly. Soon after, the curtain was drawn back by the nameless adventurer for the Canehurst queen. As promised, she was not in company of the High Chamberlain. She was dressed in another extravagant dress, though this one designed for leisure instead of formality, and she continued to wear a strip of silk over her eyes. Goddesses, the queen gave a curtsy. Thou grace us with this honor. You can skip all that formal junk, Loki waved a hand with a blunt look. Just come in already and take your seat. The queen did not give any sort of reaction to Loki's crassness. She approached the row of seats and flawlessly glided down onto the velvet cushion beside Freya. How do you fare, Queen Annalise? Freya offered a friendly smile. Can we get you any refreshments for the event? Thank you, Goddess Freya. Her return was light, but not necessarily friendly. We are pleased enough with this arrangement. I favored to speaketh with the benefactor of this festivity. So, what you want? Loki gave the queen a sideways glance. Annalise smiled. Very well, straight to the point. We doth desire to make a wager. Dost thou fare to gamble? Ha! Loki turned to fully look at her. Hold on there. You sayin', you want to bet against me and my child? You must be out of your mind. Oreo is completely different from Canehurst. The lil rabbit is a noob, a scrub, cannon fodder. Bet is gonna eat him alive. Annalise raised her hand to cover the smile growing on her lips. Such bold claim, Goddess Loki. We claim otherwise. We believe the good hunter shall be victorious. Loki's eyes narrowed at the queen. Good hunter. That's twice you called him that. Do you mean to say all them hunters come from Canehurst? Annalise's expression shifted. Nay, Goddess Loki. Canehurst hosts no hunters. Hunters hath not existed since before we Aroseth to power but a century ago. They are an autonomous unit from the old world. It was impossible to lie to a god. Annalise was telling the truth, or at least what she personally believed to be the truth. The information conflicted with what Freya had gathered on her own. She will need to speak with Hermes once more, and make sure he hadn't tried to hide anything this time. Pardon me, Freya spoke up, but if the hunters are extinct, why do you refer to Hestia's child as good hunter then? One might say he is the last of his kind, Annalise answered with her smile returning. How interesting. Annalise wasn't aware of the group of hunters who had infiltrated Oreo. Freya wasn't sure if she could use this information or not. Whole lot of good that does him, Loki bickered. Her posture became lax as she assumed something on her own. Kid's just a rookie in the end who took some hero's name. Couldn't even stand against a Minotaur attack till my Azu showed up. Don't matter if he's been to Canehurst or fought those Rakia chumps. His flopping proves how much of a noob he is. We hath heard otherwise. Annalise's smile turned to Teasing. We hath heard tale he rescued Dame Wallenstein against the culprit of monsterphilia. That's not what happened. Loki slammed her hands on the armrest and was on the edge of her seat. My Azu weakened her. The kid showed up and couldn't even last a full minute against her. His weapon shattered after a few blows, and he got the stuffin' kicked out of him. Freya had seen the entire incident and could argue otherwise, but she chose to remain silent. 'Twould seem words shan't convince thee. Annalise shook her head. Let today's duel prove otherwise. So confident is my faith in our husband doth, we wager the Canehurst High Chamberlain, prize of Canehurst and equal to one of thine level 6 adventurers. Even Freya raised a brow at the audacity of the wager. Did the queen have the authority to hand over another child of Canehurst without the consent of their god? Or did their unknown god already sanction this? If you think I'm gonna offer one, and my kids, think again, Loki growled. 'Twas never our desire, goddess Loki. Annalise's tone turned almost playful. In our tour of thine city, we eyed a most splendid piece of estate. You want me to buy you a house? Loki gave her a flat look. You're not a citizen of Ororio. The only reason why you can come and go through that gate is 'cause you're here for political reasons. I don't think the guild will let ya even keep it as a Valkyrie spot. Thou will purchase it and delivereth the deed to Hestia familia, Annalise answered matter-of-factly. We shallst remain there as guests under their care until our business with Rakia doth conclude. I dunno what's worse. Loki grumbled darkly. You suck herring me to buying itty-bitty a house, or the fact I'm robbing you of one of your teammates. If thou still wishes to decline, Annalise's smile dropped. Canehurst will reimburse thou for the purchase. We still desire private residency and grow weary of the camps. Tell you what, Loki snorted. When I win, I'll buy you the house anyways. Only 'cause I'm gonna feel sorry for Takin, such a strong adventurer. Then we are in agreement. Annalise relaxed in her seat. The wager hath been promised. And I'm here to witness it, Freya spoke with a somewhat excited voice. Loki, I'm going to make sure you keep your end of the bargain. Do you really need ta? Loki snorted. But if I may ask, Freya ignored her friend to turn towards Annalise. What exactly gives you this much confidence? Enough to wager your strongest fighter and lose your biggest advantage over Rakia? Seeth for thyself. Annalise nudged her head towards the ring in reply. Both goddesses looked. The crowd came alive as Belle Crannel entered the ring, jarred by the sudden crowds, but pushed forward by the one with him by his back. Freya watched as Seir gave him words of encouragement and went to take a front row seat. Should she punish that girl for getting close to her treasure? Or compliment her for having adequate taste? What Annalise was gesturing at wasn't Belle's attire. Though he was dressed in those flashy Canehurst reds, all of her knights donned. What she was gesturing at was the boon the queen had obviously given him. To increase his chances in victory, Belle wore at his hip Canehurst weapons, Freya breathed out. Her astonishment eventually turned into amusement at both the instigation, the scandal, and the presentation. It was a display to prove the queen was supporting Belle in every way, to back up her claim to spouse him. At the same time, it could be said Belle was representing Canehurst, or was at least the queen's puppet. Freya's eyes narrowed. Though the boy was nervous with stage fright, he never once lowered his guard. He had a hand on the hilt of his weapon. Freya watched him a little closer as he approached the center where Bette waited. Oi, what is this? Loki demanded. I doth believe it to be encouragement, goddess Loki. Annalise's tone was coy. Surely thou'st not believe the future king of Canehurst duel without appropriate arms, let alone below his finest. Loki blew raspberries. Whatever. Don't matter what fancy schmancy tool you give him. Even give him a Kratzo sword for all I care. Bette's still gonna smack him around. Oi, Bet. Show that rabbit what it means to mess with Loki familia. As Loki shouted with her body ready to fall over the railings, Bet Loga looked her way. He had his hands on his hips and grumbled something masked by all the noise of the stadium. On another note, Bet would have probably lost if anyone, newbie or veteran, used a Kratzo magic sword against him. It'll at least make the match a little more interesting, Freya mentioned. I was worried it would be droll. Now I know. It'll be something to always remember. She smiled. She couldn't contain her excitement. The boy had sensed it. He looked away from Bet to meet her gaze. Her heart swayed in love, in affection, and in woe. He would be absolutely beautiful if he hadn't been corrupted. You got that? Loki cackled at Freya's words. No one'll forget. Freya let out a single chortle of amusement. If only the trickster goddess knew. 000. Belle was receiving plenty of stares as he made his way through North Main. Perhaps it was the gold-encrusted sword strapped to his waist. Perhaps it was the fine silk of the Canehurst night set. Or perhaps it was because of the red mark that may or may not resemble a handprint on his face that had yet to fade away. Either way, he ignored the stares as he went on his way towards his destination, trying to forget the events of this morning so he could focus for today. He knew next to nothing about Betloga. He hadn't even thought about asking Ace for advice on how to fight him. But, like anything else he faced during the hunt, the best he could do was adapt to whatever was going to be thrown at him. For that, he needed this brisk, early morning walk to get focused. "Morning, Seir," he waved as he passed by the benevolent mistress. "Good morning, Belle." The maid sang back with a bright smile that rivaled the sun. He didn't know why, but he had expected to get yelled at. Was the past few experiences with Seir Flover really that dreadful? He had to double-take and walk backwards until he stood in front of the tavern-turned-cafe. Seir was smiling at him. She wasn't dressed in her maid uniform but in a modest light blue dress. Seeing her like this made him gawk. She really did look lovely no matter what she wore. At the same time, she was studying him. Her eyes traced from the bottom of his boots all the way up to his eyes. Her eyes were shimmering with approval. "Belle." Her voice was soft with a hint of red rising to her cheeks. "You look very dashing." "I'm impressed." The compliment made his cheeks burn and bow his head. He couldn't look at her in the eye. Thank you. You also look nice." "Are you not working today, Seir?" "Today's a special occasion," she answered with a playful tone. "I'm off to go support my favorite adventurer on his big day." "Really?" He looked up at her. "Who's that?" She paused at the question. She giggled, climbed down the steps to meet him, and poked at his nose. "You, silly." "Oh," was all he could say as he was reduced to a blushing mess. The act made her giggle some more. There was an awkward silence between them. Awkward for him anyways. Seir was staring at him as though expecting something. "Listen, Seir." He looked up with a determined expression. He was trying his hardest to not trip on his tongue. About yesterday." He did anyways. She stopped him, placing a finger to his lips while keeping her warm smile. "It's okay. You can give me a proper response afterwards. For now, just worry about today. Okay? I don't want to be a burden to you." He nodded. He had a large conflictation of emotions. There were plenty of things he wanted to tell her and things he wanted to confirm. But she was right. He couldn't afford to fret over these things. He had to put them to the back of his mind, else have them distract him at the worst possible moment. "Just hurry up, Nye, and kiss Nye already." One of the maids shouted from within the tavern. For a split second, Belle saw all of the staff of the benevolent mistress leap away from the window and doorway. There came a loud clutter of noise of tables and chairs being knocked over. Seir's head was turned away from Belle with her hand curled over her lips. Her face was burning just as brightly as his. "I'm sorry about Anya." Liu stepped out of the building with a basket in her hands. "Had I known she would interrupt, we would have gagged her. Here is everything you might need, Seir." She didn't deny she and the staff had been shamelessly eavesdropping on their conversation. "Thank you, Liu." Seir turned and smiled brightly as she accepted the basket, though her face was still burning. "Here." Belle stepped up and took it from her. "I can carry that for you. But what's in here? Are we going on a picnic afterwards?" The idea of going to a local park and having lunch under a tree sounded delightful, especially with a cute girl like Seir. It was one of the many fantasies his grandfather had implanted into his skull. As soon as lunch was over, would the man take a nap on the girl's lap? Belle wasn't sure if he could muster up the courage to try it with Seir, but he was going to try and make his grandfather proud. "That does sound like a good idea." Seir's smile turned weak. "But inside are a couple of bandages, needle and thread, and healing potions. Things just in case today becomes a little hectic. You are facing someone from Loki familia after all, Belle." He almost sighed. He should have known. Everyone still thought he was a rookie and wouldn't be able to stand up against a veteran like Bet. Not that they're wrong. He was intending to lose. "Mr. Crannel," Liu spoke up with a sharp tone. Her eyes fell to his weapon of choice, narrowing with disapproval. "Are you capable of using those instruments?" In the box he found this morning were a number of Canehurst weapons. The first was the pistol, Evelyn. The second was the rapier firearm, the Rider Palish. And the third was the saber katana, the Chickage. The Rider Palish was strapped at his hip, while the Evelyn was hidden beneath his cloak. As for the Chickage, he left it behind. He didn't want to use such a weapon, nor could he claim to be able to use it to its full potential. While his dexterity was high enough to use it as a sword at the master's level, he wasn't confident enough to use its hidden ability as a trick weapon. Enough so it would harm him more than help. "I haven't had much practice with it," he said while tapping his sword. Rather, he hadn't had any practice with it. "But it's good to have aside from my knife. It gives me more options and range. Besides, it's not like I can use Eileen's weapon for today." Liu gave a slow blink in acceptance. "I see. Be careful, Mr. Crannel. Don't give yourself to the bloodlust, else Eileen might have a word with you." He felt his heart skip a beat. He understood the meaning behind those words. "I won't," he said with solidity. I remember the promise I made to Eileen. I won't ever become like the thing that beat her. The monster that was the Bloody Crow of Canehurst, a hunter who had donned the Canehurst Royal Guard armor and held the cape belonging to the Hunter of Hunters, just like Eileen. She had tried to kill it, only for it to be too big of a task and left her bleeding to death. That's all I can ask for, Liu said simply. You best be off. Good luck, Mr. Crannel. Thank you, he said and bowed with appreciation. Good luck, Naya. Anya. No, it was the other cat person. Chloe stuck her head out of the window and waved at him. We're closing tonight just for New. We're going to celebrate even if New are knocked nigh out all day. Wait, they were going to throw him a party even if the battle left him unconscious. Were they just using him as an excuse to skip out on work? Was this what happens while Mamma Mia was away? As scary as she was, he wished she could return soon and straighten out these maids. They were starting to become rebellious without her authority. Shall we be off? Seir asked, circling around to his other side and latching herself onto his arm. He blushed at their contact. Without a word, since he couldn't trust his tongue, they began to make their way up the street. Briefly, he wondered how the two of them looked. Did he look like one of the heroes of the Oratoria storybook, escorting the fair maiden to her destination? Belle, is something wrong? Her destination? Hold on a minute. Actually, he broke out into cold sweat. They never told me where I'm supposed to go. Do I go to the Twilight House? Do I go to the guild? He had completely forgotten about the duel until Welf mentioned it yesterday. He didn't get the chance to ask A's since their training had ended before running into the blacksmith. He had no idea where this duel was taking place. Seir was laughing at his side. I shouldn't be surprised you missed such an important detail. You're the sort to run around like a squirrel when something troubles you. Luckily for you, I just happened to hear where it's being held. I'll lead you. As she tugged on his arm, her words rang inside his head. Did she just call him a squirrel? Was that what she saw in him? Why yeah, he may have dined and dashed too many times. The first because of Bet's words and the second because he was afraid of Eileen's wrath in losing the Blade of Mercy. But he always came back. The third time didn't count. He saw Welf pay before dashing out of the tavern. Now Belle, before we get there, Seir looked at him with her sweet smile. Care to explain that slap mark on your cheek? Did you happen to take a peek at your goddess breasts again? There was something dangerous in her tone. He also noticed how the grip on his arm tightened. 000. I would have thought the yard of the Twilight House was enough. He blurted out. The nameless Loki member leading he and Seir through the Colosseum tunnels craned his neck over his shoulder to respond dryly. Why would we host something so important so near our home? Logi-sama is one of our best. Ever since Tiono-sama destroyed the Western Wing, all duels involving Loki familia members are to happen elsewhere. The public wanted to watch your match after it was announced at some rundown tavern. Excuse me? Seir's voice was as sharp and cold as steel. The nameless adventurer didn't notice and continued. Thus, Ganesha Familia was kind enough to let us rent this facility. It gives us appropriate enough space to minimize collateral damage, as well as appease to the populace wishing to attend. Not that I expect much from a fellow nameless. His name is Belle Crannel, and he's going to mop the floor with your nameless whatever fighting today, Seir protested with a mouth breathing fire. That's Bet Logi-sama, the adventurer snapped viciously. Do not insult his position, nameless love interest. You're not even an A. Seir gasped with grave insult. My name is Seir. I'll have you know it's not a designation, and I will not allow someone like Anya to get anywhere near close to Belle. Seir. I think it's fine, Belle pleaded with her. She looked ready to attack this man. Yeah, he wanted to slug him too, but there was no need to lose his cool over something like this. He didn't want to cause any problems while behind enemy lines. Plus, he had no idea what they were talking about. He said some things I can't forgive, Belle, Seir said through puffed cheeks. Maybe, he nodded with agreement, but you should just let it go. I get stuff like this all the time as a newbie. There's not much I can do to change his opinion. Seir huffed with annoyance, but said nothing further. The man led them towards the route leading to the entrance of the ground level. Belle could hear the small choir of people. It was a dull noise, nowhere near as loud as he had heard from Monster Philia. But as soon as he stepped out did the crowds begin to roar. The bottom half of the stadium had been filled with people and gods. A decent third of the private seats above were occupied. Everyone here was present to witness his fight. It left him buckling where he stood. Belle, Seir turned to him with a fierce look in her eyes. That man said something unforgivable. He insulted the bar. I want you to crush him and his familia. If you win, I won't charge you for the party we're throwing. Belle scratched his head. Don't worry, Seir. I'll do my best to, wait. You were going to charge me? Of course, she said plainly. We're closing at our busiest time. That's a whole lot of profit we're losing out on. Mamma Mia will be furious at us. But I might be able to convince her it was for a worthy cause if you win. Do it for me? Please. He struggled to find the balance in his dilemma. He was trying to figure out how expensive such a party would be versus the fees the guild would slap on him for cheating. He already spent a small fortune for his own expenses at the tavern. He can't imagine how much it would cost to feed all the other maids that worked there. Good luck, Belle. Seir cheered him on while he was lost in thought. She gave him a smile, pressed herself against his arm one last time, and pecked his cheek with a kiss. Taking the basket from his hands, she skipped away to the nearest steps leading to the stands. He was left dazed by that kiss. He hadn't expected it. It almost snapped him out of his anxiety over the crowds. Almost. He gulped, gripped the rider palish more for comfort than assurance, and continued to pace forward. The crowds continued to cheer, or mock, as he approached the center. There stood another adventurer not of Loki familia, who bore a completely different crest and Bet Loga. At least you didn't run off, Bet said with some mild approval. He eyed Belle and his attire briefly. You should have. Nothing personal, rookie. But you gotta understand. You don't belong here. You're not cut out to be an adventurer. I'll be knocking that sense into you as much as I need to. Belle gulped. Those words weren't made in arrogance. Bet was almost apologetic. He was following his own beliefs and was going to carry them out to make a point. He truly believed Belle wasn't qualified as an adventurer and was going to prove it. So, that was the true intention of today's duel. That whole bit about wanting to teach Belle and instruct him had been a farce. Bet really just wanted to shove his face into the mud. It angered Belle. Something boiled in his chest as he tightened the hilt of his sword. He knew he was still a rookie, but he was going to be the one to say what he was and wasn't, not someone else. Bet had insulted him. You might be right, Belle said. It got Bet to raise a brow. I might not be an adventurer, but I know I'm the best hunter. That's all I need to be better than you. This time, Bet's brows furrowed with irritation. While he had been passive about Belle, he had taken exception to those words just as much as Belle had been insulted. If you two are done. The adventurer aside them spoke up. She was a beauty only a few years older than them with cerulean hair and a pair of glasses. She stepped back and announced through a booming voice, Ladies and gentlemen, I am Asfi al-Andromeda of Hermes Familia. I am the referee of today's match to give fair judgment as a third party. The duel today is between Bet Loga of Loki Familia and Belle Cranel of Hestia Familia. Both will engage in combat until one is rendered unable to fight. There are no restrictions in this match other than the prohibition of fatal attacks. I have authority to interject at any moment. As of this moment, all bets are closed. Are both contestants ready? Bets? He didn't want to think what the odds were against him. He could probably buy a mansion in the upper district with those earnings, no doubt. I'm ready, Bet said and entered a battle stance. He crouched low, almost on all fours. Belle took a few steps back as he read everything in Bet's stance. He withdrew the rider palish, pointed its tip at Bet, and turned sideways with one hand behind his back, gripping the Evelyn hidden underneath. I'm ready, Belle said as his emotions began to wash away. Nothing else mattered. There were no distractions. His mind had fallen into a habit determined by the hunt. He knew Asfi was studying him carefully, analyzing his posture just as much as he was overlooking Bet. Begin. She brought her arm down in signal and leapt away several meters in a single bound. Bet launched off the ground, but not directly at Belle in a linear leap. He leaped high into the air, arching and spinning to shift his center of gravity. When he reached his peak, he brought his heel around to slam onto Belle's shoulder. Belle's eyes widened slightly. He should have worn the Kratzo set instead. The weapon of choice Bet wore were the greaves. They were reinforced with mithril, some sort of gem plating around it, and humming dimly with magic. Bet was going to maximize his agility, dexterity, and properties as a lycanthrope through his kicks. The Canehurst Knight set, while provided excellent protection against blades and bullets, was useless against blunt attacks. He may as well have been wearing his casual clothes. He didn't try to meet or deflect this attack. He quickened away, turning into mist and ash and feeling the gust created by Bet's kick just before moving a full meter away. Bet's boot slammed into the ground and created a small puff of dirt. The older boy paused, somewhat surprised by Belle's sudden quickness. He spat out with annoyance and launched himself again, this time bringing his leg around horizontally rather than vertically. Belle quickened away again, drawing the same amount of distance. However, he didn't have a chance to breathe as Bet anticipated this and followed him. He brought a few round of kicks and a practiced combo. Belle could read through all of them and dodge them normally. It wasn't until the end of the combo that would have lopped off his head did he quicken away. He didn't need to use the spell. Really, he had a flash of A's kicking in his skull at that moment and reacted unintentionally. Had she been secretly training him for this moment? Was she really knocking him unconscious just so he could develop a defense for Bet's fighting style? The actual answer was no, but he would never learn. All right, fine. Bet planted both feet onto the ground and growled. I thought about going easy on ya. Maybe break only a bone or two. But if you can dodge like that, let's up the game. Belle's eyes widened as Bet's speed jumped. He only had an instant to activate quickening and dodge the next attack. The tip of his boot nearly missed his ear. Belle heard the whistle as though a bug had buzzed Selches away from him. He narrowly missed a crippling blow. It didn't end as Bet turned this single strike into a row of kicks at the same speed. Belle was forced to use his quickening endlessly. Even when he moved away from Bet, did the Wolfman pursue him and keep up. He was moving just as fast as when Belle used quickening. Eventually, he couldn't keep dodging. Belle had no choice but to bring up the Rider Palish in a hasty defense. Bet's kick slammed into the side of the blade and launched Belle off his feet. His world shook as he lost his sense of direction and rolled uncontrollably across the floor. But his sense of danger rose and took control of his body. He bounced back to his feet and dug his heels as he slid to a stop, ready to move before his mind could register which direction danger was coming from. Bet hadn't expected him to get up so soon, it would seem. His face scowled further. Accepting Belle's durability and reaction, he launched himself forward for another onslaught. Belle quickened to the side. But Bet altered his trajectory and met Belle's flank. Had he already learned of Belle's habits? The older boy grabbed onto Belle's cape, tugged to yank him off balance, and brought his knee into Belle's back. It slammed against his kidney. Belle released the Evelyn as he fell to his knees, gripping at the screaming piece of his body. Still he moved, rolling to the side and jumping back to his feet. He faced Bet and raised his weapon, even as he was disoriented by the pain. Had he brought the Blade of Mercy, the trick weapon would have been tucked there and would have cushioned the blow. It could have potentially backfired on Bet, considering he held no armor on his knee. Alas, he didn't, and this was his fault. Do you feel that, Tomato Boy? Bet cocked his head back. Tomato Boy. Anger surged through Belle at the memory of that name. Have you ever been in a raid where every part of your body has been broken? Bet continued on. What you're feeling now is nothing compared to what real adventurers go through. Face it, you're not cut out for this line of work. When you're at death's door, your true self comes out. And you know what your true self is? A coward. When that Minotaur showed itself, what did you do? You cowered. You screamed. You cried and begged. Someone had to save your sorry ass. You'd have been dead if A's were a few steps behind. You don't deserve to be here. This isn't your life. There's no way you can ever become our equal. Run on home, Anile. I have, Belle growled. His hands clutched at his side in the grip of his weapon. He bit through the pain, stood straight, and brought his hand back around to grip on the hilt of the Evelyn. Bet growled back. I have broken every part in a raid. Belle's voice slowly rose. I cried and I screamed, but never did I cower. If I hesitated, I would have died. If I hid, my friends would have died in my place. If this is what it means to be an adventurer, I'm overqualified. Bet gave him a flat look. He growled something under his breath as he ran a hand through his hair. All right, he said with finality. You won't understand unless I point it out to you. Bet came at him again. But this time, something was different. The hard look in Bet's eyes told Belle everything. The older boy had forsaken mercy. He was no longer going to hold back. He was going to assault Belle with all his might to prove his point. All just to prove Belle did not deserve to be called an adventurer. He was no longer aiming to subdue. He was going to critically cripple Belle, potentially kill. In the next instance, after a flurry of movement and sparks, the tip of the Rider Palish stabbed into Bet's shoulder. Arg! The lycanthrope shouted in more surprise than pain. Belle pressed forward, digging the blade deeper. He spoke lowly. The closeness of the two allowed his voice to be heard by Bet alone. My name is Belle Crannel, and today, just for you, I will join the hunt. 000. Something was horribly, horribly wrong. Bet couldn't understand it. He could understand the little rabbit being able to dodge his attacks to a par. He had heard about the few training sessions with A's. However short they may have been, the rabbit seemed to pick up a few things here and there. And then there was the unique skill of his that let him warp around the field like mist. Those both had limitations when Bet upped his game. When he put a little more effort into his strikes, the rabbit was pushed into a corner. There was no way he could defend himself. That was the natural order of things. So then, why did all of a sudden did it feel like Bet was against a monster Rex? What the hell was this? Hacks? Was there some kind of enchantment on those Canehurst garments? Was it a magic embedded in the sword? Or did the kid's goddess do something to his stats somehow? Even on his off day, Bet should not have been able to take a wound like that. Rather than think about it rationally, it only pissed him off. He was determined now more than ever to teach the little rabbit a lesson. The world wasn't such a forgiving and charitable place. It wasn't going to grant him everything he wanted. Just because people like A's were going to coddle him, didn't mean the rest of the world was going to. He needed to beat into the brat the natural order of things. Only those who have truly earned their power through grit and loss can boast, fight, and defend. That was the dark secret to the best adventurers. Bet had lost everything before he could learn this lesson. And yet, this newbie was defying this logic. The rabbit's eyes turned crazed, wide and full of intent. Bloodlust. Every action in his movements was no longer to avoid Bet's attacks. They were made to get around them to prepare for his next attack. For the second time, that annoying rapier stabbed into Bet at the waist. How? Fuck off, you little punk. Bet roared and doubled his efforts. The rabbit's expression didn't change. His face was more likened to a porcelain mask devoid of any emotion. Only his eyes blazed with murderous intent. He hardly blinked as Bet launched a flurry of kicks that would have pressed his other teammates. It was like fighting Gareth all over again. But that was so long ago and Bet had grown since then. So why was there such a difference in their levels? There wasn't, he argued. This was still just a newbie. There wasn't anything special about him. It had hardly been a month since the Minotaur incident. It was impossible for anyone to grow this much in such a short amount of time. Even Ace, who holds the record of fastest growth, took years to reach Bet's level. He couldn't understand this impossibility. Instead of acknowledging it, he pushed himself further. The boy dodged most of his attacks. Most. Some were unavoidable. Yet he would roll his body along with the direction of his kicks to lessen the damage and recover just as quickly as Bet could initiate his next move. He finally brought his arm to the front, and with it was the weapon he had been hiding. It was one of those hunter weapons that breathed fire and shot balls of hot metal. He had seen it before, so he had no problem knowing when to dodge when the boy pulled the trigger. The idiot. While the weapon could deal some serious harm even with his stats, it was pointless if all Bet had to do was anticipate the direction of the projectile. All he had to do was see where the weapon was pointing. The other problem with those weapons was the fact they needed to be reloaded. A second, maybe two. Not like Bet was going to give him that chance anyways. His eyes widened. It hadn't been a full second since Belle fired his shot. He adjusted the grip of his rapier as he used that speed enhancement spell to rush Bet. Bet watched as the blade snapped in two and folded in half. Hidden beneath the blade was a tube, not unlike the smaller weapon. Belle tossed the projectile weapon aside while his hand reached behind his back, all the while rushing towards Bet and raising his altered rapier. He brought it around in a slashing motion rather than a stab. The change in tactics threw Bet off slightly, but his instincts kicked in. He brought his leg around to deflect the rapier, creating sparks between blade and greave. Keeping his momentum, he continued to spin and deliver another kick before the boy could bring his rapier around for another strike. He realized his mistake before too late. Belle only needed to flick his wrist to adjust the positioning of the rapier. He squeezed the handle. A loud bang equal to the projectile he tossed aside rang throughout the stadium. Bet felt the sting of a hornet and the slamming of a hammer into his thigh. He swore aloud as he lost his balance and his attack being halted in its tracks. Belle flicked his arm around. There was a click heard within his rapier. He pointed its tip at Bet again. The rapier can fire multiple shots. Another blast erupted and Bet was struck at the chest. The projectile didn't penetrate his skin, but he knew it would bruise horribly. It was like taking Gareth's warhammer all over again. If repeated, it could break bones and rupture his organs. What infuriated him more? It wasn't even the rabbit's skill or stats. It was all from that weapon. You're nothing without that toy. Bet roared as he launched himself forward. He needed to get in close and negate the effectiveness of that weapon. The rabbit fired another shot. Bet anticipated it and dodged. He would need a full second to reload and another to aim. Bet wasn't going to give him this chance. Rather than do what Bet expected, Belle lowered his weapon and rushed forward to meet him. His other hand lashed out with a black blade being unsheathed under his coat. Bet jumped and brought his heel up to break in Belle's face. The speed was too much for any adventurer to take on. Only his superiors had a chance of dodging, and only if they anticipated his attack. Belle did not use dodging spell. At the last instance, faster than a blink, he leaned to the side while planting his feet on the ground. Bet would continue to fly forward on his own velocity. All the while, Belle raised the black blade, nothing more than a simple combat knife, up at his eye level. With this aim and this speed, Bet was going to run into it. It was going to tear into his neck. His eyes widened as he realized he brought about his own death. The eyes of the rabbit, no, of Belle Crannel remained absolute in his decision. He knew what he was doing. His expression had never once changed. He had no hesitation or doubt. He had no problem killing Bet. A flash of silver, a screech of howling wind, pain at his neck. Bet finished his leap, skidded across the dirt pavement, and reached immediately up towards his neck in a panic. He had expected blood to be pouring out through a cut artery, but there was no warm liquid coating his hands. When he pulled his hand back, he only saw small droplets of blood from a small cut. Did Belle withdraw his blade at the last second? No. Bet's salvation came from a silver arrow planted in the middle of the field. It had been fired at the perfect time with the perfect aim to deflect Belle's knife. The angle of its implant pointed towards the stands. Bet looked up. At the highest wall, overlooking everything in the Colosseum, stood the blonde prum that was his captain. In his hand was a silver bow, something Bet had never seen his captain wield before. He saw the captain sigh with relief, flicked the wrist holding the bow, and watched in amazement as the bow transformed into the curved sword Finn had on his person before. He smiled down at Bet and raised a hand in apology. Not because he had saved Bet's life, but because Belle's emotionless face glanced down at the arrow. His eyes widened with recognition as his head snapped back at the captain. Emotion returned as his head snapped from Finn to the arrow, back and forward. He recognized the captain's weapon, even when Bet had never seen it transform after years of camaraderie. That, he heard Asfi cry out. She was startled, nearly frenzied. But the Perseus of Hermes' familia was a collective person. She only needed a moment to regain her bearings. She looked up at Finn once more for clarity. In the distance, Finn nodded gravely. Asfi raised her hand, drawing the attention of the silent crowds. Match set. Bet Loga is disqualified for interference from Loki familia. The winner is Belle Cranel of Hestia familia. Even she could hardly believe her own words when she brought her arm down to point at the rabbit. Haraya. His legs wobbled until he sank to his knees. He dropped his weapons, planted both palms onto the floor, and retched everything in his stomach from nerves and adrenaline. And, if Bet could tell, there was a hint of fear as if he realized he had done something he wasn't supposed to. The crowds were silent in shock. The only sound being made was a single pair of hands clapping in applause. Those from the Canehurst Queen. Bet turned and began to limp towards his side of the ring. He didn't realize how badly he was injured until the rush of battle was complete. His body was in agony, not as much as his worst moments, but definitely more than it should have been by a rookie. No, not a rookie. He definitely wasn't what he was supposed to be. Belle Cranel was a monster in disguise. It was only when Bet was halfway out of the field did the crowds come alive with cheer and outrage. They all couldn't believe the rabbit had won, for both positive and negative reasons. Some swore it was because of his weapons, some swore because he was some sort of hero to all rookies, some because Bet was going easy, and some because Belle had cheated somehow. Please do not disrespect good Hunter Cranel. Try to not kill him. Today, just for you, I will join the hunt. Something was horribly, horribly wrong indeed, and his captain knew all about it. The man had been keeping secrets from him, as well as the rest of Loki familia. Bet was going to learn everything about these hunters one way or another.